this dude is still fucked up this morning. Wait a minute. Is that the right one? Gonna edit this. I don't know how to do this. There we go. Up down. I don't know why yesterday's thumbnail wasn't up there. I did one for yesterday. Okay. I guess no thumbnail. That's what it is. Members only. Monetize. Nope. None of that. Hey, good morning out there. How y'all doing? Good to see you all out there. My voice is a little fucked up this morning. Normally by Sunday it feels good enough to get on with Monday. Is my camera not on right now? Check my camera here, make sure I get the same camera up. So it looks like it's working right now. All right, let's have a little chat. Morning out there. Market's opening nice and strong right now. We've got a sweet. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Just to get some housekeeping out of the way, you may hear me speaking less today. I'm going to try to keep the speaking to a minimum, or at least the run-on hour rants or screaming and all that kind of stuff. Last week I normally what happens is this: I normally start losing my voice by Thursday, Friday. When I'm done with the stream on Friday, my voice goes out, and I normally don't speak Friday night. I'll go do stuff with my family, but I don't talk. It begins to recover on Sunday, and then when I get here on Monday, everything is fine. This week, not the case. I don't know if it was we had 2 or 3 moments last week where I was screaming, and then I think it came on Monday and went on this diatribe for 2 hours. I think I did some damage to my vocal cords. So normally on Sundays I feel better, and this Sunday I did not. And then yesterday morning I couldn't speak. I actually didn't speak yesterday to anyone. No wife, no children, no nothing. And even this morning you can kind of hear it still in my throat. So just bear with me today. I'll be here with you today, but you won't hear me speaking as much as you might normally hear me speak or rant or any of that kind of stuff. And I already just spoke for 4 minutes. That's how long it took just to say this, So we need to take a look at some stuff, though, regardless. I put out a market brief last night that I hope was offered a little bit more clarity on what to expect this week. And some of the dangers. We're going to look at some of those dangers here this morning. And we have to get this out of the way so that you are hyper aware of it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to head over to not the market brief, but the opening bell position. And we're going to take a look at a couple things. So first, I got to have some tea here. Hold on a second. Got some chai tea going on this morning. So one of the big things you need to be aware of up here is these pullbacks for bears. Whenever they do start, they are normally strong. They're normally 3 pump days, 1, 2, 3. You get 1, 2, and maybe one more to the upside. The thing that you need to be watching out for as a bull is that often, not every time, but oftentimes your first return to the daily trigger results in a rejection. It's very common. It's 80 to 90% of the time. Not every time. So how do you deal with this? It's great to put on risk here, right? You putting on some risk, making some money. But as we come up into this zone up here, tomorrow and possibly even the next day, it's time to call profit, right? You call some profit up here, and you let the algorithms do their job. So if the algorithms sell us down again, you're not caught in that risk. If we break above, you're just sitting on your hands waiting to see if it consolidates, if the hourly trigger comes up, if you catch the new high, to put more risk on. If you're long down here and you're like, hey, Cap, I don't want to sell that stuff. I want to ride through this stuff. It's easy to hedge with cheap puts, right? Just get some cheap puts. And if we come back down here, you put some stops on the underlying. And if it comes back down, you get paid. You're making money regardless. If it goes up and breaks through $1 or $2, the puts will be paid for from the underlying. So you have to manage this as we get closer above. The thing not to be doing, of course, is, hey, Cap, I'm getting long right here. That shit happens all the time. Happens all the time on social media. Happens all the time on the news. I'll tell you the same thing. Get long right here. That's not the case. You should have been getting long on Friday close. You know, as we're stretching down below on Friday's close, I think there was only a few of us shopping. I don't think there were many people on Friday that were saying, hey, let's look at this sector over here is getting hammered right now. This sector right here is down fucking 7% like today. And those are the people that are doing very well this morning, aren't they? They did very well yesterday on Monday. They're doing very well this morning. They put the risk on, and they're looking to see what to do above, right? Now, we got to also talk about CTAs and why they matter in what I'm showing you here, and compare the two. We need to take a look and compare the two if we can. So give me a quick second here, and we're going to take a look at CTAs because they're sellers no matter what. They're sellers in all scenarios. Whenever you hear that, whenever you hear sellers or scenario or CTAs or sellers in all scenarios, I'm going to show you what the meaning of that is. I couldn't put it. I think I could possibly have put it inside of the brief from last night, but I don't think it would do justice for you. Now there are some cool things about this. We're gonna take a peek at a few things. So let me see how I do this here. Give me just a brief moment here. Okay. I make this big. Okay, so this is my screen right here. This is Captain's screen, right? I'm going to put you right in the middle here. And I want you to look at a few things here. There's a lot of information here, more information than you may think. So one of the key points here would be, do you see here how CTAs followed trend down? And they started to bottom out right around the 5th of October 5th. They became buyers once again on November 11th. So let's remember those two points right there, right? So 10.5, they were sellers into 10.5 of 2023. They then became net buyers on November 8th of 2023. Another piece of information you can glean from here would be that we're coming into like the place. See that? Whoop, right there. Oompa. Right? Coming into a little place here where they become sellers. Well, yeah, they might bump down here, huh? Might go a little bump down there. A little bit of this kind of stuff, right? And then maybe back up again, right? They don't necessarily have to be net sellers all the way down to the absolute dregs, although it's possible that they do become sellers all the way down to the bottom of dregs, right? So not necessarily going to do that, But if they were to do that, we know where they did it, right? They did it back here. This was on September 19th. So now you've got 3 dates to take a peek at. 9/19, 10/5, and 11/8. And let's take a look and see what happened in here. Let's take a look and see now in all scenarios, whether we're squeezing or not, right? They became, hold on here. They became sellers, right? So let's see if we can go back to this. Let's see if we can go back over here and just take a peek and see what the market looked like in that time period. Sorry, I got to make all this small. I apologize for the bottom banners down here. These were all test banners before the jump, so we're trying to change those out right now. We still haven't done that. So the first thing you want to be looking at home would be what? Price action, right? Let's see what happened on September 9th. Right about there, right? I think I got that right. Right about there. And that was the moment where CTAs began selling again. And you can kind of see we're kind of near there, right? We had a pullback. We failed our first trip to the daily trigger. We did not get a new low, did we? The moment you don't get the new low, what happens? You rip some faces off, right? And now everybody's happy, right? Woohoo! Got a new high off the daily trigger cap. Everything's awesome sauce. And what do I say to you guys? And as a matter of fact, in the market brief last night, what did I say to you guys? I said, if you get the new high off of the daily trigger, you're then looking for a new high. Like you got the high. Here's the high. The high. Right? You blasted above the daily trigger. But did you get the new high? You need this one right here. It actually comes back down, but then launches. You didn't get that, did you? So what does the first thing about this say to you? It means that you have to be extremely focused on new highs, in a correction. If we're going to have a pullback, if you're a bull, you need to be laser focused on, did we get a new high? Did we not get a new high? Did we get a new low? Did we not get a new low? These things are going to matter, okay? They are going to matter. So if we're right here right now, right, we're right here. And we're going to pull up here, have a pullback and slam up into this bad boy. My expectation would be we fail it. And then I'm going to tell you, if you're a bull, I'm going to say just make sure you don't get a new low down there. If you don't, let's party. We'll party. And then when we come back down to this daily trigger, I bet you're going to get a bunch of people saying to you, oh, dude, correction's over, dude. Cap said correction's over, which I didn't. Said to you need to get that second new high. You need that hourly trigger to swoop up there, don't you? So you're going to be paying extremely close attention to new highs, new lows as we make our way into this daily trigger. They're going to be very, very important, and this is the reason why. Your second date that I told you to put in was what? It's when you put in your second date was on October 5th, right there. And this is when they stopped selling CTAs. So when I say to you, in all scenarios, CTAs are sellers. In all scenarios, bulls get pumped up. We roll down here. We got a new low. What do CTAs do? They amplify downside moves, don't they? And so you get this panic down here. Whoa, shit, right? One more squeeze up. This is another pullback. That's it. Just another pullback, and then bam. Down here. Now, this one was pretty vicious, wasn't it? This last one right here was a doozy, wasn't it? Now, our last date where they became buyers was when? That was on the 11th of October. Excuse me, not October. The 8th of November. Now, why did they become buyers? Why did CTAs become buyers right here? Why? Can anybody answer in the audience? I'm going to go with no. Maybe 10% of you. And I just said it. New high, didn't they? They got a new high right there, just by a tick. A little bit of a new high. Ping. The moment they got the new high, we back checked, and we're off and running again to the upside. So if there was a lesson here for where the market is today, it's that you need to be aware of this. You need to be aware that these CTAs are trend followers. You need to be aware that they are looking for hard things. They're looking for a new high. They're looking for a successful back check. They're then looking for the second, or not the new high. They're looking for the high, and then the back check, and then a new high. It's a three-step process. Whoop, we squeezed up. Yay. Okay, pull back, and now back check the hourly and the daily, but then give me a new high. Now, think about all of this right here, and you might be saying to yourself, oh, Cap, well, I bought this perfectly. Yeah, but you fucking failed there, and you fucking failed there. And you're giving your money back to the market. So you want to call these things correctly with a high degree of certainty. And you might think, well, I lost. You might think to yourself, well, if I just keep calling it, eventually I'm going to be right. Or, I'm working at Wendy's, so I only spend $1,000 a week and lose it all. And someone else out there, though, is not. They actually trade with real money. They make this their career. This is how they make their living. These are the people that I'm talking to. People that make this their living. They're not trying to call tops 15 times in the last year. They're not trying to call bottoms this is the first one, right, on this pullback. Or this correction, actually. But what they are looking for are the signs that the correction is over. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, we generally return to the place where the correction began. This gives you the chance for an orderly exit in case we're actually going to turn into a bear market and a stock market crash. And the second reason is because there's so much money to be made if you just show some patience and wait your turn. When you wait your turn, not having to call a bottom, you get a great little run right there, don't you? Woohoo! Everything is awesome. Maze balls, love my life. Oh, we're breaking underneath the daily trigger. Okay, exit the market. Right? It's true, right? So over here, you're likely going to be afforded, at minimum, an orderly exit. At minimum, an orderly exit. If we blast down here and you got caught in it and you're just like, well, fuck it, I'm going to stay along the market, I'm going to DCA down here, you at least know you're going to, once again, be afforded a chance to exit the market. So where we are right now, if I had any recommendations to you out there, which I shouldn't, right? This is just financial education channel. It would be have some patience. That's it. Just have some patience. Do not be making decisions with the market in extremes. So if on Friday the market was blasting down to the bottom of depths of hell, you should be down there going, it's probably time to buy some. If the market is squeezing uncontrollably up to the daily trigger, you should be trying to get out of those longs. That makes sense? Any of these extremes, when you start to get these extremes, you're like, I'm going to take a little bit off. Or, hey, maybe it's time to. Maybe it's time to. I didn't like that ride down. I'm kind of scared here. I'm going to get out, jump off the ride, and I'll wait until the market shows me the way higher. And the daily trigger is once again back above. We get some new highs, and I can follow. Yippee-yay, we're going to 6,000. Everything is awesome. Make sense? Fairly easy. So are we out of the woods yet if you're a bull? No. I'm sure there's a bear that you know out there that's like, I haven't called a single correction. I called the top up here, and I'm going to stay short. Fuck you, because we're going down farther. This guy's a liar. This guy's a liar. I watched a guy on Wall Street Bets yesterday. Say that he sold his puts at like 138. I was like, that fucking guy's a liar. I was like, he's a fucking liar. It's not how this works. We have the data. 70% of you fucking lose. There's a questionability of the another 20% of you that make money but blow shit up every once in a while. Another 10% of you that actually only make money forever and ever and ever and ever. Very small percentage. That means 9 of you are fucking liars. That's the truth. So, do I believe someone called this top perfectly? Hell no. I've been calling that fucking top again and 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 again. Been doing it since back in October, saying we're going to crash. So, pay close attention to this pullback for bears. This is a bear pullback. This is the bears, okay? Like bulls have a pullback, bears now have a pullback. And they are going to try to sell your ass down right up on this daily trigger. Going to try to sell you down. Right there. That's where your old men super sellers are, right up in here. You know who's down here? Do you want to know who's down there? My fucking shoe shiner. That's who's down there. My fucking shoe shiner's down there with puts. He's the last one to grab puts. He's my barber. He's the last guy buying puts. He's buying them at the bottom. We have bulls that do this, don't we? They buy calls at the top, right? And they go up this way, and then they're like, oh, I can't win. We got bears do the same shit. We'll do the same shit. Same thing happened with GME, right? If any of you were trading GME when it was $2 and $3 and $20, remember it was 20, it was awesome sauce, $25, went to the moon. Remember when Wall Street Bets got overrun? Remember when people in Wall Street Bets started coming into Wall Street Bets and saying, I don't care. I'm doing it because it's a movement. Movements have no fucking place in this stock market. Sorry, you're going to be exit liquidity. Has no business inside of our market. And when you get involved in that, we are going to sell into you. That's what's going to happen. So, we're going up this morning. S&P 500's trading 503.12, 503.17. If you are a bull, you want to see what? You want to see a new high here, don't you? You want to see boop, 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 that little tick right there, aren't you? Looking for that little tick right there. See it? Right there. I mean, right there. That one. You want to see just that little tick? Because that would tell you that any pullback down here is going to get bought back up to trade what? Right up there, right? Whoop. Oompa, right up there. So pay close attention this morning on this open. How high do we go, and where do you begin to sell? 50409 if you're a bull. 50409. You just want that tick. Just that small little tick. I don't know if I got that right. Maybe 50410. I can't seem to quite get it perfect there. Now, what if you don't get that tick? We'll be looking down here to buy a dip again and try it one more time. If we can get it up there, we will. If it fails, I'll wipe my hands of the trade. But that's where you put the risk on. It doesn't exactly have to happen like that. Oh, let me get my camera on. I apologize here. Is my camera up? Move all that crap over. Uh-oh. Hold on, give me a second here. Break time, be right back. Rid of that. No. Yes. Yes. Yes, Daddy. Yes, yes, yes. Show me the way of making money. Show me how to make money. Okay, so right over here. That little yellow box is what you're looking for up there. Let's move this back a little bit. Whoop. Right about there. As long as the 1 minute and 5 minute trigger hold trend is still alive, try to tag the upside move of 50410. Sometimes you don't get it. It's not always, but you're pretty close. We're talking about splitting hairs here. Yeah, I'm watching. My voice right now is already going out from all the talking. So good morning out there. How are you all doing? Good to see you all. Did you guys see the is it New York Times or the Washington Post article about Detroit? It was pretty good to see. Winky is saying if yields can move that much without rate cuts, do we ever need rate cuts? Discuss. Jimmy Berry discusses it all the time. Do we need rate cuts? I saw them this weekend start pushing the narrative that we need more rate cuts. I don't think that we need more rate cuts or more rate increases at this point. No, they can just leave them. They can leave them and wait until we get to 6,000 to raise them again, can't they? Hit 6,000, raise rates again. Okay, so you are aware of CTA positioning. You are aware that higher highs will matter. You are aware that lower lows or higher lows will matter. They will be material coming up ahead. If we do lose, good morning, Stacy. Good to see you. G-Dad Gold, good to see you too. Yeah, if you're long here, this is a good place, even if we haven't tagged it, to take some money off for a pullback. You could leave some runners on if you want. What else? We should talk about rates at some point. You already know about what? Man, my fucking voice, dude. Hang tight here. You already know about. Be careful. I think we've got some auctions coming up. You need an AI cap. I thought maybe I was sick. Then I was like, oh, am I sick? I don't feel sick. Well, I kind of feel sick, but not really. And then I thought it might be allergies. We're starting to get like mixed weather around here. Like we were literally getting snow and then 80 degrees. Snow, 80 degrees. We've got a new home sales month over month at 10 a.m. So we'll wait on these two figures here to come out. 11:30 though, I want you to pay very close attention today. Listen to me closely here. Pay very close attention. Set an alarm at home for 11:30. We've got a 42-day bill auction. Not as important as later on this morning or this afternoon. We have a 2-year note auction. Now that one, be real careful in there. I posted a link to an article for you last night on the market brief for Bloomberg News. Wall Street time. If I ever give you a time, it's Wall Street time. Always Wall Street time. always. Yeah, you're having the same weather. We're having that weather here. It's like it's warm, like really warm, and then it's like snow and cold. We actually have a frost warning coming out today or tomorrow. So all of our plants that we've been doing, I don't know what the fuck to say on that stuff. Like my wife's bringing them in. My daughters are covering everything. They got like big butterflies outside with like cloth butterflies and big giant fans blowing, trying to save the vineyard. They're hoping my daughters are hoping that Keanu Reeves comes by the house or something. I don't know what they're doing, but trying to save everything. Trying to save the orchards. They don't want to burn them down. They just want to save them. 1 p.m. 2-year note auction. Do not be caught with your hands in your pants at 1 p.m. this afternoon. I think we'll go up here, by the way. I think the trap's at 1 o'clock. If I had to guess, yeah, Walk in the Clouds. Somebody remembers that movie. There you go, John Haggerty. Yay, right on, brother. That's because you're a producer, though, man. Tesla. Let's talk about Tesla today. Let's talk. Oh, Tesla. Whoa, Tesla. Whoa. Going on, Tesla? I bet Joe Donut's smiling when I just said that. You know, it's okay for you to. I know some of you like Elon Musk. It's okay for you to not like Elon Musk and like Tesla. I want you to know that. There is a difference. Or maybe there isn't a difference. Let's start somewhere else with this conversation. It was very difficult for me to remove my Main Street hat and put on a stock trader hat. It's a very hard thing to do. I want you to know that there are people out there that think that they can trade the stock market with ethics and values. I think that some can. Maybe, but it's one more thing that really is a problem for you. Can be an issue for you. Trying to mix the two things. Especially with real money. Here's another conundrum. I think that Mr. Yen has said this before. Don't pin this on him, but I think he has said this before. He, in the past, I remember, used to talk about one of the greatest jobs you could ever have is as a stock market participant. He said part of it last time, but I don't think he said all of it that I remember. In his, he's like, it's a business it's a startup business. You can get in with 50 grand, 100 grand, and you're off and running. You can even make a stab at it with $1,000, 10 times until you make 50 grand, something like that, right? One of the things I think he said this in the past, but not recently. What I recall he had saying once was, when you decide to take up this as a job, nobody likes you anymore. If you were to tell anyone that is not a stock market participant outside of a 401k, and you try to tell them that you're like ethical, like, I only short the market down, bro, because I know it's a fraud, or I only invest in ethical companies, bro. Any of that. It does not matter. You are looked at as a scab on society, as a stock market participant. I don't know if you know this. People do not like you at all. They don't like you shorting. They don't like you speculating. They don't want you messing with their 401ks, good or bad. They think you're a pariah. Now, on the one hand, you got a great job, right? It's awesome. Pays you more than likely pays you more than most any other profession. But at the same time, don't ever think that you're going to be the fucking good guy for Bob on Main Street. So when Bob on Main Street wades in, right, he's like wading out here, and he's writing articles about how Tesla should go to zero for all the horrible things that Elon Musk is. You need to see that person, right, is not geared towards the price of Tesla or anything else for that matter. You need to separate those two hats. You need to be like, I'm going to take that fucking hat off over here. And it's okay for you to like be like, I hate Elon, but I like Tesla. Or to say, I hate Elon and I hate Tesla, but I know when the price is going to turn to the upside. You know what I'm saying? So you have to differentiate those things and be able to separate those things, and do not let anybody pigeonhole you based upon saying Tesla's going to turn around to the upside. Don't let anyone pigeonhole you. That's like, that guy's a Tesla bull. He bad. Can't do that. You guys are participants in the stock market. You guys have to know when to take the short off. You guys have to know when to lean into it. You guys have to know when to buy it or stand aside or sit on your hands or all that kind of stuff. And that has nothing to do with whether you want to suck Elon off or you want to see him go to zero. I really don't care what you want out of Elon or whether you like Elon or whether you hate Elon. I don't give a fuck. And I shouldn't give a fuck either. I should care only about making money. If you're here to make money, put the money in your pocket, right? And the moment that stock cash market ends, if you want to go on Twitter and suck off Elon, if you want to go on Wall Street Bets or on our technology on Reddit, and you want to bash him and say he's the worst person ever, that's fine and great. But separate the two. You know what I'm saying? Separate the two, because the two are not exclusive. They never will be. And if anything, I'm always looking for the dumb asses to come out here and say stupid shit so that I can either sell it or long it. I know it's disgusting, isn't it? Totally disgusting. But you know what? We made a lot of zillionaires, or zeroinaires with GME, didn't we? There was a ton of zeroinaires. There were people, do you guys remember when there were people that were like, I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. You just buy GME. And I'm like, okay, what'd you do? Like, I mortgaged my second mortgage on my house. I took the wife's savings, the kids' savings, my mother-in-law's savings. I sold every vehicle I had. I even went down to the pay-the-day loan store and took all that money. I don't know how you do that, but you take loans against my paycheck. And then I bought GME at $400. I remember that. I fucking remember it. I remember people doing screenshots of it, too. They're like, we're going to document it. All those people are fucked today. You don't hear about those people either, do you? They're all gone. They're all ruined. You know, they don't do an article in the New York Times about those people, do they? You don't see it. Nobody cares. They're yesterday's news. Where's Tesla right now? Trading 145.22. Woohoo! Yippee-ki-yay. Selling puts to the degens. You gotta love it. Selling poots to Doom Gang. They wrote they had like a front page of our technology yesterday. They had like a fucking, what do you call it? Like a manifesto. All the reasons Tesla's going to zero in 2 days. I'm like, sweet Jesus, there we go. They wrote it. They fucking had a manifesto on Twitter, on Reddit yesterday. I was like, who the fuck are these guys? Start checking out their comment history. I'm like, God damn it. I'm like, fucking. Okay. All right, here we go. Buy the dip then. Yeah, hey, I saw that, Winky. XHB, dude, looking good. Looking good, my man. Okay, so do I think Tesla can go back to 140 was a question I got on Twitter this morning. Fuck yeah. Yes, I do think that. I think Tesla can go, I think Tesla can briefly go to 120. Way down here. Easy. We're way down here. I think they can. Easily. It's Tesla. Tesla never fails to amaze me. But not before they destroy your options, which is what I think they're going to do without a doubt, regardless. They're going to destroy your puts. I'm sorry. Your puts are going to get destroyed even if we go to 120. If we go to 120, they're going to pay that 120, but not pay your options. Listen to that closely. They're not going to pay your options. So, my plan here is this. Buy Tesla, right? Yep, you should have bought 140, like I told you, and not 147. Bunch of you are in here saying, oh, buy 147, Cap. I'm like, nah, it's 140. I think we got 138 on the opening for a brief moment. You know, that happened to me over the last Tesla low. I bought Tesla, and I was like, I want my extra dollar. And I didn't get it, and it just raced off without me. So I think it's possible that if you get some unknown bad news, we squeeze up, come into their ER, and you may see like a momentary move down, or maybe a momentary move down, but then a recovery by the open, and then we get that bigger move to the upside. The one thing for Tesla that's good, if you're a Tesla bull, is they have fucking dumped so much garbage, so much fucking garbage that's been priced in at this point. They've literally told you every bad piece of fucking news. I mean, they were literally out here saying, oh, Tesla's down 40%. Oh, Tesla wanted to cut 20% of workforce because it's directly related. You know, and all this other stupid shit. They've said so much bad news that Tesla literally needs to go bankrupt in this ER. That's literally how much bad shit they've dumped. Like, here, let's just put it out in the public, They've done so much shit, right? They said so much bad news that what can they say that's really that bad? So put a stink bid in down here. Buy this stink bid for this up here. If this never happens down here, you've got some skin. You're already long. You don't care if this doesn't happen. You're only going up. I'm saying that because what are they going to say? What can they say that hasn't been said? I need to know. There has to be like some kind of catalyst that is. There has to be some kind of bad news that we don't already know. And it has to be really fucking bad. Like, you can't come into this ER and have them say something to you like, I don't know, any of the myriad other things that have already been said. Now, where do I think Tesla goes after this? I've been asked. So if we look back in time, this is a half-hour trigger. If we look back in time, and we're all talking about, this is the last part of the thesis here, would be none of this really matters on a 1 minute basis or a half-hour basis. Doesn't matter if we go there. Doesn't matter if we go there. Doesn't matter if we go at $100. When you look back, this is going to be inconsequential, isn't it? And I'm going to give you another example of that, of it being inconsequential. It's just like how this was inconsequential, right? What we just looked at. For all the doom and the gloom and the blah, 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 let's say we're going to Tesla earnings, we blast down, and then, oh no, there's a little more doom. We come back up. When you look back on this moment in time, it doesn't mean shit, does it? You should have been buying this stuff for that eventual upside move. And the same thing applies to all of this garbage down here. I don't care if we go down there. I don't care if we just go up. I don't even care if it's a leg to 100. All of this is not going to matter. This is going to be nothing. What is going to matter is further out in time. And we're going to take a look at that right now. We're going to take a look at that right now. So Tesla right now is at a quarterly low, right? Quarterly low. Here's the last quarterly low. What happened? We fucking partied, didn't we? This was down at 102, 101 and some change, I think. 102, 101.45. I think I wanted $97 or something like that. We got a pretty good rip there, didn't we? It was a pretty good rip. It was pretty good. That was a 196.57% face ripper. 100, say it again to you. 196% face ripper. Say it one more time to you. 196% face ripper. That's some fucking juice right there, isn't it? Some beautiful shit right there. And we're down here again, aren't we? Right there. What's that right there? 280, 300. We're not even looking for 200 or 300%, are we? 200, 300%, are we? I would gander that just this right here is an easy trade, right? It's 100% trade right there. That's juicy. That's sexy. Let's say they get a bad doom and gloom. We go down. Oh, saying I'm going to then make my 90s, my 100%. Are you saying it's going down here and then I'm going to make my 200% or my 50% trade, whatever? I'll take those odds down here. Matter of fact, I'll just DCA this. I'll DCA this. And regardless, this is the time to be laying into some Tesla, doom and gloom. And that's all the way down to $80. We got $80. We got 140. We got 120, and we got $100. So if you've got $1,000. You know, you're buying one share, you're buying 2, 3 shares, 4 shares down here. You got a DCA of $100 and you're going to turn that into 300%. Pretty good, right? Not bad, right? Not bad, right? Start putting some skin in the game, some skin in the game, some skin in the game, some skin in the game. I think this is a pretty decent trade here. And we're not even talking about being greedy for 200%. We're just saying 100%. So yeah, and do you do this with calls? Probably not. You just get the underlying. You get the underlying and sell some fucking puts to these degens down here. Because even if you swoop down here, it's only going to be momentary. Momentary. How about that IWM shit? How about that IWM shit that I was telling you about over the weekend? IWM's been cranking, baby. So even if you go down here, what do you do? Even if you go down here, what do you do? Put some time on those puts because you get that V-shaped recovery. They ain't paying them at the end of that fucking expire, are they? So buy the underlying, sell puts, sell them 3 months out if you want to be really safe, and just make bank. Bank on Tesla. Bank, 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 bank. Make some bank on Tesla. Buy the underlying. Put some stink bids in lower. And sell all these suckers puts. And I'm not a Tesla bull. Dude, I know. Winky, dual. I wanted to talk about dual lingo the other day, man. I talked about it a week ago, I think. I mentioned him. Duolingo's looking great, bro. I love Duolingo right now. I loved it last week, too. It was looking really good. Well, it was looking good for a dip buy. So even amongst all the doom and gloom and all the doom that you see out there, remember something else. This correction will pass. Remember that. Remember, listen to my words closely. When we are correcting and we're hitting these bottoms, you should be shopping, not zero dates. I know some of you degens out there are zero dating this shit and making bank. But for the rest of you that have money, when we're in these low capitulation phases, you should be with Winky and I. If you see Winky and I in the chat talking about being like, hey, man, you see that XLK shit down there? Fucking got murdered today. We should buy it. You should be listening to us. Because these corrections always resolve. And if you're buying the underlying, you're going to be a happy man. You're going to buy 100 shares. And if you don't necessarily have to buy XLK. If you're poor, right? You're like, Cap, I don't have $1 million. You can say, well, what's something that is a fundamentally a good company, but it's getting hammered right now, but it's cheaper. I can buy 100 shares of something that's $10 or $30 or $20, and fundamentally is a great company. Let's look at one of those. Let's look at one of those companies right now. I think we've been talking about him, haven't we? Where's my boy over here? I don't see him. Where's my boy? GigaCloud Technologies. Where'd they go yesterday? This was Monday. This was the Friday low, right? This was the Friday low. Let's not forget the Friday low. We're going right. We're not starting over here. This is the Friday low. GCT went up how much? I already know. It was almost 7%. Let's look at it. How high did they actually go? Friday low. This is the Friday low. They went up, as of yesterday in the high, they went up 16% in one day. Now they're selling off right now, of course. You're not going up 15% in a day or two and not having a pullback, but still, you're still green right now. You should have bought that close on them, and you could have taken the money at any percentage. 3/4 of you would have been out at like 2 or 3%, maybe 5. 15%. Woo! Spicy. Spicy. Duolingo, let's look at them. I think we talked about them last week, but I didn't leave their chart up. Another favorite. No, Duolingo, right there, that one. Duolingo. Oh, escaping doom and gloom again. Duolingo trading 219 currently, coming into their first resistance right here. Looking for a back check on its daily trigger. Duolingo looking to trade 222.74. Hopefully it can have a pullback and confirm a move higher. Gorgeous Duolingo. Trade that bad boy right there. Come back down, hopefully. Bounce around a little bit. Bounce around a little bit. They maybe pull off a beautiful trade to 250, 245. Bam. Woo. Hot sausages. Hot sausages. Duolingo with a beautiful setup on it. It'd be really nice to grab something like that right there. Like 208 for a move to 250 would be gorgeous. Maybe pull that back right there. Something like that'd be gorgeous right there, wouldn't it? Come up here, squeeze out the rest of that. Pull back. Halfback trade. Grind. Oh, Captain's worst thing ever. Wham. 250. Spoos, baby. Reaching for the sky. Doo-doo. I wonder where you are. Doo-doo. I've been wondering where you're at. What the hell is happening to the Bears? Whoopsie. Whoopah, baby. All right, let's turn the clicker back on over here. You guys feel better market awareness, don't you? You guys, I hope that yesterday's market brief, I hope that hope you guys have good market awareness right now. Good market awareness. Oh, by the way, I got one other thing for you. One other thing for you would be likely going to. I'm in the search. I'm in the search. How about this? Can you guys out there, if you're watching the show right now, can you, if you know anybody, if you have anybody that you know out there that does social media management and has a background in the stock market and is funny, if you could send them my way, I would appreciate it. Social media management, social media manager, social media management, anything like that, but has a background in the stock market, finance, Maybe you're a professional, in the finance industry. You're looking for something part time or whatever. Look at us going up there to that big old red box. Um, so, if you do know anybody, if you understand what I'm saying, not many people are going to understand what I'm saying. If you do understand what I'm saying, if you could reach out to me via DM, I would appreciate it. Also, I'm going to try to make a Twitter handle that's only for me. I'm getting to that point on Twitter where no one wants it all mixed up. They don't want garbage. They want fucking me wearing a suit. So if I do create my own little handle out there, I'll let you know. I'll let you know in the Discord who I am. So if so if you want just Captain Jim James, like just who I am, you can follow me or whatever. But it looks like they were at that place where they want me to give you the bear case, the bull case, the fucking stupid fucking Theta Gang case. Start writing blah, all day long. Ugh. They don't want Fanta anymore. They want Pepsi. Yeah. Hey, how's State Street doing? By the way, how are all the financials doing after they reported? Pretty good, right? Been doing pretty good, haven't they? Suit and tie, I know. Now trading 505, coming into first known resistance on the day right now. Hold on, I gotta do some adjusting of positions here. Hold on. Are you guys making the jump to Schwab, by the way, or in Thinkorswim? Did you guys already sign the paperwork? They ask me every morning. They're like, sign the fucking papers. I'm like, I'm not doing it today. Is it garbage? Yeah, me too. I'm going to sell some shit right now. Hold on. I'm asking because I'm logging into Tasty right now, and this morning Thinkorswim was like, sign up. I'm like, nah. I mean, look at Netflix. Netflix wants to fuck still. It ain't done. Q's wanting to fuck right now. I am going to expect a pullback to get up there. STT keeps on grinding up and up and up. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla trading 145. Netflix cranking. US 10-year, the yield curve. Well, fuck you, yield curve. My favorite friend, Dixie. How you doing down there, Dixie? Are you down in the shitter right now? Hello there, Dixie. Where are you headed? Dixie. You got 105 written all over your face, don't you? 105. 105, Dixie. How are you doing, Dixie? This is the halfback trade so far. You could see a roll in S&P 500. You can see the halfback trade right here on Dixie. Right there. Oh, wait a minute. Dixie, halfback trade. Halfback erased. Come on, come on. Take some money off the table right now, boys and girls. You get a halfback trade right here in Dixie. That doesn't mean it doesn't continue lower. Could see a little bit of a reversal here. Why is this stuff not clicking? And then further continuation down. Expecting a trade to 105 overall on Dixie, though. Still bearish. Something like that. HYG. Woo! HYG, we talked about this one down here last week. We said, hey, look at HYG, right? It's going to come down here. It's going to bounce and go back up. Yeehaw, it's done that. There's a little bit more room here for HYG to run. Gotta love these triggers in Velo. Gotta love when they work. A little bit more up there. Might get one more squeeze up. We get that squeeze up there, but then wham. Yeah, baby. HYG looking sexy as fuck. VIX 9-day. Remember that green box we drew up there? We said, yeah, up here, might sell it down over there. And sure enough, that's what they're doing, right? Selling it down, down, down. VIX 9-day now testing its monthly trigger. We can posit some things here, though, can't we, on VIX? Let's take a peek. Stay on VIX 9-day for a minute. And we're going to draw out some crayons. Yeah, look at that right there, huh? Ain't nobody. Let's take a peek at this, see what this says. Hey, look at that. Where are the real buyers at on VIX? Here, here, here. Likely down here, too, right? That daily trigger. I've been loving that shit, haven't they? Fucking sucked that daily trigger off there. They sucked off that daily trigger right there. And they're probably going to try to suck it off over there, too, aren't they? VIX 9-day, set an alert down on, they like the monthly trigger. They did buy it here. If they buy it here and it fails, though, so let's look at this. Let's get rid of that. Maybe you get one more dip buy on this VIX right here, but then it goes back down, and there's the actual dip buy right there. See it? So you got the dip buy on the 9-day VIX, rolls back down. The real VIX buy was up here, right? I would expect that this would be where the market does the second roll down. So we'll pay attention to the VIX 9-day here. Keep our eyes on that. SPX. This is from last night. You got this from me last night, right? 30-minute SPX volatility chart. Wait a minute. Did this not stay last? Wait a minute. This might not have. I might not have saved this from last night. Hold on. I may not have saved the chart that I posted for you on the market brief. We'll redo it again. I think it didn't save. No, it didn't save. Okay, so we've got a abandoned ship, sell the downside put wall down here, right? Here's your put wall. Also Z put wall down below. Local resistance is higher. It's up here. Local support is right here. Believe it or not, this light blue line is the beginning of support. Volatility is right here. Market to become supportive. This is local support. This is where the market becomes supportive right here. This is also local resistance. This is your gamma flip down here. Begin sell the rip is actually right here right now. Excuse me. Had one of these last night for you, but then I didn't save it. Market's really tight right now, isn't it? Only calls to 5250. What is this showing you right now? It's showing you the gamma profile or picture right now is showing you that the market is bullish, but not not above. It's like, yeah, I see the pullback right now, but we're not going to start buying 530 and 550 calls just yet. We want to see some new highs. So there's your here's your local support. So that's also your begin, sell the rip. We get underneath that. If you're a bull, you want to see 5045 hold. That would mean $502.72. 502.72. You want to see that hold right there. You want to see that hold. We're going to get rid of this yellow line because we already beat it. So just watch, see that 502.71 right there? You want to see that hold. This is your intraday local support right now. So we'll pay close attention to that. And get rid of this one right here. Bottom right-hand side of your screen, CLSK. Remember this one? Remember that bad boy, CLSK? You don't remember it? Now trading $20.15. Thank you, Winky. Now looking for a target. Now looking for a pullback. CLSK. They've done their job. Something like that. CLSK, XHB. Let's take a look at this one. XHB. I've got rejecting, don't I? I've got a rejection coming up to the downside and the real dip buy being lower at $96. Winky Face says to you, hell no, you're going to get the squeeze above. What is going on here? Winky Face says we're going up here to 105. Consolidate, maybe a quick move down, and then more highs to come, right? So far, Winky Face is working, right? What he's saying to you. So let's take a peek at that one. If this is the bottom on XHB, this is construction. Here's your bottom. You're going to be looking for the trade right here. Moving right there. What is fascinating about this trade, though, what is most fascinating about this trade is this part here. After all this, it gets even saucier. And if Winky is right, this is going to get juicy in here. is you're going to get the hourly trigger running up. And if you get that cross in here, oof, like that hourly trigger just comes around, crosses that daily trigger, somewhere in here it's going to get fucking juicy, where it's going to really start murdering and start looking really beautiful. So we'll keep monitoring XHB. A gorgeous turn right now on XHB. As long as it holds on to its low of $100, it could turn into like a, you know, like a sexy printer, right? Like you take the long, you take the long, you take the long, and it's just print, print, print. Take the long, print, 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 print. Keep tracking this one. It's gorgeous. It's got multiple entries for upside, big time money making. BTSG, crushing it. As long as you're saying this, BTSG is acting just like XHB. You just wait until it comes down to its buy zone. Every time you come down to an hourly trigger or a daily trigger, you're buying it. Right? Here's another buy. Someone bought it right there. Someone bought it on the daily, buying it on the hourly, buying it on the daily. If you get a chance to buy it on the daily again, if you get another chance, more doom and gloom, bam, there's another one right there. It's been working like nobody's business till it fails. I bet if you had one failure, you'd still be up on the trade. That's BTSG. CNPG, same kind of noise, right? You're always trying to be buying that daily trigger. Look at that gorgeousness. Woohoo! Come on back down so I can buy that daily trigger again. Woohoo! CPNG, anytime you get a chance, daily trigger is the trade. If it breaks below the daily trigger, you cut your losses, cut it for $1. You lose $1, but you have the potential to be making $4, $5, $6, $7, $8. Regular printer, CNPG, outstanding trade. Okta. Here's Okta. We talked about Okta last week because I thought it was ready or almost near ready for a dip buy. And I kept saying to you, I said to you, make this red line at home and set an alert on it, right? Matter of fact, let's move it up a little bit. Move it up just slightly. Set an alert on it. If it gets down there, you might catch yourself a beautiful trade. And we're almost there. Not quite there yet, but, you know, if we can catch, like if Okta can catch a failure here and you get a nice little dip buy, and what is that? $80? $80 on Okta for a trade to $110. It's a gorgeous trade. You're buying it down below here. Congratulations. Congratulations. Looking for another congratulations to go even higher. If Okta can escape the monthly trigger and hold above the monthly trigger, it needs the daily trigger, the weekly trigger, the hourly trigger. And it looks like in here this is going to happen. It looks like there's a lot of work in here trying to get above this monthly trigger. If it does get above the monthly trigger and holds, it's going to rip some fucking faces off. So Okta on the radar. I'm going to do BRZE next. Silver. I gave you two paths on silver. I gave you the yellow path. You all know that this is the alternate path, not the expected path. And where is the expected path gone? Down to the shitter. Silver has gone to my target, to the shitter. Target reached. Silver went to the shitter. What do I expect now on silver? Let's clear it all out now. We got our target on silver. So what are we looking for now on silver? Silver can go lower, believe it or not. Silver can easily trade its weekly trigger. Down here at $22 and some change. So if you are a silver bull, gather around the silver fire pit. You want to see just a new high. You want to see For continuation to the upside, you want to be sitting on your hands. You want to be sitting on your hands right now as a silver bull. And you want to see you just want to see this right here. So this is silver. This is going to be not the expected path, but the alternate path. And I'll show you how it becomes the expected path, okay? So you're going to be just watching. This one's going yellow. You want to see this work first, okay? So if you're a silver bull, let's go down to, let's do silver. Here's silver. You don't want to take this trade. You just want to see if this happens, okay? Just want to see if it goes up here, new high, and sits on its hourly trigger. That's where I'd be putting on some risk, right in there. Okay? You want to see this turn into support. Make sense to you? Hope that does. Now, the likely path of silver is a little bit lower. Yeah, maybe not. You know, I'm kind of on this trade. Right? This is a good trade. I like this trade. Give me one quick second. Let me look at one more thing. You know what? I like this trade. I digress. I disagree with my. I think you do get up here. But I then think that you fucking crash and burn. The alternate trade here is going to be there's silver for you. Yeah, I've got them going up. The white is my expectation. The white is up, but I still think you get rolled. I think it's going to be something like yeah, there's S&P 500 trading the daily trigger and then blast down. This trade becomes invalid if you get a new high. I'm fairly confident in this trade here. XLP, next seasonal trade, 425, right? April 25th. We're now April 23rd. Looking pretty good here, isn't it? XLP been pumping right along. Early entries into it. Very nice. I'd like to see XLP with a pullback here. They have the halfback. So I would like to see XLP come back down and then trade that right there and then that right there. XLV, baby. Woo! Coming into seasonality. 425. XLV pumping, baby. Hell yeah, XLV. Healthcare. Woohoo! Gonna expect a rejection above on the daily trigger on XLV. Yeah, I think you take it right there. I think you actually get above it. And then you come back down, maybe right about there. Something like that. I think you see extra strength out of XLV because of its seasonality. So where you might think it might roll here, I think it might actually get above, and then you get the roll in the upside move. XLV, love it. Coming into seasonality. SMCI recovering off of its correction on its weekly trigger, bouncing higher. It's almost at its halfback now. SMCI, just keep buying this red box down here. I'm going to turn it to a blue box. Just keep buying that until it fails. Its halfback is somewhere right there. There's a lot of work that needs done. I want you to know something, too. See this one right here? Can I do a question mark on this one? Because the reason I want to do a question mark here is the reason I want to do a question mark here is because this would signify more market correction ahead for us. Something like that. We don't want to see that, do we? If we see that, that makes this invalid. That means this is not the low. If this gets taken out up here, so just be wary of that, because if that's the case, you will end up seeing a bloodbath. To 285. So big question mark above here. All right, put those back on. Put those back on. There's SMCI for you down below. Hang tight here. It's now 11:01. I want to bring up one more. I want to bring up one more index or sector for you. When we were looking last week on Friday and before, when we were looking at the market breadth indicator, you guys want to see that really quick? Well, real estate was at 0. Real estate was at 0. I posted on Twitter and elsewhere and spoke to you and said, if there was one sector that looked like it was ready for some love, I said real estate, XLRE. What's the other one? I forgot what the other one is called. But XLRE, and there's one more. And I was like, yeah, those two right there look like they're ready to rotate. And if you look at XLRE right now, bring it up on a chart at home, it looks fucking phenomenal. Looks fucking beautiful. So we got Duolingo in here too, right? So we're gonna do XLRE really quick. If you look at market breadth, right? XLRE, what I showed you guys last week, looks fucking phenomenal. So let's take a peek at it right now. This is XLRE. Of every sector in the S&P 500, every sector in the S&P 500, XLRE was in the shitter. It was the only one in the shitter, and I mean the shitter. XLRE with a gorgeous bounce down below. Let's take a look at it. It's a little toppy right now on an hourly basis. On a daily basis for velocity, though, it's on a bottom. See it? It's on a bottom. On a weekly basis, it's being accumulated, even though price is to the downside. It's on a bottom on its monthly velocity as well. So all of this is looking good. All of this is telling me that XLRE is at a place where you should start considering it. So let's take a look at it. Looks a lot like what? Looks a lot like Tesla, doesn't it? So XLRE, I'm okay with a new low on it. So let's say there's a rejection here on XLRE. So you see the rotation into XLRE right now. Maybe we get one more low, close that gap down below, but there's a major buy here, is my point. So XLRE right now, right? Its hourly velocity is a little long in the tooth. So you could see a squeeze up, right? Any back check of the hourly we lose, and then we get like some kind of like bloodbath. But then it moves higher in a meaningful way. And I want to tell you one more thing about XLRE. If it is able to, instead of rejecting its monthly trigger at $37, if it's able to close the gap up here at $38.50 and begin to consolidate and do this kind of stuff right here, you may want to long that too. This is an alternate path right here, but XLRE, you know, even if you miss the trade, you could be like, I missed the trade cap. It did the alternate path. Still like set some kind of an alert to buy 33.56. Maybe set the alert at $34 or $35. And if you wake up in a week and you're like, oh shit, XLRE is trading $35. Cap told me to maybe buy that. I didn't say buy it. I just said set an alert. But you know, you would like Yeah, make your own decisions as if you think that's a good trade. XLRE. I like the stonk, or I like the ETF. Thunk. I like the ETF. I like the ETF. Like stonk. Well, how would you do that? I need to come up with a word for that. Like stonk, but for ETF or ETN. It looks gorgeous though. I mean, it looks fucking stunning. It looks absolutely beautiful. I gotta look at it again on some other frames. It looks beautiful. Let me see it. Oh yeah. Let me show you a cool one. Let me show you a super cool one. You want to see a super cool one? Cap screen. I always love looking at shit like this. Sorry, I've got a Webull chart up here. This is XLRE. I always like looking at yearly candles. Yearly candles. What can I divine from this? Fucking buyers right here. Fucking buyers right here. Fucking buyers right there. Fucking buyers right there. These assholes come in. Look at that. They bought all that shit. They bought that shit right there. They bought that shit right there. They bought this shit right here. And look what these assholes are doing right now. These little bastards. They're coming in again. Little bastards trying to buy it again. Look at that. This is XLRE. Yeah, this is XLRE 1 year candles. What are these assholes doing down here? Buying all that shit, aren't they? They're selling that shit, selling that shit. This shit they sold. That's a halfback trade, right? Halfback trade, halfback trade. What are they trying to do? Trying to get up there, aren't they? Get their halfback shit. We did the halfback. Let's come back. Okay. Now let's crank it to the moon. So on a yearly basis, XLRE looks to me like they're trying, like they do the halfback trade up here, right? Squeeze up, pull back down, halfback trade. Now they're trying to get the full dirty up here. They go back and trade $50. Currently trading $36.50. And I said to you, yeah, if we get that doom trade down here, said $33, right? I said make an alert at $34, $35. I think I said make an alert at $35 to buy $33. So if you see any of that bullshit, in the next week or two, kind of nonsense down here like that, they're all right there as buyers. And I mean hedge funds. Keep your eyes on XLRE. Not a bad little thing. It's cheap. What does XLRE cost down there? $33. Be a proud owner. Be a proud owner of an ETF, a spider, right? What do you do? You sell puts down there. You're like, here's some $20 puts, some fucking $25 puts. Yeah, I know the market's going to burn. I know real estate is so bad, right? And you're just selling those fucking suckers puts. Sell suckers puts. XLRE, great spider. Cheap. Sell them like $20 doom puts, $25 doom puts. Be awesome. Watch them go to zero. You're like, woo, the puts went to zero. Yay. Bunch of suckers. There shouldn't be any premium on puts on XLRE. Right here. Shouldn't be selling. Well, I guess you could sell in the money puts right here if you wanted to right now. But I'd be looking to sell puts down here. I'd be looking to buy it down here. And as everybody is holding puts, holding puts. You're buying and then selling them puts right here. Make sense? As it goes higher. You got to wait till they load up on the puts, bro. You got to wait till they load up on them. Once they load up on them, you're buying that bottom, right? You're buying 140 when everybody's on puts. How are y'all doing out there? We also have some 11:30 and 1 p.m. We have 2 things to be aware of. We've got the 42-day bill auction on the market at 11:30, and then the one that you really want to be paying attention to is the 2-year note auction at 1 p.m. Set alerts in your Google Calendar, your Fitbit that doesn't work because the battery's died. Set an alarm in your Apple iPods that are designed to fail, for its battery to fail, and you create more trash. How easy would it be? How easy would it be to just make the earbuds unscrew so you could slip a battery in and out of it? Like, how hard is that? Thoughts on Bitcoin? I already told you. I post every day Bitcoin charts for pro traders. I already told you, 80,000. 80,000. 80,000. You're going to get taken to the cleaners, though. All those bros that have it charted out to 84,000, I posted that chart in the general chat. That's right. Least repairable tech Apple has ever released. 2-year life span. So you're talking about Bitcoin. I posted a chart, a Bitcoin chart 2 weeks ago or a week ago or 2 weeks ago inside of the Discord. Or I didn't do it. Kaiser posted it for me. Kaiser Soze posted a chart for me for Bitcoin in the general chat of the Discord. Now, that chart goes to the 84,000 that the Bitcoin bro pumpers are calling for, and I think they're going to make you a bag holder at about 80,000. I think they're going to sell right into your ass, and they're going to be pumping it up, and they're going to be like, woo, yeah, baby, we're going 84,000. And what they're really going to be doing is selling into you. Face melting strength in the housing market. Absolutely, 100%. Why is that? Does anybody know why that is? It's because people with 0% rates aren't going to sell this spring. And due to that, because rates are going to stay higher for longer, there's going to be a housing shortage once again this year. What happens when there's a housing shortage again this year? We know what happens, right? Let's try and explain this to somebody the other day. They got really mad at me. I was like, well, so I just sold one house and I got 2 more for sale. And I'm like, you know what that means, right? That means I'm going to raise the prices by 10%, which I did. Why? So they can so buyers can go, what the fuck is that guy doing? So they can actually see me raise the price and say, fuck, what an asshole. Why am I an asshole? Because there's going to be no stock again this year. No housing stock. No housing stock means it's a seller's market yet again. Yet again, a seller's market, and you're going to get fucked. And until they think rates are going to be actually cut, we're not going to get more stock in the housing market. There's nobody, majority of homeowners have less than 2% interest rates. And they have no fucking want to make them any higher. None. 0. Have I heard about the 18 years housing cycle? Have I heard about that? Let me ask you guys on the stream, have I heard about the 18-year housing cycle? Can anybody answer that question for me? Have I heard about the 18-year housing cycle? Anybody? Is everybody talking about it now? Is that the word on the street now? Sweet. We try to talk about that stuff around here before it's the word on the social media. Yeah, we've been talking about it, legal draft for like, I think I've been talking about it since November, December, somewhere in there. We've been showing the charts for it for at least, where are we at now? April? 5 months. Been discussing it on the show regularly for about 5 months. What's the big question there is, it should start in 2026, right? And I guess the big question becomes, where's that top, right? Is it like a face melter in a 2026? Does it get front run by sellers, home sellers, before we get there? My bet is that it becomes material in March of 2025. It becomes material. Yeah, I think it becomes material about March of 2025. And dangerous. Yeah, brother, I think it becomes dangerous in 2025, man. I think that you're playing with fire at that point. I'm not anti the housing market doing that like one last fucking just stupidity move into 2026. I don't want any part of it. I figured I'd start. What I told myself was I'll give myself this year to sell and next year, before I start panic selling. But I think I'll panic sell by that point if I don't get a buyer. On my last 2 properties, I think I will. And there's another weird thing too, legal. If you want to answer this for me, maybe. If you could answer this for me. Like, so me, I'm like, I want out right now. I want off the fucking ride. I want off the carnival. I'll wait for that roll to re-enter the housing market. But I have 2 questions for you, or one important question. It looks like, I don't know. One of the questions I can't ask on public. Maybe I'll ask you privately or something. This is a personal question about a family member and stuff. But anyways, I think I want to divest for the public. What I can say publicly is I think I want to divest myself and then look for, I'm going to leave one property for my kids. That property is completely fucking paid off. Fucking property's got taxes owed on it. That's it. Taxes. That's it. So I think I just keep that one no matter what. And then I think what I want to do is look for one last real estate buy in like 2028, 2030, for my children. Yeah, like 2028, 2030. My fear here, legal, is that my real fear here is let's see if we can draw this out. I'm going to piss a lot of people off with this chart. This is going to make a lot of you angry out there. Okay. This is going to freak you guys out. This is really going to freak you out, okay? It really is. It's going to freak you out. Let me see if I can do some stuff here with you guys right now, okay? Give me a quick second here. All right, cool. I got something for you. All right, here we go. I want to show you guys something here. We're going to go, we've done this before, but I think it's appropriate to do it again because of where we are. I think it's appropriate to look back on this. We don't get to do this frequently on the show, but when we do it, we actually do it. I don't do it that often. Kevin Hill, I will do Tesla for you, okay? I'll do Tesla for you, Kevin. This is a link I want you to favorite this link that I'm sending you right now. Kevin Hill, I got you on Tesla. I'm going to send you guys a link right now. And I've done this before with you as we were approaching. I sent this to you. So you can open this up on a screen or at home. Just linked it right now. And I want to take you back to a couple things. I want to show you guys a couple things. I'm going to give you the baseline here, okay? The baseline here is, we're going to make this, I'm going to simplify this for you, but I'm going to show you some whack off shit. These fucking bears, man. These fucking bears wanted to reject this and begin our way down. I'm going to keep it that simple. It's that fucking simple. It's that simple. They want that double top, and they want us to go down in a big, meaningful way to zero. And I mean fucking zero. Now what they want is they want this back check to fail so we can go to zero. That's what they want. And if you look up in these wick off or whack off structures, there's a reason. Right? They want those big, huge down moves over here. Now, if they fail to get that, and this actually holds, we have historical examples of the squeeze above, the back check, and listen to me closely here. We never look back. We never look back. This is your trough. This is the back check of your trough. You get above the new high, you back test, never looking back, and you're off and running. If that's the case, that we are going to never look back, that this was the actual trough, that this was the back test of the trough, that this is the back test of never looking back, and we're actually going to go up, the fundamental thesis changes. This is why guys are out there telling you this is the market top. We're never going back there again. It's because they have a fundamental thesis that we're going really low. This is like the second leg down in 2008. And the next part of distribution. Now, if that's not the case and we're just going to look back here, check it, and then we're going to get some highs, where do you think that is? Where do you think that is? It's a no-brainer to say 6,000. No-brainer. No-brainer that it's 6,000. No-brainer. Now, there are some people out there that are like, well, can we go any higher? And I'm like, well, yeah, we can. We actually can. if they dick around with that soft landing and that guaranteed recession, that window, Goldilocks window, we know the housing market's not anticipated to break until 2026. Well, shit. Like the David Hunters out there that are like, well, we could probably go to 9,000. We could easily go to 7,500. And you go, well, that's crazy. There ain't no fucking way that's going to happen. There ain't no fucking way we're getting up there by 2026. There ain't no way. You'd be lucky if we got up there by March, and then we started the roll down to the depths of hell. Fed Chair Powell would love that, wouldn't he? Fed Chair Powell would be like, well, I saved the market down here. Once I was done, I don't really care if we go down here, do I? Chair Powell would be like, look at that. Fucking awesome. Up and to the right. It's amazing. If we got it a little bit higher, Chair Powell would be like the super rock star, wouldn't he? Or even a squeeze like that, and then a giant crash for your 18-year rollover. If Jerome knows there's an 18-year housing market, what would be in Jerome Powell's best interest? It's just like my man back there, Mike Murray. He was right too, but not before the market fucking mooned. And I mean fucking mooned. Like wham, wham, wham. 30% down moves for fucking 60% up moves. 30% down move for 90% up move. Do we have any examples of this in the past history? Modern history? You want to see them? Where are they? You want to see them? Here's one. Cranking. What about this one right here? Cranking, baby. 1990s. You want to see a back check? You want to see a stonk market crash back check and what it did? How about that one right there? Market doom crash, get above new high. Woo! Imagine that shit right there. Bam, 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 bam. Tech bubble. Insane. Insane. 300% move. 300% move. You don't even want to know what that move was. So when you're looking at this over here, and you're a bear, and you're like, ree. You're out there reeing everywhere, and we go to a new high. 53 and 5,500. That doesn't look so bad, does it? Like, it's just stupid shit like that. Shit could get wild, couldn't it? Shit could get wild. Should get crazy, huh? Should get wild around these parts. Yeah, I'm whispering at you. You start seeing 530 and 550. I'd be getting the fuck out of the way. We have historical examples of late market bull runs that are absurd. Absurd. Literally absurd. Yeah, I gotta drink some. Let me drink some more tea. Hold on. Absurd. These guys follow this stuff. These guys are watching. They want to see the back test fail. If the back test doesn't fail and a new high is made, what does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean if the back test does not fail and you get a new high? Historically, wait, I'm on the wrong chart now. Historically, you know what that means. Historically, you know that if that happens, come on. There we go, almost there. Historically, you know that if that back test holds, right, on that previous high from January of 2022, and then we get a new high on a higher time frame, bears are fucked. And I mean fucked. Super fucked. I'm gonna if that happens, if this holds, right? If this holds and you get a new high in the market, right? We're gonna make a merch shirt and we're gonna just draw on it a bunch of letters. It's gonna start with an R, maybe an H, and then a bunch of E's. For all the sellers out there to wear for the next year. 6 months to a year, somewhere in there. We're gonna have to sell them a lollipop too. Like you get a T-shirt and a lollipop, big fat round lollipop and shit. You wear the lollipop at home and just lick the lollipop and wear the shirt. Captain selling re-shirts with lollipops. They go on sale in the new high. Sorry. We got to do the merch shit. We haven't done anything with merch, have we? We haven't done shit with merch. I keep getting yelled at. Bork keeps yelling at me. I'm on his naughty list right now. We need to get some help. We need somebody to help us design. Can anybody out there can anybody DM me if they know how to design merchandise? If anyone knows anything about graphic design? I also need something called color something. Color, what is it called? I forget what it's called. Color style sheets. Anyone understand style sheets out there? Let me know. Ooh. Yeah, we need somebody to design the logos, huh, Bork, and the style sheets for us. We got a short list. Okay, Tesla. Let's go over Tesla more in depth. I promised I would go over Tesla more in depth. Give me a second. We'll line up Tesla for after hours today. Is anybody interested in trading Tesla synthetically through Qs in SPY today after the bell? It'd be fucking fun, wouldn't it? Yeah, brand standard kit, right? Because that's the book, right? Is that the brand standard kit? So you get like a lot of colors, the logos. They put them on different things so you can see the look of everything. Yeah, AI sucks. I want a human. AI doesn't suck. It helps. I shouldn't say it sucks. It's just like, I don't like how it collapses in on itself, and now they're all arguing in the news with each other using bad data, old data. Yeah, I agree. It can be useful, very useful, but it needs humans. I always relate it to who's the guy? There's a guy. There's a CEO of a tech writing firm, not Wired magazine, but a really smart guy who owns a pretty cool blog or internet magazine for tech. I forget his name, but he was talking about AI recently in a at a university or something. It could have been a TED talk. I don't remember, but a couple of years ago, he said he was like, "Look, he's like, AI is great." He's like, but written language models don't have the experience that you have. He's like, they're the surface of information. That's it. That's all they have is the surface. They only have the surface. If there was like information, there's like all this information, and then there's the internet. Sorry, I spelled that wrong. You get the darknet, though. That's big down below. Darknet's a lot more information, isn't it? This is what you and I consume right here. But then there's all this up here. AI does not have access to that. A good way to understand this would be the way that this tech writer, I forget his name. I wish I had his name right now. He said it was serendipity. Listen closely to that. Serendipity. What is serendipity? Like the chaos and chaoticness of life. The chaoticness of your decision making, the randomness in the pool of randomness that you as a human has in life currently cannot be replicated by AI nor experienced by AI. So you have books in famous libraries around the world that have never been converted to be read on the internet. You have many books that have never been rewritten, never been put into audiobook, have never been written for the internet's eyes. There are some books that haven't been discussed in school systems in a very long time. There are weather patterns that AI has never experienced. There are times of year, events, something unknown, right? Like a terrorist attack, maybe. You have a terrorist attack, and horribly, your mom was killed in it. You were on a track in life of becoming a doctor. Your mom dies. It's very tragic, tears apart your schooling. Everything is worse, right? That's that butterfly effect shit. You go down a different path. You end up traveling. You wind up in Istanbul, and you read a book. You go to a librarian in Istanbul, and that librarian says to you, here, let me show you. What are you interested in? You're like, well, I'm interested in the color blue because my mom died due to the color blue. It's racking me. I can't get by it. And so this librarian goes, you know what? We don't have anything in the color blue in this library, but I've always been fascinated by the smell of dirt from Antarctica. We've got a book on that in this library. Following me? So then you go into the library, and this guy gives you a book that you never would have thought to relate to the color of blue and your mom passing away in a tragic accident. So you begin to research and write about this smell of dirt from Antarctica and how it relates to the color blue and this tragedy that happened to your mother, and you come to a new conclusion. And that you cannot replicate right now with AI. Can't be done. Robotics will help with that. Robotics will help with the escape of AI. AI escaping will help with their experiences. Robotics will greatly help AI being maybe standing on a street corner. See a robot standing on a street corner, and there's a boom explosion, and they see humans dying. They can then, to some extent, record that experience, right? But until that happens, it's not quite there yet. And so how you get great thinking in this world and how you get greatness is still with the human hand. You need the human experience. Currently, you need the human experience. And a lot of that human experience is not on the internet. You guys have an internet persona, don't you? You guys are like, I don't like this, and I do like that, and I hate this, and I hate that, and this is how I present myself on the internet. But your real experience in life is oftentimes private, or you only discuss it with a counselor, or you only discuss it with a loved one, or you only experience it with a friend, or a comrade, or a battle buddy, or a peer at work, or a priest, or whatever else is in your life, right? You experience those things, and you carry those through your life, and sometimes you write a paper about it. Sometimes you will teach your children about your experience, right? Say, hey, look, son, I made this mistake when I was younger, and I paid for it. I did something bad. You don't ever want to go through what I went through with some bad mistake I had. You don't go on the internet and tell everybody that, right? You're not like, hey, man, I did a baddie, right? So that's hard to replicate. So, yes, you need a human involved in every step of that process currently. Until AI has escaped, and likely needs some kind of robotics alongside it for those experiences in real life. And what should be able to absorb all of that stuff as well, right? Be able to take all of that information in so they can make their own decisions or create their own shit. We're not there yet. Okay, Tesla. How many of you think that Elon is out there? Elon's in like a prepping room right now. Listen, I really want to be there today in the guidance. We don't want you there, Elon. But I really want to be there because it's one of those moments where I need to reassure the audience. I don't want a reporter to try to trap me. You never want Elon in the earnings call, by the way. Cap, I know you don't really go over upcoming news events much, but what other news this week is coming out that could pump or dump the Dixie? Okay, so I normally go over the news events every day, or at least once a week in a market brief. And then I try to go over them in the morning when I first turn the show on. So if you want the market brief with economic news, it's usually, today we missed it because I did it last night in the market brief. I normally do it right when the show opens. I'll go over the economic calendar with you every day. This morning didn't have the time, but last night I did. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the market brief from last night where I did go over the economic news that is material for this week. Let's take a peek. Good question. Here we go, right here. Captain's screen. So right down here. On the economic news front, pay close attention to the bond market this week. as Bloomberg is warning about global bonds fall on waning demand for havens and sales deluge. The archive of the article is right there. Bam. Wait a minute. We're going to go back. Hold on a second here. We're going to open this in a different window here, in a different tab, and I will post that for you in the chat. Upcoming material economic data ramps the rest of the week with Tuesday, 9:45 services and manufacturing PMI, 10 a.m. new home sales. Thursday, 8:30 a.m. GDP, 8:30 a.m. initial jobless claims. And on Friday at 8:30 a.m. the PCE. Also note from previous posts about CTA positioning and vol control, I'm not going to show you that unless you're a member. So here are your material events happening this week. And to that point, the bond market is important. So let me bring you back to the main screen over here. And I'm going to give you the archived version of the Bloomberg article inside of the chat, as it is material. And we are coming into a bond auction at 1 p.m. that I do think is material today. So here is the link to that if you don't get the market brief from me. Here it is. It's free, by the way. It's not free, but the archive version of it is. So if you want to read that before 1 p.m. today, I suggest that you do. Or I shouldn't say if you want to. I should say I suggest before the bond auction today at 1 p.m. that you read that news article. Please do. Good question. I like you guys. You guys got good questions today. Sending everybody off to do their due diligence. Everybody's over there. Tap. Let's read this stuff. Okay, so now back to somebody doesn't want me to do Tesla, I guess. So we're going to do Tesla. Here's Tesla. We're going to go to the bottom right screen. And we're going to talk Tesla. Everybody likes talking Tesla. And nobody likes talking Tesla. If you are a longtime follower, I would suggest that you go to the options AI earnings calendar. It's one of my favorite free tools from options.ai. We like to look at tickers like this on the regular. I don't necessarily recommend that you trade with them, but I do love their equity calendar. I'll show it to you briefly in the bottom right-hand side. It's right here. We can type in a ticker here, U.S. equity earnings calendar for options.ai. It's a nice, quick. Just look at it really briefly, and you can get some good information. You can always get news, of course. And then what I really like about it is, I'll show you what I like about it right now. Tesla currently trading 144.93. Looks like it's getting a relief bounce right here. Looks like for their earnings, their next expiry, which is on April 26th, in 3 days, there's an 8.7% expected move to 157.65. And on the downside, 132.39. So you can see that right there. So we can probably chart some of that stuff right now, right? So we're going to go over here to Tesla. We're going to chart some of that out. We've got a 157.48 as an upside expected move. And you guys should be able to do this at home for yourselves. 157.42, roughly there, right? Right about there, right? That's the upside expected move. You can also see there's a lot of sellers up here, right? Makes kind of sense, right? Dealers also pricing in a downside move of 132.16. Right down there, right? Right around there. Now let's take a look at Tesla on a higher time frame. Let's go to a 1 hour here. Yeah, can't see nothing yet. 4 hour. There we go. We can begin to see some stuff down here. Let's take a peek down here and see what we can see. Here's that 132. See it right there? A little bit of a gap down here. You see it? So let's clean up that downside expectation. Let's bring it over here and see if we can, whoop. Can we squinch it? There we go. Right about there. Let's get rid of this one. Because we know we got the gap down there, right? You can see it. Little gap down there. What else can we see down here? Anything of interest? Nothing really. You got the low at $100. You got a bunch of buyers in here. If we lose this, where are we likely going at best? 120 maybe, right here. About 120 maybe. I got a stink bid down here, by the way. There's a little gap right there. You see it? Whoop. Little tiny gap. Little itty bitty gap down there. I should probably bring up my buy price from 120 to much higher, like 125 or something. All right, hold on here. Right there. That's where I had my red box, right? We'll get rid of that. So I guess we can kiss this away, can't we? Just get rid of that. If we get a bad report, we're gonna expect dealers to be buying the dip down here, right? Or at least dealers buying the dip and then possibly more down than we come up, right? Something like that. On the upside, we've got this little block right here. This is of these sellers, right? Clean this up a little bit. They're probably right there, right? This is where they were selling, right? Tesla. This is a 1 hour chart now on Tesla. Down here. Down there. So this is the doom and the gloom, right? Doom and the gloom for Tesla. Dealers pricing in this right here. I don't really care about that. I care about dealers. I care mostly about like especially Tesla. There's two things here. Number one, I care about there's a few things I care about. More than anything, I care about where dealers are. Prime example of this too would be look back on the bank earnings, and you saw that everybody took the money and ran, didn't they? On the highs on like STT, they took the money just before the earnings. It sold down to the dumpster, and they bought after earnings, didn't they? So we got a lot of down here, don't we? Just like just like bank earnings, the run up into bank earnings, we got a lot of selling going on before we get to Tesla earnings. Some information that we know, right? Some information that we know. Let's look at it like this for a minute. Do you think that the move in Tesla today is a lot more down or a lot more up? Is there more money to be made with Tesla going down here, or more money to be made with Tesla going up? I'm going to say up. I'm going to say up. I'm going to take some risk and say the move is likely up and not down. There's more money to be made to the upside than to the downside, just like they sold the upside move into earnings on banks. You would do the same here. You can get the fuck on out of here. It was a great run down. And then you'd be looking maybe to sell an upside move up here if you're truly bearish. Seems more plausible. Just like buying State Street after their earnings, which has been quite profitable. Next thing we're going to look at here on Tesla is what? One of my favorite parts of this thing. It gives you options data, implied volatility, company info, gives you all kinds of cool stuff, right? Strategies, expected moves, news, strategies. Ooh, look at that one. You want a bullish? Are you bearish? Are you neutral? Pretty cool. Options data, earnings. What's this? This is my favorite one right here. So if you highlight earnings, highlight that one right there, it gives you what? Previous behavior on Tesla stock after earnings. It does it for a lot of different tickers out there, doesn't it? Sometimes you can find patterns, and sometimes you can't. So let's take a peek and see what we can divine from this. Tesla, look, it's got hammered. And they had one more move down in January. Look at that. They had their earnings, one more blast down in January, and then a big giant move down, right? Big giant move down thereafter. So this was Q1 of 2024. We know what happened, right? It bloodbath down to currently $138. So we went from 209, 207, and lost $60. Pretty big move down, right? October of 2023, we blasted down, and we had one more leg down, but then turned around. Traded up into earnings on July 19th, and then blasted down. On January 25th, we were in an up move and kept going, right? We were way down in the dumpster, 100. And this is kind of where we are, aren't we? We were down at $100. Do you remember this? We were in the depths of hell, and they started to recover Tesla. Now, this might help us here. This looks like it might help us. January 25th, 2023, we were in the shit can. We were down at $101, and they started to move us up. One thing that's noticeable about this is whenever we're in major bottoms, we tend to trade higher. But we can also take away from Tesla right here that if we're on the already on the upside, we'd be continue to the upside, right? If we're going to the downside, we're going to continue to the downside. But there is a key takeaway here, and that's that January trade right here. So maybe we have more downside to come, but it resolves to an upside move. So let's take a look again. Sorry, I'm getting my faces. And this kind of matches up, doesn't it? Where if you already think we're heading down, and if Tesla's trade is already down, not implausible to come down here, but that it resolves to the upside. Why? Because of this low back here. This one right here. This is January 2023. See it? So even if there's a little bit more down to go, we're actually resolving to the upside. So if you are a Tesla bear or a Tesla bull coming into their earnings, I would posit that regardless of their earnings, they are turning up. So you kind of have to pick your poison. I wouldn't say to you go all in 100% right here, but I would say start picking your poison for where it turns up. And if you're like, hey, Cap, I don't want to do any of that. Cap, I've only got $100, or I don't know what your thesis is. But let's say you're like, hey, Cap, I don't like the idea of any of this. Cap, I don't want to get stuck down here. Cap, what if it trades its quarterly trigger at $80? I'm going to be stuck owning Tesla. And I'm going to be angry about it. That's where the quarterly trigger is, right down here. So you're like, Cap, I don't want to get stuck in any of this crap down here. Right? Just to trade $280. So, and I get you on that. There's some risk down here, isn't there? There's like, you got a DCA, DCA, DCA. Just keep buying the dip, Tesla gang. While I make all the money buying puts or short the ticker. So there's an alternate for you if you're a Tesla bull here. Here's your alternate. We know for sure if you are a Tesla trader, and the news is good. If the news is good and you don't want to take a Tesla trade, you're like, Cap, even if the news is, you're going to be like this. You're like, oh, Cap, man, you're so wrong, dude. I should have bought this. Well, that's not actually true. Dealers love to fuck over a Tesla bull until their next expiry. So what you could do is sit on your hands. You don't need all of this, do you? You don't need to party down here, do you? You can just wait for this to happen, can't you? You got all kinds of time to get long on Tesla. You don't have to worry about any of this stuff down here. As a matter of fact, if you go down, if I was a Tesla bull, I would be saying to myself, wait for $100 or 120 to long that shit. Or I would say to you, if we can backtest the daily trigger, start getting long again. If we get above $180 and you want to trade the 280, you don't need all of it. You just need a part of it. You just need a part of it. You just need to buy one of these lows and you'll be a happy Tesla bull, won't you? Super happy Tesla bull. You don't need to be messing with this garbage down here. You don't need to be messing with dealers trying to fuck you, do you? What did I say, the 26th? Whoop, right there. Friday, right there. So here's my thesis on Tesla. Here's my thesis on Tesla. They're likely going to fucking smoke show down any bear. You really need some really bad news to move the needle here on Tesla at this point. So let's say they put their earnings out, right, and they're dog shit. They come into their guidance and it's dog shit. You might catch one low. $120. More than likely no less than 132. At least dealers are saying that. So we come into their earnings today. You get some bad news. At some point, Tesla blasts down to 132. I think from that point forward, you would get a lot of bears that are going to come out, and they're going to load the fuck out of short and puts on Tesla. I think when you come into Friday's expiration, you might get some more panic selling down on that Friday expiration, but it ultimately resolves to the upside. So if I was a bull, I'd either be waiting for Tesla to be above and holding 167.08, execute a long strategy. Or I'd be waiting for that Friday expiry on a low to enter owning Tesla shares for a turnaround that's anticipated to happen down there. For an upside move that resolves to about $280 and $300. So it's just a matter of picking your poison. The one thing I would say to you is, whatever you do, whatever your strategy is, close your fucking laptops. So if you're like waiting for $80, $120, $130, buy that shit. You put it away, and you don't look at it for 3 to 6 months. I think if you get above that 167. Which I think you eventually do. I don't think you're going to get it like today, but I think once they burn a bunch of people, they are going to start moving it up and to the right. Netflix now smashing and bashing to the upside, doing a little bit of catch up here, trying to get up to 605.66. Do you have any questions on Tesla? This was a request from earlier this morning to chart out Tesla and what my expectations are on their earnings. If I was to be held to anything, like, Cap, can I hold you to something? I would say to you that I've already started a Tesla position. That should be all you need to know. I've started a Tesla position. I think it's better to get in early into DCA for that turn. I think I fucking kick myself every day. The last time I bought Tesla, I sold for profit, and I just want to fucking own it. I just want to own it. I don't care where it goes. I just want to have a fucking portfolio of it. I want to hold it for the next 20 years. So, is there an existential crisis on Tesla where it's going to get repriced and never come back? Yes. Yes, there is. There really, truly is. But, you know, I got to put risk on the market somewhere. That's the truth. And I'm either going to put most of my risk on in an index or stuff like a Tesla, an Apple, a Microsoft, a dividend, or something that I think has the best opportunity. Or if I want to put some risk on where I actually make 100, 200, 300, 400%, it's going to be tickers like GCT. It's going to be tickers that Winky gives to you or I give to you, where I say, hey, these tickers are being picked up at a very low price, like their spec growth tickers, and they have the potential to grow multiples 100, 200, 300, 400, 500%. So I think that kind of a blend or mix in the stock market is appropriate. So I got some index shit. I got some of that dividend shit, some of that Tesla, Apple shit. Not full exposure, just some of it. And then my risk on kind of shit is a company similar to a GCT. So yeah, so exposure to the market, Tesla, it's been selling down. It's been getting blooded. Yeah, I want to buy that. Anything getting blooded? Yeah, I want to buy that. Am I buying Tesla on a high too? Here's the next question. Am I owning Tesla on a high? No. That's my first positive, isn't it? So am I buying Tesla at $1,500? No. I'm buying it $100, right? 140, 120, $80. I think that's a responsible thing to do. Are you buying the lows of companies that are major fucking players in our country and around the world? So yeah, I'll buy them. Spoo's trying to get its one last little squeeze above here to 506.50. See if it can do it. This green line here is intraday support as long as it holds 502.71. We're bullish. I wonder if we're going to go up here and do it just like this. Tag that, and then straight back down right there, and the hourly trigger will be there. How much you want to bet? What you want to bet this hourly trigger and half-hour trigger comes up right there? When that bad boy comes up right there, it kind of goes something like that. Seems legit, right? Don't forget, we have got one more place above, 509.59. This is where all the bears are. This is where the bears are hanging out. Big baddies are up there. All the doom and gloomers, that's where they are. They're like, oh, just bring it up to the top. Just do it in one day. Hey, we can get one more squeeze right up there. Something like that. $1:30 in the afternoon. Watch out for the Treasury auction. 1:30. 1 p.m. Sorry, I said 1:30. 1 p.m. Be very wary of that shit. If they squeeze it into that auction too, be ready to sell it too. So if they squeeze it up on the auction, be Johnny on the spot to sell that shit down to the depths of hell. I can tell you if it's an A or a D. I can tell you the same thing Andy's going to tell you before he tells you. That's right, Johnny on the spot. All right, what do we got here? Oh, I'm going to put some news on for you. So we'll have it here first before anybody. So I'm going to have the news squawker on for the bond auction at 1. Have that on in the background. I know Andy's fun. I love Andy, by the way, Uncle JBJ. I like how he does it, too. I like how he does the gum, like the big red. He's got the constant wall right now, doesn't he? Does he got like the constant, what does he call it? The constant top? Constant top hasn't been violated or something. I forget what he calls it. But I do like I like the shit that he uses. Like the constant top is real. Top each day. The constant top probably goes back to what I was showing you earlier with the back check. Probably has a lot to do with the constant top. Like the back check of the highs from January of 2022 and the whack off in the whack off structures. I'm going to bet that those guys are watching that very closely. Whacking off. Whacking off. Whacking off. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. It's 12:18. I'm going to rest my voice and just take a quick break. I'll be right back with you guys. I love all of you, by the way. It's good to see you today. The whack off strategy. What are you working on over there, son? I'm working on whacking off. Water and throat break. Listen to my fucking throat, man. Are you winning, son?
And JP Morgan, CEO Diamond, just noting the US economy is unbelievable and booming. Just some commentary from the Kering CFO. Says that Kering is determined to overcome the current challenges. Bit more from Diamond here. It says that even if the US goes into a recession, the US consumer is in good shape. More commentary from a executive at Kering. Does note the company does not expect much better trend in Q2 for Gucci. Some commentary from Goldman Sachs. They do state that they assume further moderation and the still elevated geopolitical risk premium of $5 to $10 a barrel in the coming months. They do maintain their range-bound view with a $90 per barrel ceiling on Brent. Just a bit more from Gucci or Kering. They do know that Gucci is working on a handbag strategy to regenerate its offer.
Hey everyone, today
So in the back, excuse me. Hold on. I need more water. Hold on. So in the background, what I'm doing is I'm looking at this. See if we can check this out here. I think that's what I bought. Yeah, that looks like it. 20-watt RGB DMX laser light has 160 patterns, lots of different color combinations, working mode. This thing's going to burn my eyeballs out. Please add smoke. I got smoke too. Can I pump this thing directly into... Is there a user manual for this thing? I wonder if I can send this into... like a virtual mixer and not the mixer that I bought, because the mixer I bought's only got one XLR input. I might have to get a bigger fucking XLR setup. I may need a bigger I may need a bigger mixing board. Or maybe it would match the music if I did it that way. I guess if I have the mixing board, the virtual mixing board with the laser show, I wouldn't have to worry about it on the mixing board for the microphone, right? I probably need better XLR cables too. The microphone, at least. XLR. I got the bleep button. Let me show you guys what I got here. Hold on. I think I might have. Let me show you everything. Let me show you everything that I have. So I've been accumulating a bunch of crap for. I've been accumulating a bunch of crap for a few months here. Let me see what I got here. Show you guys what I got going on here. While we're waiting here, it's 12:39, waiting on a 2-year bill auction. Show you guys what I got going on here. But I think I got the wrong stuff. What was that? Turn that off. Show you guys what I got here. As we're coming into some resistance. And we're coming into the 1 o'clock hour. We also have more resistance above. That's where that daily trigger is. Right there. See it? There's the daily trigger. This is the red band that you're coming into right now. And then that is the target to the upside. It gets a little frisky up here. There's a lot of danger up here. So what I've been getting, so for the past, it's been since at least Christmas or around Christmas. I gotta say, for any of you out there that are aspiring, I don't know, do anything, OnlyFans, that kind of stuff. This is probably the best USB mic I've ever used. This is a USB mic, probably the best one I've ever used, especially for the price. This combined with this thing is a Fi-Fine. I don't know what exactly it is, but it's a Fi-Fine microphone.
2024 and 2025 Vision Pro shipment forecasts and unfavorable to the MI headsets.
I'll be quiet while he's talking because this guy knows what he's talking
He's
about.
citing his own latest survey, do bear in mind.
So this Fi-Fine microphone right here is one of the best mics I've ever bought. For USB, hands down. And the price is killer. Now, I'm not going to try to sell you on it. I don't have an Amazon link or anything to buy this shit. But this Fi-Fine microphone is banger. If you look up I think it's spelled F-I-F-I-N-E. Look up a Fi-Fine USB-C microphone. A note here that Apple has cut its 2024 Vision Pro shipments to 400 to 450,000 units versus the market consensus of 700 to 800,000 units or more. According to TF International Securities Analyst Ming-Chi Kuo. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that properly. Of course, they've got obscene delivery numbers expected. And they're saying don't expect that many this year. Now, this microphone I got is outstanding. You can use this microphone with a virtual mixing board. As a matter of fact, I also use it with Voxengo Marvel GEQ. Voxengo, Voxengo, Marvel GEQ. And then I also use it with some condensers and expanders and all that other kind of crap. So if a bomb was going off in my house, you couldn't hear it. I also use it when there's audio in the background. Use suppressors on other audio channels on that virtual audio cable that I also have. I also have a virtual audio cable, virtual AB cable. It's also known as a couple other names, but those two in combination work fucking phenomenal. Alongside this,
Secretary of State Blinken in the US is supposedly planning to visit Saudi Arabia this weekend, according to Axios.
One of the cool things, though, is for the price and for what it does, it works as good as a lot of people's setups with XLR mics. Does a really good job versus the investment of a XLR mic. XLR microphones are you need the mic, you need the good cables, you need a sound interface at minimum. Sometimes you need an amp. Sometimes you need a mixing board. Not even that. You need more. And it can get pricey. I'm talking thousands of dollars. Thousands and thousands of dollars. $5,000. Easy can spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. Not even blinking. With XLR microphones, all the other components, good cables. Then you need the kind. If you have cables you're never going to move, cables that you are going to move a lot, like your traveling road show, traveling band, that kind of stuff. And then there's like different markets. There's like a market for a musician. There's a quasi market for podcasters, TV show hosts, and there's like the streamer market. And they're all kind of discombobulated right now. And they're all working towards coming together, but still no synergy or overlap between all of them.
After hours force on Noffy, what he said to ask banks to pitch for a $20 billion OTC spin-off, according to Bloomberg. So therefore, Sanofi.
So anyways, I had so much luck with this microphone. I was going to buy a Shure or something like that, a Rode microphone. But I was like, you know what? This fucking Fifine did such a kick-ass job. I'm going to give him another chance. So then I picked up this bad boy. I don't know what it's called, but it's a Fifine. I know that it's got a gray, whatever it's called on it. And I also know it's got XLR in the background. You might be able to see that, but it's got an XLR cable in the background. So I got this bad boy here. It's been kicking around now for a few months because I couldn't make a decision on an audio interface. Now, the audio interface that I want is like $600 or $800, not cheap. It's called a Rodecaster Pro 2 or something like that. Rodecaster Pro 2. It's got everything. It's got the buttons. It's got the multiple line inputs or XLR inputs, which I think I need. I'll explain in a minute why I think I need that thing, but I'm not positive on it. So what do I end up grabbing instead of that expensive one was I grabbed this thing over here. This is another Fifine product, Fifine. This is like a knockoff mixing board. It gets trashed on YouTube, but it's got all the buttons. It's got the curse word button on it, so I can be like, beep, 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 Captain swearing again. Beep, 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 beep. Cappy sucks. Beep, 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 beep. It's got the voice changer on it. It's kind of cheap looking. And I've heard some mixed reviews on if the amp is enough. I should have got the white one, but I hit the buy button before I could change it to white. It seems like it's serviceable enough, though. Here's my question about this thing. Here's where I got a real question about this, though. So, this thing's only got one input. Only got one XLR input. And we got an issue. So, I got the microphone. I got the audio interface. I got the microphone. It's a little heavy. It's not crazy heavy like some mics, like Shure or Rode or whatever. But they were like, you should get a new mic stand. So I was like, okay. They were like these crappy mic stands. It ain't gonna cut the mustard. So then I went and got a new mic stand. This bad boy right here, got this used on eBay. Cheap. I forget who makes it, but it's like the sexy kind. Look at that bad boy. I forget who makes it, but it's like one of those expensive brands. And it hides the wires. Yeah, eBay for the win. Like musicians that no longer can afford to be a musician, they sell their shit on fire sale on eBay. This thing's cool, though. It just, like, stays where you want it. It's got the cool little wheel thingy. Whoop. It's got the ball sack thing to hang your cool-ass new microphone on. And I think it's like, I think it's like a $200 or $300 fucking arm stand. I think I got it for like $50. Looks good, right? And you can hide your cordage. So there's no cords. Whoop. I think the thing that holds it to the desk fell off. So we're cool. I got everything what I need so I can look like a pro, look like I know what I'm doing. So I got all the cool shit. But then I got two other things too. 12:49. We got 11 minutes until the 2-year note auction. We're gonna bring up the. Let's take a peek at the HYG. Let's take a peek here at HYG.
So next up in top of the hour, we're going to look out for the latest auction results from the Treasury. With the to sell $69 billion of 2-year notes. Looking at the auction history, previously saw a high yield of 4.595%, 6 auction average of 4.651%. Last auction saw a tail of 0.5 basis points versus the 6 auction average of a tail of 0.2. But to cover previously at 2.62 times versus 2.59 times average. Looking at the breakdown, primary dealers, they took 13.4% for the last auction versus the average 16.3%. Directs took 20.9% versus the average 20.8%. And indirects, they took 65.8% versus 6 auction average today of 62.9%.
I got this thing. This thing's a smoke machine. I got a smoke machine with lasers on it. It's got an XLR on it, but it looks like the XLR goes to a button. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means that I hit the button and the smoke comes out, or if I can get rid of this and maybe do the XLR to a mixing board to turn it on. I don't know. I've never used one of these before. So smoke machine next.
From the Chile Central Bank chief says that high inflation.
Hold on.
Greater imported costs emphasize the need to closely monitor evolution of prices.
And then I bought this bad motherfucker over here. This bad boy right here. This is one of those Chinese laser kits, laser things. This one's got controls. Now this bad boy here, I think I gotta. This will burn my eyes out. I know it will. Guaranteed, this thing is gonna fucking make me go blind on the stream. Guaranteed. This bad boy right here, right? This is like one of those things where they lie to you. They're like, the Chinese are like, no. It's only I don't know, half a watt laser, bro. Winds up being like 100 watts. Like etch my walls. Psst. It'll cut like the Mike Burry Pope painting in half. I shit you not. Now this bad boy here has got controls to send it to a mixing board. So my question is,
from Kering executives, they do see a more positive top line in the second half due to more favorable comparisons and brand momentum.
Instead of running that bad boy into the mixing board because I only got one input, can I run it via USB to my virtual mixing board and plug in the music on the virtual mixing board to this bad boy here, like connect the two, and then have the lasers like with the music. So if we're like ripping face, going to the moon, or like going down to the depths of hell, you guys could control it and be like, yeah, we're going to slam the laser lights and blind his ass. Now, I need to put on glasses. Need to put on some kind of glasses so I don't burn my retinas out, and I don't want to ricochet any of the laser beams back into the Sony A7000, or that fucking thing is going to blow up. And that thing's like $1,000 camera, so I know I don't want to kill the camera. I don't want to cut Mike Burry in half or anything. But we need a solution. The laser. Let me see if I can find show you guys the laser that I got. Hold on here. I just brought up the video from the guy that explains it. If you're interested in this laser that I just bought, It's a hilarious review, too. It's a fucking hilarious review. And this is the reason why I bought this thing, was because this guy is like he's like a DJ or something. And he's like, I'm gonna give you guys the video. It's the review of the laser that I bought. Why did I buy that laser? You might be asking. Or may not be asking. You might not care about the laser, but this is an interlude for the day. As we come into the auction. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Hold on. If you have any free time, watch that video, because the guy's like, hey, like, I know a lot about lasers and I know a lot about DJing. We're going to check out one of these cheap Chinese laser shows and see what it really does. And it's pretty, like, for the price, I think it was $180 or $160.
And it would allow for incremental M&A.
For $180 or $170, this thing is like, it'll cut you in half. Yeah. Yeah, they hate me. So my plan is this. In this office, right, in this studio, what I did was this. I built this studio. So I had a different studio, which was in a large room. It was huge. It was awesome. Had everything like spread out. It was like a 20 by 30 room. And then I went from that house that I owned to this house to renovate it. And I was like, well, I'm going to build myself an office so I can stream out of it. So I built walls. I put in all the electricity, ran dedicated 20 amp circuits everywhere. This room you could run anything in. I think I've got 3 20 amp dedicated walls in here, which is fucking awesome. Like, dedicated circuit for each wall, which is really fucking cool. But what I did do is I didn't put any windows. I got one window I put in here, but I covered it up so that I could have consistent lighting. It's easier to have consistent lighting. And it's like my first real studio. I had the first studio, then I have the first real studio. Then I'm actually building a new studio right now that you guys haven't seen yet, which has natural light. It actually has natural light and big windows and stuff in it. So you guys are going to see the next studio. That's going to have a view of water and boats and stuff and coolness. And I have to like do a whole new lighting thing, I guess. I don't know how to do it. It'll be a first time for me, where I don't control the lighting in the background, whether it's sunny or overcast or snowing or raining. The no light is the way to go because it's always consistent. You don't like, you cut off all light sources like you're in a basement. And then you just use studio lights everywhere. Everything is studio. I got like a matter of fact, this one's off. Hold on. I didn't realize this one was off. So I actually have a light off right now that I shouldn't. But I've got like soft boxes, then a bunch of like I forget what they're called, but like direct light sources. You kind of see it in my glasses. Got another one over there you can barely see, but if you look at my glasses. Isn't there a thing like a soundboard that prevents sounds from going outside the room? So what I did was when I built this, I insulated all the walls, and then I put those foam boards everywhere. did that. Doesn't seem to be helping a lot. I wish what I had done was, I wish when I had insulated, I had done like a diagonal, maybe some kind of like board, like a Z pattern in it, or eggshells crates inside the walls would have done better. I want to like grab the sound and then bounce it around everywhere so it doesn't leave. Thicker wall boards help too. The thicker the wall board you use, instead of just using a 1/2 inch or 5/8, you double up on it. But you really want the sound to like
when issued for the 2-year
bounce
auction,
around.
4.904%. When issued for the 2-year, 4.904%.
John Haggerty.
The administration does issue a rule extending overtime pay to 4 million salaried workers.
The new office, I've got two options. One's kind of small, the other one's kind of big. It's like, I want to say it's 12 feet by 20 feet. So the 20-foot depth would help a ton. So that office is being built right now for the show to move. At any rate, I got all this crap here, and I don't know if I'm going to put it in. We may test it here, like maybe test the laser and test the fog machine. I got the one window in the back. I could put an exhaust there. So if we do the fog machine, I'd have to do some negative pressure, maybe a fan blowing into the room, and then an exhaust fan outside of the room, so that if the fog comes up, it like comes up and goes back and outside of the room. That shit's got a smell to it too. It's got some kind of an off, like a must smell to it. Fog machines do, don't they? So, and then the laser beam thing. I gotta test it.
High yield for the 2-year auction comes in at 4.898%. It does stop through by 0.6 basis points. Bid to cover ratio 2.66 times. Prime dealers take 15.08%.
Good, by the way.
0.7%, and indirects take 66.22%.
Not bad. It uses like a juice. I guess you can buy it.
Over the auction once again, there's US did sell $69 billion of the 2-year notes at a high yield of 4.898%. So it did stop through the when issued by 0.6 basis points. That's compared to the prior tail of 0.5. This is auction average of a tail of 0.2 basis points. But to cover 2.66 times is above the prior 2.2, and the average.
That's my grade.
0.59. Primary dealers taking 15.08% is essentially above the prior 13.4, but a bit beneath the average of 16.3. Directs taking 18.7% of this auction is beneath.
What's Andy's?
9 and average 20.8%.
I'm going with a B.
Directs take 69.26%. Decent increase from the prior, so an increase in indirect demand here supporting the auction.
Did he say not bad? That's what I say, not bad. Ah, good, B plus, right on. That's what I said. My original reaction was not bad, not good.
Deutsche Börse, DB1GY does maintain its full-year forecast for EBITDA above 3.2 billion euros, shooting for about 3.26 billion euros, you bear in mind, and also maintains its forecast for the full-year net revenue of above 5.6 billion. So just confirming the guidance there for Deutsche Börse, DB1GY.
Thank you for the heads up on the juice going stagnato. Supposedly you can make your own juice too. I guess they run out of juice every Halloween, and so
that rose in Q1 by 16%. That takes it to about 1.427 billion euros. Meanwhile, the EBITDA that rose by 13% to 875.3 million euros.
Yield curve cooling off right now. Well. How the turntables turn.
Japan to discuss the impacts of the yen's rapid slide at this week's policy meeting. It's BOJ there to discuss the impacts of the yen's rapid slide at this week's policy meeting, according to Nikkei.
How the turntables turn.
So I've seen a bit of strength in the Japanese yen on the back of this Nikkei article.
Strength in the yen. Woo! Likey. That means Dixie should be going down. You got to take all that money out of the Dixie and put it in the yen, guys. You should go buy the yen. All you Forex traders, you should dump the Dixie, go to the yen. Oh, bog fog. Okay. Let me write that down. Bog fog. Thanks for saying something about bog fog.
From a BOJ source, just noting that the increase in long-term interest rates is helping to keep the yen from weakening further.
Yes, Ram Husk. I'm going to answer that in a moment. Yeah. Now, these auctions, when they're positive, sometimes you'll see an initial move up that's positive, and then a pullback for the bigger move higher. So just be careful of that here.
Given his BOJ on Friday, it does note that BOJ is closely watching core inflation as it weighs the timing of additional hikes. And does note that the BOJ source did state that they do want to confirm that the cycle between wage and price growth is strengthening.
The next thing, Ram Husk is asking about above average volatility. I always refer to the VIX 9-day as if you're like a day trader or something like that, you should be bringing up.
Rather than rushing further tweaks, the BOJ does aim to carefully monitor moves by smaller businesses to raise pay and pass along increased costs.
We're about to squeeze if you didn't know. And VIX is about to take a fucking shit dump. There's another way to do this too. This VIX 9-day, you can do VIX, don't quote me on this. It's one or the other. You want to divide VIX by SPX or SPX by VIX, and it'll give you a similar chart. So it's VIX, the number 9, the capital letter D. VIX, number 9, capital letter D. It's very similar to the VIX divided by SPX. And the reason is it gives you a more stable, more consistency in where to buy the VIX.
And then the Nikkei article does note the BOJ will also discuss whether to upgrade its 2.4% inflation forecast for the fiscal year 2024 made in January.
And more consistency in VIX trend. So if we look at a daily chart of 9-day VIX, this is 9-day VIX. See that yellow line down there that I got? Not bad, right? Gives you a little bit more of an idea of when VIX is going to spike, how it spikes, because you can actually see if you've got the triggers and stuff. You can actually see right there. See the triggers all coming up at the same time. Gives you forewarning if we're going to get a face ripper on VIX. Especially in the 9-day VIX. 9-day VIX, you can actually see when the daily, the weekly is crossing the monthly. Daily, and you want to see it? I'll show it to you. Right here. See the daily and weekly cross of the monthly? So we blast it off. Blast off right here in the daily. So why am I always watching the daily?
More reports regarding the Israeli operation in Rafah. Israeli media, cited by Al Arabia, says the Israeli army is preparing to launch military operation in Rafah very soon. Do you know, I did hear this morning from Israeli newspaper that the operation is closer than ever. Again, just further reports here that the Israeli army is preparing to launch military operation in Rafah very soon.
So see this daily trigger right here? So I'm watching this daily trigger, and I'm like, yeah, where's this little fucker at right here? Every time we go above it. Now, if we even if we blast down below it, it's coming out of this yellow line, isn't it?
Just so you're aware, US does issue fresh Iran-related sanctions, according to the Treasury Department website.
So on a 1 hour basis on VIX, you see what I'm looking for here? I've already got it drawn out. I got two places here. Buy VIX or your doom and gloom. And I got another one down below if you get torched on that one, right down there, buy VIX. Right down here. This is where I had an expectation of us selling this dotted line right here, which we did. Almost called it to a T, didn't I? Woo! Woo! Now, if we break above here, what am I going to expect? I'm going to expect the VIX to start crossing, aren't I? So if I start to see nonsense like that in the daily trigger coming up, ramping, this tells me what? If the 9-day VIX gets above $21 and gets a new high at $23, and you think we're going to have a fucking crater, fucking meltdown, stock market doom and gloom, third leg down, I would be looking for this, wouldn't I? And then we would begin to move to the upside. And this would also mean that we are moving outside of the expected move in SPY too, right? That would mean that whatever downside, if we're only expecting to trade 490 or 485, that would mean we should start heading lower, shouldn't we? So if I'm looking for, if I'm looking on the VIX 9-day, so we roll down here, and let's say SPY is right here, I'm going to be like, oh shit, VIX probably going to go up and SPY's like it's going to go down. Right? Something like that. Roger that, Doug. I got you, man. VRT, right? VRT, I got you. I like VRT. Is that the one that Winky and I were trading? Or that Winky was trading VRT? We're going to look at VRT right now. Let's take a peek at VRT next. Velocity on the hourly of what? Winky, which ticker? Oh, virtual finance. Okay. Which ticker, Winky, was is the Velo on the hourly at 46? We're gonna look at VRT next. Why does that sound familiar to me then? Oh, on SPY? Yeah, I got us going down, don't I? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm on this trade right here. Nothing's changed about this trade. We're gonna do VRT really quick. VRT, that's down below. The one thing I would say, Winky, about the hourly being at plus 46 on SPY on the 30-minute basis would be, even though it's topping out, you would still expect all dips to be bought. due to the turning up of the daily velocity. If that makes any sense. It could. I think it's supportive. I think you're going to get a dip by right here, Winky. I think you're going to get a womb slingshot up to the daily trigger. Because we also know that the daily velocity is supportive for downside moves and supportive for upside moves. So as we get more velocity on the daily basis, we get more support in either side, down or up. Like each velocity combined means something. Like if you're, that's why we have this stuff over here. The 1 minute trigger is max bearish, so we should lose the 1 minute. Or no, sorry, the 1 minute should be supportive here. Let me check 1 minute velo. Now we're on the wrong time frame. Yeah, 1 minute's ready to roll. 1 minute is neutral, 5 minutes neutral. But the 30 minutes and the hourly trigger is bullish. Not max bullish, just bullish. So it should hold. It should hold. This should hold down here. To trade the daily trigger.
Commentary from Fitch on Italy. It says Italy super.
Oh, I go. Sorry, Winky.
Debt ratio on an upward trajectory.
I'm sounding kind of like I know that it can sound. Winky understands this more than a lot of you guys out there. Matter of fact, we're putting we gotta see this thing over here. We're working on this for you guys so you can see it. And have a better idea of it.
University per operation. They do accept 435 spots, 9 billion across 71 bidders. Compared to Monday's 410 billion across 73 bidders.
I'm going to read some stuff to you right now that you guys need to hear. Number one, the Bank of Japan is to discuss the impact of the yen's rapid slide at this week's policy meeting.
Seeing dollar yen just pair some of its moves here. It did fall to lows of dollar yen cross of roughly 154.55 on my screen. Have paired roughly half the moves now about 5 minutes later. Currently at 154.70.
This is the USD JPY. USD JPY right here. I've been watching this very closely. They were at 151. You got the FOMO trade right here. Now I've got the USD JPY going to 164. I think, no, 154 or 164, one of those two. But this is the FOMO trade right now in USD, JPY. I think it's 164 is my high side target before intervention. Now, the Bank of Japan is going to discuss the impact of the yen's rapid slide at this week's next policy meeting. Further rate hikes seen and likely as bank keeps close eye on inflation, according to the Nikkei. They will be forced at about 164 on that pair trade to intervene. You would expect an intervention at that point. So we'll monitor this more closely here. USD JPY. And this looks like it wants to explode to the upside, by the way. Another thing to reiterate to you, I want you to reiterate this to you because last Thursday, I did a show in the middle of the night. We have World War V. We're in 5, right? We're in 5. World War V is expected to start shortly. So this is the Israeli army is preparing to launch a military operation in Rafah very soon, according to Israeli media cited by Al Arabiya. So just a warning to you out there that we are in a place where things can move fast. We're coming right back to VRT. I just had to get that out there so that you're not caught with your pants around your ankles. So I have to come back to VRT. Now, VRT, it's right down below here. We're not done with it. We're going to do VRT next. So VRT. Oh, 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 oh. Ain't nobody. Vertiv Holdings.
And just of note for metal space and also EMFX here, according to Brazilian press Valor, Brazil is to establish quotas for imports of 11 steel products and impose a 25% fee when volumes are exceeded. That is via Brazilian press Valor.
Huh? Okay, so I want to tell you guys something, okay? What can I show you here? I'm going to show you guys something, okay? So do you see this right here? This isn't financial juice. This is News Squawk. This is like Trade the News. I think it costs me $3.50 or $4.50 a month. There's a reason why it costs that much money. It costs that much money because these guys print the news before you get it on Twitter or anywhere else. They wrote this. I think I've got multi-asset, so I think this one's $500 a month. This is no joke. So I don't know where you get your news from, but I get my news from there. That news will drop before anybody else gets it. That's as invariably just a little bit slower than a Bloomberg terminal. So I don't know. I trust this news. I trust it a ton, and a lot of other people do too. Trade the News is similar. It's like $400, $450 a month. The reason I have this on here for you is because let's say Tesla.
The government, it does note those steel import measures will be in place for 12 months.
Well, let's say something hits the wire that is material to the stock market. I don't keep it on here so that I trade to it. I keep it on for you guys so that you have anywhere from 5 seconds to a minute to react to something devastating to the market. So let's say you're long the market in general, and I don't know, something really tragic happens. If it's material to the market, it'll hit the wire before you get it on Twitter, and you'll actually see the market react afterwards. So, but let's say we're going to get a 100-point down move. You should, most cases, have a up to about a minute of advance warning here in the show than you would on Twitter. So even if you hate me, or hate this show, if you just leave this show audio on in the background, you're going to get the baddie before it hits everywhere else, before it hits your Discords or before it hits your Twitter that you follow, anywhere. I don't give a fuck what it is. CNBC, I really don't care. Your favorite person on Twitter with news is not going to get that news to you quicker than that voice in the background. Okay. Bork says he's working on the bot right now, so I think the moment that bot is done, we're going to move this voice service or something like it to the Discord for pro traders. Okay. So that you always can have something on in the background, just in case you get paranoid. You're like, oh, why is the market going blasting straight down to the depths of hell. Okay, so back to VRT. VRT, this is a daily chart on VRT. They report tomorrow morning before the open. I'm sure some of you want to know what's going to happen between now and then. I'm going to bring up velocity and just take a peek here at it. It's very short, right? We're kind of peeking out right now, aren't we? This looks very similar, doesn't it? I want to draw your attention to weekly velocity here and here. They're about where they were before, right? Now, daily velocity is going down. See that? Daily velocity is going down. Just like there. See it? So without even looking at price, we're going to take a peek and see what was happening here. Now, there was a little bit more accumulation on a monthly basis, wasn't there? We seem to be peaking out on monthly velocity here. But there it is right there. So let's see what happened here. That's kind of concerning, isn't it? Peaked out at $13, blasted down and traded $4. Woof. Kind of in the same situation right now, aren't we? Now let's look on intraday and see what we can see on intraday velocity. 30-minute trigger or 30-minute or daily velocity is going down. A divergence in price. Hourly looks pretty good. This looks really good. Actually looks pretty good on the intraday. So we're now going to look at Vert and what their expectations are. High side target on Vert is 86.89. Low side target on Vert is $70.28.
Just of note here for Italian listed Telecom Italia. According to Reuters sources, EU antitrust regulators are concerned about the impact of KKR and Telecom Italia deal on viability of wholesale markets. And the EU does ask rivals and customers about the risk of coordination between Netco and Open Fiber. And the EU does also ask about the impact of deal on business users. Again, that is via Reuters sources. Of note, therefore, Italian listed Telecom Italia.
This is VRT. This looks like distribution to me for a decent sized pullback. My expectations on their ER is that if you're long the stunk You're going to take the money and run on $86. I think it's then going to slip down here to $70. You're going to get a rejection above, and you're going to trade at least 60 to the downside. You're likely looking for a break of $60 and some continuation down to 30.
Just on the chips footing here, just making you aware the US does designate
35.
Iranian companies and 4 individuals under cyber sanctions for targeting US government agencies and companies.
That's my take on VRT. Any strength will be sold into. Any strength. By tomorrow morning. If you're getting bearish, get underneath $78, start looking to short. Especially a new low down here. Something like that, more like that. I will say something else, though, here. If price can get above and hold and get back up, that would mean hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Give me one quick second here. April 26th. If after Monday, price can hold $72, and it begins to regain, maybe they had good news. I would be interested in entering another long. So here's how the deal goes for this ticker. The expectation into the close today and tomorrow is an upside move. I expect dealers to sell it. And for congratulations to any bull that was on it, take the money and run. Come into Friday and sell it down on Friday. If you see it recover next week, I would then be willing to enter another trade for more upside to come on VRT. If they have a great report and they don't sell into it, I still think it comes down. I think it comes back up. I think this is all in line right here. So VRT, I'm cautiously optimistic into the report tomorrow. If you do lose $70, watch out for a major correction. Major correction in this ticker, likely down to $35. Oh yeah, baby, Tesla. Woohoo! Tesla. There's Tesla for you. Ain't nobody. Can I turn that on? There we go. If you want a picture of Here are the earnings for this week. Some of the highlights of earnings, of course, is today, Tuesday, after the bell, Visa, Tesla, Enphase, Texas Instruments, Chubb, Seagate, Baker Hughes, Weatherford, Mattel, Steel Dynamics. Tomorrow on the open, we've got Boeing, ATT, Humana, another big one. Then after the close on Wednesday, we got Meta, IBM, Ford, Chipotle, one of Winky's favorites, all these dividend bros and all these guys that like these big fat companies. Lem Research, ServiceNow, another fan favorite. We got Royal Caribbean, American Airlines, Caterpillar, Southwest on Thursday, Microsoft, Alphabet, Intel, Snap, Roku, Western Digital, and T-Mobile on Thursday. Big time heavy hitters, right? Friday before the open, we've got ExxonMobil, Chevron, and all the XLE companies. So VRT, I'm bullish on it. I'm bullish on VRT. I just don't know that it's has the carry that you need. I don't know if it has the carry that you're looking for. That's my one issue with VRT is, they just like, this looks like distribution. Sell strength. Well, not sell, but just take the money and run, look for a decent pullback. This is a 1 hour chart, not a 1 day chart. USD JPY looking to squeeze to the upside. Does anybody know what time we get the actual numbers for Tesla? I haven't looked it up yet. Do they get did the numbers come out right at 4 o'clock? And then usually does anybody know if Elon's going to be there for guidance? That's the big question. Is Elon going to be in guidance? I'm going to read something to you here. Tesla first quarter earnings, what to expect. I'm long. I've been long since Friday. I'm taking money and running as we go. I gave you guys all my trades. I fucking posted them on Twitter, talked about them in chat. I don't know what else you need from me. I don't know what else you need from me. People have been trading all day long. Yesterday and yesterday's live stream yesterday, I posted for you that any pullbacks to the hourly trigger would be bought. They were bought. We got our targets to the upside. We know that the target here is the red box on the daily trigger. That's 509.53.57. Any chance that you have to buy the hourly or half-hour trigger, you buy them. Right on, right on. Jump on board the party train. Friday close. I'm going to read to you. So someone's saying 410 to expect the Tesla numbers. And then I'm assuming 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6:30 West Coast time. We're going to get Tesla guidance call. Now, that call, I want to know if Elon's going to be there. I haven't checked yet. I haven't asked anybody on Twitter. Maybe one of you guys know more than I know if Elon will be there or not. I personally do not fucking like Elon in those calls. A lot of reporters wait for him to show up. Now, I know he isn't. Elon has not been there. If he listens to his fucking counsel, he only shows up when he wants to fight with reporters, and fight with reporters. He says stupid shit like, well, they need an explanation from me, so I need to be there. It's way better when he's not there. I'm sorry. That's the facts. They already know. They've already dumped so much shit on. There's like a dumpster fire with garbage in it, running down the road right now. No, if he does show up, I prefer when he shows up that he answers questions or explains his position and then shuts the fuck up. He has done that. But when they get his ass, when he's in a conference call and they get him, like if they say the right thing, like whatever it is under the veil, like fuck you, Elon, and he goes off on a tangent, then we get problems. So, my take on, yeah, that's right, Winky. You know how many fucking of these earnings calls have we done with Elon, and we know exactly how it goes. Exactly. If he can't shut his fucking mouth, it's doom and gloom. He has to shut his. If he just shut his fucking mouth. You're listening out there, Elon. Not that you are, but if you ever were listening, just sometimes he will say his piece and then he shuts up. But we really are in that place. We really are in that place where Tesla would be fucking awesome with it really would. You put like a corporate CEO in, and then you have like Elon pushing for you have Elon still there, but like in the capacity of pushing for more greatness over time. Instead of next week, or promise for next week that doesn't deliver for 10 years. Yeah, I think everybody's at the point where they're like, yeah, Tesla's going places, but it's not going to be next week. So you have like Elon pushing the company, but you lay off it a little bit. Let him beat some of those promises, right? Like let the company roll out prior promises and have him working on the future. I think that would do the stock really well. A little bit more confidence and a little bit less memeness to the stock. I guess some of you might like that though. You get so many fucking opportunities to buy Tesla at a low price. It's awesome. So I can't say it's not a bad thing. I guess if you're like a long-time Tesla investor, you just want the stability. I just bought $100. It split 10 times, and it's only going to go to $30,000. Every time we run back down to the depths of hell, long-time Tesla investors are like, fuck. I should have taken the fucking profit. Yeah, I agree with that too, Winky. They've dumped so much bad news. You literally need this ER report to be like, so we expect sales to be at 80% less than last year. Like they've said so much bad shit at this point. That I mean, like the amount of bad news that's come out. What do you know what you really need to hear for the stock to crater? You really need a ton of bad shit to come out. That's why I made that post this morning on Twitter. By the time that your barber and your shoe shine boy know about the bad news on Twitter, or on any stock, it is time for you to get the fuck out of the trade. Exactly. When you're like Bob on Main Street, who doesn't know, not Bob in the basement, when Bob on Main Street knows how bad Tesla is, it's time to lay off the put trade or the short on Tesla. It's done. It's done. It's just same as GME. When your grandmother knows that GME is going to the moon, the trade is dead. Oh, Winky does not like Elon Musk. Winky does not like Elon Musk. Let's be clear on that. Winky despises Elon Musk. I think we got this into the close. I think Tesla might be the catalyst. Get us up and over there. Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit more Tesla shit here. I apologize for interrupting in the normal broadcast. I know there's a lot of Tesla bulls and Tesla bears, Tesla Q, Tesla gang here today. I'm going to read this off to you from Barron's. Things aren't going well for Tesla right now. That's the lead fucking sentence. Things aren't going well for Tesla right now. That should be enough. That's all you need to read. Top line. With first quarter earnings due out later today, investors are wondering what CEO Elon Musk can do to turn the tide in shares of the electrical vehicle maker. All pre-forecast by Elon, right? Elon already told you that there's an existential threat from Japanese autos. Elon's already told you a long, long time ago that he hopes to drag traditional automakers to the party. He told you years ago, he said, one of the problems that we're going to run into is once we get these other automakers to begin to make EVs, there's going to be competition. It's going to be an existential threat to us being an automaker. It's a race for us to innovate, to do production I forget what it's called, but it's like up and down production, right? Innovate production of these EVs as cheaply as possible so that we can continue to compete once that threat shows itself. And we're there, aren't we? We've seen the pullback in the stock price the entire year. We know that it's part of it is due to Elon, but we also know that a bigger part of it doesn't have to do with Elon. And I've always told you guys about the accumulation and distribution of stock, and that they don't give a fuck about the CEO unless there is what? Or a CFO. Fraud. Outside of fraud, market makers don't give a flying fuck about what you think. They don't care about Elon sucking. They don't care about Tesla sucking. They will reprice stuff if they're not in a growth phase. They do that. They will reprice stuff if they're not going to innovate anymore. They'll do that. But they're not going to make a stock go to zero because you don't like Elon Musk. Unless there's actual fraud. Or Elon leaves the company. Something material, right? CFO comes out and says some kind of nonsense. It's more a matter of accumulate on the lows, distribute on the highs. Tesla tends to trade like a meme. Goes down to the depths of hell, comes right back up to the tops. And we go through this cycle again and again and again and again and again. Then they bring out all the crazy awesome news at the top. They bring in all the shitty news at the bottom. Pretty easy to watch, right? Things aren't going well for Tesla right now. With first quarter earnings due out later today, investors are wondering what its CEO Elon Musk can do to turn the tide in shares of the electric vehicle maker.
And just be aware for Europe, JPM have raised their Eurozone GDP growth forecast. It does note the PMI survey has surprised on the upside in April, which prompts them to nudge up their Q2 GDP forecast to 1%. And they also lift their this year forecast to 1%.
You got it. Say it with me. Q2, Q3, GDP, gonna moon, baby. It's gonna fucking moon. You're not gonna be selling this beep market when GDP is mooning and they're not cutting rates. If they're not gonna cut rates on you and you're worried about a bullshit recession, you can't have a bullshit recession with GDP mooning, can you? Theoretically, impossible. JPM's Jaime Dimon this morning. What did he say? It was great. What did he say this morning? He said, it was hilarious what he said. He said something about, we have risk right now if rates stay high of a recession. And then he was also quoted as saying, but GDP is fucking ripping faces off. Right here, I'm going to read it to you. JP Morgan CEO Dimon says, there's a chance stagflation could happen again. But then went on to say, the U.S. economy is unbelievable and booming. It's booming. That's not stagflation, is it? Goes against. JP Morgan also saying that it's raising its Eurozone GDP growth forecast after the PMI survey surprised to the upside in April. Q2 GDP forecast now 1%, previous 1.75%. H2 of 2024 is 1%. So we're expecting growth in Q2, Q3 of the world GDP. Or at least that they uses the dollar. I'm going to show you let me just show you the the JPM quote from earlier. Hold on, I'll show it to you. It was great. Let me see if I can find it here. Again, I just had it a minute ago. Hold on. He has to cover both of his public statements are different than what he sends to investors in private bank. It's right here. Oh, no. It's right here. JP Morgan CEO Dimon says there's a chance of stagflation could happen again. But then also, same sentence, U.S. economy is unbelievable and booming. And JPM would like nothing more than rate increases, wouldn't he? JPM's stonk price should also go up, right? If we maintain rates. It's in his best interest, right, to push higher rates. It is, right? It's in his bank's best interest. Higher rates, more money guaranteed for JPM. JPM updated the U.S. forecast a few weeks ago. I posted that in a market brief for you. They're now upgrading their growth forecast for the Eurozone as well at this point. Do you guys think that he could win the presidency? I feel like he could, but the fact that he's a banker means he couldn't. I feel like it's an unwritten rule that you don't make a banker the president. I feel like if he wasn't the president, or if he wasn't a bank president, he could win. I feel like there's an unwritten rule that you don't make a bank president the president of the United States. Not that I would vote for him. I wouldn't vote for him. But do you think that he could win? You'd vote for him? I wonder if that stigma is still attached to the American public. I ask that because older people that lived through 2007 and 2008, especially traders, will never again trust a banker for the rest until their dying day. I wonder how old you are, if you would vote for him. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Jon Stewart for president all fucking day, man. I'd take that guy all day long as our president. Yeah, he kind of is, right? That's a fair point, Odin Nabunga.
Italian listed Recordati. According to Bloomberg, CVC is said to explore options for stake in drug maker Recordati. Note there for Italian listed Recordati, and that is via Bloomberg.
If you're above the age of 50, preferably closer to 60 years old, if you don't want to out yourself, if you don't mind outing yourself, if you're closer to 60 years old, would you ever trust a bank president to be president of the United States? Yeah, he pissed off Democrats recently, which I liked. He's like more pragmatic. I think closer to 60 years old, because I would think that you'd be what? You'd be about 30-ish, 35, 40 during the last crisis. You can look this up if you want. This is an expensive squawker, not cheap. Yeah, I'd say 50 or better, right? You have to be about 50 years old or older, right? I'm asking that because market participants in the 2007-2008 financial crisis made it very clear that they would, especially retailers, that they would never, ever again trust bankers. I remember that. I clearly remember that. I clearly remember 401k holders. So if you were a 401k holder, maybe I remember that there was about a lost decade. Anyone that wanted to retire. Thanks, Uncle JBJ. No, they weren't stoked on him. Those people were not stoked on bankers back then. They got very angry. They were extremely angry. There was a lot of anger. If you're old enough, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember during that financial crisis over the weekend? There were runs on banks. There were people standing outside of banks across America, panicking. There was like CNN was interviewing people. I remember it clearly. I was living with the Enron boys up there, up in Vale. I was in a bubble. But I know there was a lot of panic at that moment. That weekend when Bush was standing on the court or on the Capitol steps, and he had senators on either side of him. Yeah, one could argue that.
Just of note for United Health, ticker UNH, the CEOs to appear April 30th Senate panel hearing, and the Senate panel is to hold hearing on Change Healthcare cyber attack.
Biden reminds me of Trump light. I consider Biden Trump light. I don't see Biden as any kind of. He just seems like an easy to swallow version of Trump. Most of the policies are the same. Not much has changed. I know that people are like, we don't have the craziness going on. I'm like, that's why he's Trump light. I don't see Biden as like the Democratic savior. What does I have a question for you. B. Harder made a good point. Way too much emphasis on president, Congress, Senate matters more. I agree with that statement, especially to Wall Street. What does Wall Street want out of the Senate? Does anybody know? What do they want? Do anybody know the answer? That's right. What's the? That's right. You got it. Gridlock. They fucking love it. They don't even care if we swing, or do they care? So if we swing politically, they hate this. They don't care if we stop right here, and they don't care if we stop right here. They just want this to continue. They just want this to continue. They don't care if the Republicans win. They don't care if the Democrats win. They just want it to stop. Like they just want this right here. And they don't care if this is far left or far right. They want consistency and gridlock, wherever that is. Wherever that is, that's all they want. Why do they want that? They want it because they can work around whatever these rules are. If the rules are up here, or if the rules are down here, they don't care. They just go, show me where the rules are, and we'll work outside of them. We'll work upside of them over here, work outside of them over there. We just don't want crazy town. That's what Wall Street wants. Their wants are just like steady as she goes, steady as she goes, steady as she goes, steady as she goes. You guys can't change the law? Sweet. Even better. They love calm. More calm, the better. They don't give a flying fuck about Republican, Democrat. They might personally care, might be like, I'm MAGA, or I don't know, Mike Johnson, Louisiana Republican, or I'm I don't know, bleeding heart Bernie Sanders, or I'm whatever the tech Democrats are called. I forget what those guys are called. But, you know, like, you might have your personal opinions, but Wall Street loves gridlock. Loves it. They love for you to make a law and keep it like that for 10 years. Because then they can work outside of it, right? They can be like, okay, we know the rules. We know that this is a felony. We know that's a felony. So let's do some shit that can circumvent whatever the fuck these people want to do for the next 10 years. Yeah. Yeah. That's all they want. Yeah, exactly. They just want to work inside the rules that you make, or around the rules that you make. It's really disgusting, isn't it? They don't want you to, like, reform anything. They don't want you to, like, reform healthcare, reform the taxes, tax code. No, that's bad to Wall Street. They got to rewrite the rules, how they make money. You're making them work. You get what I'm saying? These are fat, rich, old white guys. They just want you to, like, you know, keep everything kind of static. Stagnant. True. They do. They do, Blisowitz. They do. They got a fucking law for everything. It's just a matter of who's in power enforcing which laws, isn't it? All right, so Tesla, 2:02 in the afternoon. The stock is down 43% at $142.05 through Monday's close, and has dropped for 7 straight days, and investors have adjusted to slower growth in EV sales. And that's real. I can't say that's not real. I would rather Tesla's expectations slow down and for them to outperform, begin to deliver on some shit. That's what I would like. I think there are a lot of people out there that are in the same boat as me with that. Tesla announced price cuts in the U.S. and China over the weekend, the latest sign of weakening demand for the company's vehicles. Now, with that weakening demand, it does matter how they answer that demand. Has Tesla done what they need to do to compete with lower pricing? Have they invested enough in building cars cheaply enough, which they promised to do with the foreshadowing and foresight of knowing that this competition was going to come down the road? Further, our negotiations with China matter materially to this. Cannot have Chinese vehicles flooding the United States car market. I'm going to give you an easy example of that. U.S. steel production in general. Our markets were flooded with inferior Chinese steel. China makes good steel.
Of note for HCP, ticker HashiCorp. According to WSJ, IPM does knit a deal for cloud software provider HashiCorp. Again, that is via WSJ. That is IBM reportedly nearing a deal for cloud software provider HashiCorp, ticker HCP. Just worth noting on the back of this, HCP shares have spiked higher, up 7.5% on the session.
China makes good steel, but they don't make great steel. And American steelmakers have their own secrets how they make great steel. The end processes in making steel is complicated, takes many generations to make great steel. It's more expensive. And China came into our market, whether you like this or not, and they flooded our market with cheap Chinese steel. What that did was it bankrupted making steel in the United States. It's very dangerous to do things like that for you as an American because we have no source of our own steel if we were ever cut off of steel production. We also have shipyards today that are dying. We now, I think, at most have 3 fully operational shipyards in the United States of America. That's not good. We also do not have engineers. We also do not have engineers and tradesmen coming out of school with a demand for them to build ships and large projects with steel. So we have a crumbling of the ability to produce in the United States. We are destroying the need for skilled professionals out of high school, out of college, to have the know-how to build ships. If we look towards the United States steel-making ability, ship-making ability, and the degradation of that, believe it or not, protects the free world, protects Europe, protects parts of Africa, protects, believe it or not, protects Southeast Asia and Asia as a whole. And we will begin to lose our footing. We might not be the best country in the world, but we are probably the best of the worst countries to ensure free seas, free oceans, free air for commerce amongst countries. So if you apply that thinking to the EV market, you could have China come into the United States, flood the United States with cheap EVs that are also inferior, that are of low fucking quality. This isn't Japanese Toyotas and Hondas. This is absolute garbage junk coming from China. And the intent is to destroy the United States EV market. Think about that. Your ability to produce United States-made electric vehicles, the batteries, and all of their components, and the tech behind it, and the people developing that tech. These are the engineers in the United States. These are the electrical engineers. These are the people developing LiDAR for you. These are people that are developing battery tech for you in the United States of America. So we have to be careful about that, right? That is material to the price of Tesla. We want to protect companies developing EV tech in the United States. So Tesla announced price cuts in the U.S. and China over the weekend, the latest sign of weakening demand for the company's vehicles. The company delivered about 387,000 units in the first quarter, falling almost 9% year over year and missing the lowest Wall Street estimates by about 20,000 units. Management blamed supply problems on the weak delivery results. Canaccord analyst George Gianarikis tells Barron he wants to hear more about those supply problems and the current state of EV demand on the post-earnings conference call. What is the real demand for Teslas? I don't think it's as bad as 387,000 units, he says. I'm just going to call him Mr. G. Mr. G is relatively bullish on Tesla shares, rating them buy with a price target of $234 a share, though he expects numbers will look weak. Wall Street is projecting operating profit margins of just under 7%, down from about 11% the first quarter of 2023, and down from about 19% in the first quarter of 2022. So expectations are low. Lower profit margins will translate to lower earnings. Fairly simple and straightforward, right? Wall Street expects earnings per share of about 50 cents, according to FactSet, down from 85 cents earned in the first quarter of 2023. Earnings estimates don't get updated at the same rate as deliveries, so some fail to account for the latest numbers. Therefore, investors should brace for an earnings miss. So we are set up into this earnings for a miss. We are expecting a miss on this earnings. Yeah, it's Mr. I bet it's easy to pronounce. Let's try to pronounce it. Gianaricus, I think is how you pronounce it. Gianaricus, probably Gianaricus, something like that. Gianaricus, Mr. Gianaricus. Wells Fargo analyst Colin Langan projects 40 cents a share for the quarter. The analyst rates Tesla shares sell and has a 120 price target. I'm with that price target. Colin Langdon, I like that 120 price target. But does that come today or tomorrow? If so, do I buy it? I'm already owning it at 140. In case you're wrong, I'll buy it again at 120. Quote, our below consensus EPS reflects the price cuts, lower deliveries, labor inflation, and worse operating leverage, he writes. Operating leverage refers to the impact of fixed costs on earnings and profit margins across its 4 assembly plants. Tesla has expected to sell about 450,000 units in the quarter. It only sold fewer, but still has all the expenses associated with running those plants. Quote, I think we will have a cash flow balance sheet scare, says Peter Lekander, portfolio manager and CEO at Clean Energy Transition. I am at close to negative $2 billion first quarter cash flow. Fuck. Do I got to look this shit up? Hold on. Who is Clean Energy Transition? I think they're from Europe, and I think they're funded by Big Oil. Clean Energy Transition. I think that they're backed by oil, per Lekander. Don't quote me on that, but I think I've already looked this company up, and I think that they're let me just stop that. I'm not gonna allegedly. I'll stop what I'm saying there. I'm close at negative $2 billion first quarter cash flow. Wall Street is projecting positive cash flow of $300 million, so he's way on the other side. I'm not going to say anything else with it. Allegedly, and don't retract everything I said there. I'll come back to it later. The stock can only hold up if Elon can come up with a dream, says Lekander, noting the August 8th robotaxi event that Elon announced earlier this month. If August 8th fails, then the stock is toast. He's saying about Tesla stonk, right? The robotaxi event announcement came amid speculation that the company had abandoned its plans to produce a cheaper electric car, often referred to as the Model 2. Musk denied that report. What would be good for a robotaxi report? Do you know? A car that would be sub $30,000 with some rebates. You figure you can, if you're a gig worker, you could go out and buy a Tesla and make money as a robotaxi gig worker, right? What would be a counter to that trade? What would go to the shithouse? Lyft, and I'm gonna start naming them for me. I want you guys to come up with this stuff. Musk believes creating truly self-driving cars will be a boon to Tesla, enabling it to sell self-driving software as a subscription to vehicle owners and allow the company to operate robotaxi fleets. Tesla recently started a free trial of its highest level driver assistance software called Full Self-Driving. We have tested it in our house. My wife fucking loves it. It's fucking awesome. You also know that I have a family member that owns a Tesla Cybertruck. I'll tell you that it's fucking awesome. I can tell you that it's fucking awesome. Even with all the bullshit about cutting your fingers off and your foot pedal and all that stuff, it's still fucking awesome. That product can do most driving tasks most of the time, but still needs driver supervision. I know you've heard people say out there that it's going to be jerky and it's going to kill you, but a lot of people are using it without holding the wheel. That's the truth. Musk might focus on its robotaxi goals when he speaks on Tuesday.
Trading after being halted, they're now up some 22% after WSJ reports noting that IBM is looking to acquire the company.
Now up 22%. They were up 7% when the news dropped. They're now trading 22%. Good thing we've got the news squawker here that's first, right? You could have made a quick, a quick 14% on that trade from when he announced it earlier. Musk might focus on its robotaxi goals when he speaks on Tuesday. If he does, Wedbush analyst Dan Ives says that could be a mistake. He wants Musk to address decelerating growth, articulate a coherent pricing strategy, and offer more details on the Model 2 Tesla due out on roads in 2025, as well as the company's robo-taxi opportunities. We're going to talk about this one more time here in a minute. Ives, who rates shares buy and has a $300 price target, hasn't been happy with Musk's recent conference calls. That's me too. If Musk is flippant again and there is no adult in the room on this conference call with no answers, then darker days are ahead. I am with Ives on this. And the reason I brought up the U.S. Steel thing to you earlier, the reason why I went down the discussion about U.S. Steel and cheap Chinese EVs is because I really want Elon Musk to address what he's already said, that this threat is there down the road, that we're going to build EVs. We're going to drag Ford and Chevy, Cadillac, and BMW, and every other maker out there, except for fucking Toyota, to make EVs. And China's going to make EVs. And then we're going to face a threat of existing as an EV company. The race is on, and the time is finite, right? The candle's burning. And Elon used to talk about that, right? We're gonna do vertical integration in production. We're gonna create our own production processes to build a car cheaply, just like Ford did, right? Cheap as possible, because we know prices are going to come down for these EVs, and we know that once competition catches up to us, it's going to be a fight for our lives. I'm with Dan Ives on this. I want to hear fucking Elon Musk talk about the work that they've done since day one to be where they are right now and how they can survive and fight against the proliferation of EVs, how they can compete with the proliferation of EVs, all of that stuff. And I think that is the backbone of the future of Tesla. Saying we've done this, we've done that, we've done this. We are positioned to survive this. Although there's risk of us not surviving, we are more positioned to survive this eventuality that's now becoming real, this existential threat to the EV industry in the United States of America. I am with Dan Ives on this, and maybe do a little bit of talk about the actual vehicle they're going to launch and an honest take on that. Hey, we really are going to launch this in 2025. This is where we are in the process, or no more bullshittery, no more chicanery, no more we're going to launch in 25 and it's going to actually launch in 30. Like, you need like that CEO. You need that. You need the fucking captain to steer the fucking ship. It's his ship. He owns it. Steer the ship and create confidence in the long-term goals of Tesla. It really is needed right now for the price of Tesla. And I'm with Ives on this. You come into this fucking thing and you get all wrapped up in fighting with reporters or nonsensical bullshit or anything that doesn't have to do with the price and the future of Tesla, it's going to be a bad thing for Elon and Tesla today. I'm in agreement with that. Let the robo-taxi event bullshit, let that shit happen on the 8th. Yeah, I don't think that says time though, right? I think it's like a time for Elon to look at what they've done since day one to combat. Like, it's okay for Elon to say, look, we planned from day one. We knew this was coming. These are all of the actions we've taken to this moment to be prepared for the future, to instill confidence in the investor. They need to instill confidence, and it's a different kind of investor. It's not the Tesla gang investor. That's a different investor. I think it's the long-term outlook for Tesla from a hedge fund or from some old man that wants to see the growth of Tesla 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Yeah, your expectations in the basement. Mine are too. I think the numbers are a miss, but I think most of that is priced in. I think they'd have to have a really disastrous miss. I think that the sky is only up for them as long as Elon fucking Musk instills confidence in investors. I think he needs to do that. And those investors are not the voice on Reddit. That's not Tesla gang. It's not Tesla Q. This message has to be for people that actually invest in the stock market. Because they don't care about, I'll be honest with you, they don't care, like just like Meta, right? They don't care about you hating Facebook. Remember when everybody hated Facebook a decade ago? Remember when all the kids ran away from Facebook? Guess what they did? They all got on Snapchat, didn't they? Then they got on Instagram, right? Owned by goddamn Facebook. Right? It's bullshit. They're all out there screaming, crying, I hate Elon Musk. Yeah, you can hate Elon Musk. But do you buy that share? No. Are you going to buy that share? No. Would you buy Tesla shares if Elon was removed as CEO? No. You're not. You might buy a share. You ain't buying all of it, though, are you? Investors are going to buy it. So he really needs to speak to the investor in this earnings call, in my opinion. That's a fair point, Jared. Jared's saying PE ratio is still too high. The balance sheet needs to catch up, and I'm sure it will just seem it's happy with all their multiple sideways moves, then parabolic for a year. But yeah, I think for the stock to go up, he needs to reinforce that they're a strong company. If he doesn't, new lows are coming. And you might even see a new CEO. I would think that might be on board to replace him down the road. I think today is going to be a pivot making day for Elon. You know, is he the appropriate CEO for the company or not? Yeah, I agree with that, Winky. 100%. And I agree with that, too. A child could build an EV. I agree with that, too. Yeah, why do we want him at the helm? 100%. Because if they're not going to innovate, what do we need, right? We need a CEO that will save the company, right? Most CEOs are replaced, right? You have startup CEOs, you have founders. They get replaced all the time. Sometimes for good, sometimes for worse, right? We know when it's the worst. We can see it in Apple. We can see it for the better in Ben & Jerry's, right? Truly. Some companies do flourish and do very well with the removal of a CEO. So we need a reason for why he needs to remain the CEO. I would really like to see, personally, I'd really like to see we might just fucking ramp this shit. But I'd love to buy some zero dates. I love. All right, so for me personally, I'm gonna tell you what I want. Same, same trade. Same trade. I really want like my favorite trade here is now 224. I'd really like to see like Bloodbath and then buy the clothes. And we will stick around today. We will have the report for Elon. I will not stay on for the, or I may come back for the, I may come, how about this? This is what I'll do. For the numbers that come out at 4 p.m. or 4:10, I will stay on with you. I will leave the stream up with the guidance call, and then we'll shut the stream off, but I may or may not be here for it. I might be here for it. I usually listen into it, but I don't normally stream it because I don't like talking to people about it. It's like my own thing. Maybe today I will. It says that it's at what time?
Kinder Morgan, KMI, EQT, ticker is the name, Energy Transfer, ET, and Chesapeake, CHK, amongst others. According to Reuters, citing analysts, investment bank Tudor, Pickering, Holt and Co., says a spike in power usage from AI data centers could significantly boost nat gas demand in the second half of the decade, and as much as 8.5 billion cubic feet per day of nat gas could be required additionally to match the rise in demand.
So I will leave the stream up at, we'll have the numbers at 4:10 p.m. And then it says that it's today, right?
Just an update from the LME here. It does
at 5 p.m. I've got it at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Metal on the LME, and it says it considers it necessary to introduce procedures to track the status of the reissued Russian warrants or Russian warrants moved between warehouses.
What I'll do though is I'll leave it up. I might not be here. I'm going to leave the stream up. So I will leave the stream at 4:15. I will leave the stream up at 5 p.m. For the 5 p.m. conference call. I'll put the conference call on for you. If anything gets crazy, I might come on and talk. But otherwise, I'll leave it up for you. So if you're a Tesla bull and you do, if I don't think you want to be here, but if you do, I will leave it up so you guys can talk in the chat. I know you guys have your own streams you like to go to. I know you guys like to. I know like Tesla Q wants to suck each other off at like a earnings stream, and then I know Tesla Gang has their own thing, and I'll leave that to those guys out there that do that stuff. They like know every single little fact figure about Tesla. If he farts, they're like, smells like smug. You know, like Tesla Gang is like that's their domain. So I'll leave it to them. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a hit and run by the Bears. Come on, Bears. Give me a hit and run. Just like bam, straight down, then up. Come on, Bears. Just a quick hit and run, baby. Fuck up some of these bulls for like 20 minutes. I have seen that Elon Musk. Thanks, I appreciate that, Binary. Love you, man. Or he, she, whatever. Or maybe the binary is ones and zeros. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break. It's 2:29. I'm going to take a break for give me a half an hour till 3 p.m. If we're going to get the if we're going to get the if we're going to get our pre-squeeze right now. or if the bear's going to come in and smash some shit up for about a half an hour. We get the power hour, or if we're going to get the sour hour. How's my Tesla doing right now? Not too shabby. We got a half hour bull cross coming up on Tesla. Half hour trigger attempting to cross the hourly trigger. See if there'll be a back check down here on this. See if we can get a little bit of blood. And I'll be back with you guys in just a bit. So if you look in the bottom right-hand side down here, this cycles through everything that we're long or short in. You can see Narcissus 6 of 6, Narcissus of 6. If you look in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, if you open up the show on a big screen TV at home, you can see all of the tickers that we're tracking right now.
And seeing WTI settlement, that settles up $1.46, $83.36 a barrel. That is WTI settlement. Just an update out of Washington. This is very much as expected. And just to repeat that one there, and apologies for the interruption there. The $95 billion USA package for Ukraine, Israel and Taiwan has enough Senate votes to advance, and voting does continue. And do note, this is very much as expected. Now seeing Brent settlement, that settles up $1.42 at $88.42 a barrel. That is Brent settlement. Of note for GM, General Motors, UAW, General Motors, Aramak workers have won a historic tentative agreement, and under that tentative agreement, GM Aramak workers will receive raises of up to 43% over the life of a proposed 3-year deal.
They're going to squeeze the shit into this.
Just on the geopolitical footing here, the Pentagon does call on the government of Iraq to take all necessary steps to defend US forces. Of note for L3 Harrods ticket LHX, they are to cut 5% of its workforce this year in cost-saving measure. That is according to Reuters, citing an email. L3 Harrods ticket LHX is to cut 5% of its workforce this year in a cost-saving measure.
Give me just a few more minutes. I'm trying to stuff my face with some hummus. Sorry, I'll be right back. I haven't eaten today, so I'm trying to like tide myself over here. Bear's trying to pull a hit and run before we get up into these earnings. Looks like they're almost looks like dealers know something, doesn't it? Almost like they know we're getting some good earnings coming. I'm eating, I don't have any pita. So what I did was I took some, my kids like, what do they like? If we make tacos, they like to eat tacos with flour tortillas. And I can't stand flour tortillas. They're like the biggest American crap in the, in the world. It's a good substitute for vegetables and for pita. To shovel some hummus. Yeah, dude, corn tortillas where it's at. Yellow corn tortillas, not that white. They tried to, when we had supply shortages, they tried to pass off white corn tortilla, soft corn tortillas to me. I'm like, that's not a corn tortilla. That's just another flour tortilla shell. And you got to double those bad boys up. There's no reason for you. If you're a human. Now, don't get me wrong. I realize that y'all like American tacos and stuff, but one of the beautiful things about like basic carne asada tacos, the simplicity of them, you don't even need anything fancy. I mean, you're just like, there's a few things here. Like, if you're going to make tacos, they don't have to be with people, but they're best made with friends or family. You get somebody, teach somebody in the family how to make corn tortillas. Get yourself a tortilla press, and you assign them that job. Now you make sure everybody's drinking beer, margaritas. Make some virgin margaritas for the kids. Put some music on. This is true. And you assign someone to make tortillas. Someone's over there making the balls up, right? Before they squish them in the tortilla press, and then you cook them in a pan, cast iron skillet, one after another. Put them under some towels so they warm. Key part about making corn tortillas is they got to rest after you heat them up. While you do that, somebody's cooking some steak. It doesn't matter if it's literally salt and pepper is all you need. You can do all the other fancy stuff, marinating, but you don't need to. Key part about carne asada tacos is they should be charred. The flavor of char, some salt and pepper. That's it. Then you take some vegetables, you throw those in the grill too. You can take some tomatoes or onions or whatever you want. Have somebody make guacamole too. But you could even just do raw onions if you wanted. Get yourself some jalapenos, though, minimum. Get jalapenos or some hatch green chilies. Throw those on the grill to burn off, too. You just chop that stuff up. Chop, 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 chop. Throw in some fresh onions. Bunch of chopped up cilantro. Get yourself some cotija. It's like a feta. If you don't have it, get feta. Even Parmigiano Romano would work in a pinch. But preferably cotija. You crumble it up. It looks like crumbled up feta. Chop up some limes or char some limes at the same time. Throw it on the side. A little bit of guac. Some guac. You can even do some pico. You could make it. Or you just buy it. Some pico de gallo. Some chilies that are roasted. A little bit of fresh onion. Some chopped up limes. Someone making the tortillas. You could even get some sour cream if you wanted. There's a Mexican sour cream, too, called crema, but you don't have to do crema. Just do some sour cream, spritz a little bit of lemon juice or lime juice in it. And as that person's making those tacos, man, you just put that sliced steak, chunk steak on there. Oh, a little bit of guacamole, some lime juice, some spice and heat with the charred chilies and shit, charred jalapenos. And you're drinking a cocktail. Kids are giggling, making the tortillas. It's so simple. So simple. That's how you make tacos, man. American tacos. And the reason why you have somebody learn how to make the taco shells, corn tortillas, is because a good taco, especially a corn tortilla taco, you need 2 shells. Double shells. Hear me say that again. Double shells. Ribs in the slow cooker sounds so good right now. I like those too. Dos shells. Always. I like ribs too. I like ribs. I don't care how you make them. I don't care if you put them in the oven, put them on the grill, put them in the slow cooker. I don't care if they're Korean. I don't care how they like, just ribs. Consensus. We did a whole big thing on Tesla today. Long or fine long. You know, I didn't think that ribs in a slow cooker were any good until I had them, and they were perfectly serviceable. They might not be on a smoker or a green kettle or something like that, but they're perfectly fine. I actually like slow cookers because I used to do a lot of skiing. I still ski, but not like I used to. But I'll tell you what, when you're a skier, snowboarder, if you live on the mountain, or like near the mountain, like living really close, you just throw some shit in a slow cooker. And after a long ass day of being in the cold, that shit can't be beat. I don't care what it is. Chili. You just throw it in the slow cooker and let it warm up all day long. Oh, yeah. You gotta get out of here with that corn shit. You like those flour tortillas, short seller? I mean, I prefer my ribs on a smoker, but you're not gonna hurt my feelings if you threw them in a slow cooker all day long. Get home from skiing, pop those bad boys on a grill, char them up. I used to know these guys. They used to slow cook ribs in root beer, and they'd let those things sit in the root beer all day long and bubble. And then at the end of the day, they'd throw the ribs. When someone would order the ribs, they'd throw them on the grill just to char them up and dry them out. And they were good. Get out of here with smoking meat. You're out of your face. He's got to be from New England. Short sellers reminded me of all those my New England friends. I bet if I came on stream, dude, guess what I got, short seller? Guess what I got, dude? I found steak tips. I found top round roast steak tips here. Well, these weren't top round roasts. They were just steak tips. There's 2 things. If you've ever lived in New England, if there's 2 things, if you ever live, I got a couple things for you. If you're from New England, you'll know this, but a lot of people around the country don't. Number 1, steak tips anywhere else in the country is a lie. I don't know what cut they use. The only place that knows how to make a good steak tip is New England. Best steak tips in the U.S. Teriyaki. teriyaki steak tips from New England. And the matter of fact, they try this bullshit steak tips out here in Michigan, in Detroit. They're out of their fucking minds. They have no idea what they're doing. The other thing about New England is if you're from New England, they love American tacos. Not real tacos. They like that fake-ass American shit. Best steak tips in the world. New England. Hands down. They try these like garlic tips, all these other crap. Teriyaki steak tips by the pound in a bar in Boston cannot be fucking beat. Cannot. But they got some bullshit Mexican restaurants in New England too. I will say this. Whenever I visit New England, I am a sucker for Greek pizza. It's disgusting, but I'm a sucker for it. I'm also a sucker for old school Papagenos. They used to mix white cheddar cheese in. That's what makes Papagenos pizza great. Not anymore. Papagenos sucks now, but a long, long time ago, before they became a corporate entity, they were amazing. No, you don't. The Italian food in New England sucks too. It's terrible. If you've been to southern Italy or northern Italy, the food is terrible. It's so Americanized. It's disgusting. It really is. Here's another thing. New England does the best because they've had this shit everywhere too. Best steak and cheese sub in the country is in New England. Country, the entire country. Pizzeria Regina, baby. Now, I'll give you that. Pizzeria Regina used to be all coal-fired ovens. I'm down with it. I don't know about their other locations, but the OG one in the North End was like a coal-fired oven in the corner, and they used to give you bottled Coca-Cola, like Coke products in a bottle. That's all they sold was pizza. That's a good goddamn pizza. I'll tell you what, New England. If there was anything in New England, like you'd think that the steak and cheese was best in Philly. That's bullshit. Steak and cheese sub. They got this weird bread too. New England's got a New England sub roll. I think it's called the New England sub roll. And they're standard everywhere. And you can tell if they're fresh or frozen. If they're frozen, they're bullshit. But if you get a New England sub roll, it's very similar to a New England hot dog roll. That's another thing. I've had lobster rolls all over the country, and they fuck them up. Trying to fix a good thing. You go to Maine, they have a New England-style hot dog roll. Costs like pennies. It's crap. Trader Joe's tries some bullshit with trying to recreate that hot dog bun, and it's garbage, too. I don't know why they're better from New England, but New England hot dog bun, they butter toast each side of that shit. They put just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of mayonnaise. There ain't a lot of shit in it. It's just mostly lobster meat, lemon juice. It's very simple. It's a beautiful thing. Another thing that kind of gets me too is there's like an old style New England clam chowder that's disgusting. It's from a can. It's gross. It's really thick and disgusting. It reminds me of the clam chowder from South Carolina. It's disgusting. But if you make real New England clam chowder, woo, it's more like milky and creamy. It's banging. Another thing that I run into, especially in Detroit, I go out to eat a lot here in Detroit, right? And I get the oysters all the time, and they fucking lie to me half the time. Server's lying. Server's like, oh, those are well fleets. I'm like, no, they're not. So they lie a lot about where their oysters come from. They're like, those are East Coast. I'm like, you mean like the Mid Atlantic seaboard, or you mean like New England? Like from New England. I'm like, no, they're not. There are most oysters, you can tell pretty simply where they come from. If they're West Coast, they're like the Mid Atlantic, or if they're from New England, they have like certain characteristics to them, right? You wouldn't know that Durgan Park, baby. But I'll tell you what, Boston. There's like a few things from Boston that you got to eat. You got to eat the steak tips, and I don't mean this new bullshit making steak tips that are like half an inch wide and shit. Like New England, you'd get big fat steak tips, like giant ones, and be like medium rare in the middle. Not medium rare, like medium well. They're big. The OG ones are. But a steak and cheese bomb from New England. Whew. Steak and cheese sub from New England. They got the perfect beef. They do like the ton of it in there. It's got melted American cheese and sometimes mayonnaise. And you can pick if you want onions, peppers, mushrooms. There's none of this bullshit with lettuce and tomato. Fucking lettuce and tomato and a steak and cheese sub. Get out of here. Cheese whiz on a steak and cheese sub. More bullshit. It's American white sliced cheese on a steak and cheese. I don't know if anything has changed for your taco scene there in New Hampshire or Boston or Maine. Man, dude, a good steak and cheese from Boston. Best I've ever had. First time I went to Philly and ate a steak and cheese, I was like, this is garbage. I was like, what is this? I was like, you're just supposed to be from here. Like, it's a Philly steak and cheese. What do Bears want here? They're probably not going to get the down that they want. My assumption here is that the Bear hit and run, they're going to lose here in a minute. They're trying for it. They're just not getting it. Too much going on. Tats Deli. I've never been there. I have plans to go to Seattle soon. I'm going to write that down. That doesn't mean there aren't great sub shops around the country. There's a sub shop in Park City that's on right off Main Street, or it was for a long time. I think they may have gotten rid of it, but they had kick-ass subs. Godmother and Godfather from Santa Monica, California. I forget the Bay City Delis. Outstanding subs. Outstanding. It's their own sub, too. So I do agree that there are like better subs in other places. I've lived in places where like that sandwich shop right there is banging. Or that's real mortadella. Like having real mortadella, you can't beat real mortadella. Can't beat a hot ham sub. Another cool place with cool subs? Providence, Rhode Island. Parts of New York and Jersey, but Providence, Rhode Island specifically. They have these corner stores in Providence. And they're really neat. They're like a bodega from New York City, but they're like the Providence version of this. And you can get like a giant sub for. You used to be able to get a giant sub for like dirt cheap, and it would have mortadella or hot ham Italian sandwich, and they were dirt cheap. Any guys out there watching the show from Providence? Do you know what I'm talking about? They used to have like these dirt ass cheap with like cheap ass sub rolls. Yeah, grinder, right? But they were dirt cheap, like dirt cheap. Yeah, they're grinders. They are grinders. But they were dirt cheap subs, like very simple, like provolone, hot ham or mortadella on it. Really simple sandwich, loaded up with shit on top of it. Yeah, my voice is brutal. It's in real trouble right now. Yeah. Matter of fact, making me cough now. Let me look at Rusty. I thought I had IWMs on there. I guess not. The old rusty. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, water. That's my nipple right there. Oh, I can't do it, can I? I was going to do the, ooh, yeah, rub those nipples. Ooh, yeah, rub those cappy nipples. Ooh, yeah. Did I say something about IWM outperforming this week? Did I say that somewhere on Twitter? Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Did I say something about Rusty outperforming? I think I said that. It's my nipples. Man nipples. My salami nipples. Gross. My bad. It was me. I was talking about my own nipples. The old rusty tromboner. Ooh, oh yeah, yeah. This thing's been pumping. Well, not that one. This one's been pumping.
Snap and Meta. U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee Chair Warner says lawmakers hope TikTok can remain in business under U.S. or other non-Chinese ownership.
Sorry about that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's right, you regret it. Told you it holds Sunday never ends.
Just see where Airbus
There's
obtained a waiver on new Canadian sanctions on Russian titanium.
I'm gonna wade into this TikTok stuff. There's like, I want you to know, don't fucking listen to Elon Musk. Well, I don't know. The Senate sucks. The Senate really does suck. You can't listen to Elon Musk. You can't listen to the Lizard King. You can't listen to TikTok. You can't. You're an American. You're Indian. You're English. You're Japanese. You're Russian. You're Ukrainian, whatever you are. You can't listen to a company tell you or dictate to you. We do a lot of that today. Tell you what's best for democracy or free speech, any of that kind of stuff. There's a real problem with social media. I don't think any of us disagree with that. I think that's a nonpartisan issue. There's a real problem today with social media. There's a definite problem with social media. One of the biggest problems I see right now, there's bigger problems. The astroturfing. The astroturfing is out of control. It's not just astroturfing, but there's like then the AI bots are another issue. And then knowing who people are is an issue. Now, I know that encroaches upon becoming like China, where you have a social media credit score. You like a social media credit score in China, which you don't want, but you do want to know who you're speaking to. It sucks to say that, but in today's day and age, you probably want to know at a minimum where someone is from. It's like something you don't want to do, but you probably have to do. You want to know who you're having a conversation with. You want to know what their experience. It's not a bad thing either. It's not like I don't want to talk to somebody from England, but I want to know their perspective, where they grew up, their perspective, where they're from, and why they think those things. It's the same as any other discussion in real life. If you're going to speak to somebody from England, you want to know that they're from England. You don't want them to pretend that they're from the U.S. And English as a language is becoming very common enough that a lot of people with perfect English online probably have better English than a lot of Americans. It's not that you can't have those conversations with people from other countries. I think it's great. I'm open to that. But there's a lot of like not knowing who we're speaking to, right? What that does is opens up a door to thoughts that may not be from someone from England. It may just be that you are speaking to a bot from Russia or a bot from China on everything. Like, this is right down to like watching a movie, like watching a movie, reading a book, or your interpretation of things. It is important, and it's okay for you to have. Well, I'm not talking about tribalism, but I am talking about your own experiences from where you are, right? How you grew up, your own cultural norms. They are different around the world, and they are important too to you, and for you to tell me what that stuff means, right? Say, hey, and where I'm from, it's like this, or we do it like that for this reason. But a lot of times, it also opens the door to nefarious shit. And one of those big things for me that's bothering me right now is the ability to go on TikTok and I can create.
It's the year ending end of 2024. They do expect its cruise units to require additional liquidity in order to support continued development of AV technology.
Right now, in particular, TikTok is easy. Easy. I can spend about $10,000 to $20,000 and I can create a riot anywhere I want in the United States of America today for any cause that I want. Let me give you an example of this. Would it freak you out if China attacked Taiwan and I was able to create a campaign against colonialism of Taiwan. That China is right. Think about that. I could go on TikTok and create a campaign against Taiwan. You know what I mean? It probably cost me 10 grand, maybe 20 or 30 grand to do that right now. So TikTok, not just TikTok, but X, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of these places. Not so much Discord. Discord's a little bit less of that. Though they have their own little fiefdoms, it's not as, it's more decentralized. Discord's actually probably a pretty good example of decentralized power, where your community matters the most to you, but you're not influencing other communities. But specifically TikTok in of itself is very, very dangerous. There's never been a U.S. media company owned by a foreign entity with that much power. Yeah, I know what the Fediverse is, but there's like, today we've got kids on TikTok in the United States. It's banned in China. They have their own version, but TikTok in itself is banned. Fox News, same thing. I agree with this. But Fox News ain't got nothing on the future, right? Fox News has nothing on the future. Only people watching that shit are 60 years old and older. They're old people. They're not 16, 14, 13. And this is not Republican or Democrat. We're talking about an outside of the United States crisis that's being owned by a foreign nation that is suppressive. China is not the United States of America. There is no comparison between the two. Don't ever think that there is. There is not. There is not. There never will be. There has never been. And I've been over to Asia. I've spent time in the Middle East. I've spent time in Europe. I have traveled. So, you know, you can't really have it. You can't have 14, 12-year-old kids, 16-year-old kids where you can flip a button and cause shutdowns across the country. And I'm fine with protesting. I'm actually fine with the protests that are going on in at Columbia, which is kind of funny because they're all rich kids. But they're not closing down the roadways for somebody to get to work. They're not closing down an ambulance trying to get to a hospital. Not closing down. They are closing down classes, but they are taking their classes online. And that university has a lot of fucking money. And a lot of those people that are doing that stuff have a lot of money themselves. But for regular folk just trying to get to work every day, I do have a problem with the mass shutting down of our country. And I know that it doesn't come from natural grassroots wants to protest. I'm okay with grassroots protesting. I'm okay with not liking Israel. I'm okay with wanting the Palestinians to not be starved any longer. But then when you start to see people like pumping Hamas or pumping Iran, it would not shock me to see us do the same thing with China when they attack Taiwan. It is not difficult with a lot of these social media companies to create a lot of bullshit.
5.51 million tons.
Personally, I think we're seeing it in our news reporting elsewhere in society. Recently, since about November, I've been kind of cringing at the news cycles as it relates to rate cuts and rate hikes and creating just garbage news written by AI. Some of it's not nefarious. Some of it is. Some of it's just AI. You can actually see it in our news cycle. You get laziness. People are just writing reports with using AI, pushing narratives based on an AI thought process that is absolute fucking garbage. Sorry, but it is. And not human thought. Some of it's from outside nationalities. Some of it's from inside the United States.
Taking it to 5.84 million tons.
and there's a difference in this, right? There's misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation is a lot of the AI shit. And then it's competing with it. So you can see the articles fighting with each other with misinformation. Then you have disinformation campaigns that are being pushed in the United States that do have lasting effects on our country. Now, if I'm talking to somebody from England and I know they're from England and they change my point of view over time, that's natural. If someone from England said, well, fuck that, we want to change the entire American perspective on something that we care about in England, and we're not going to tell them. We're just going to invade their regular conversations day in, day out for a generation. You can do that, and that will work, changing the American perspective, which to me is wrong. I don't see anything about that. I think that's nefarious. And I don't care where you're from around the country, or around the world, excuse me, but as soon as you do that, it becomes nefarious. There are nefarious ends to that, and there are people fighting to do that. And you also, along the same lines, have then you have corporate interests, right? Mixed in with this entire bullshit. You then have people like Elon Musk, and you have people like Google, you have people like YouTube, and you got people like Snapchat, and Facebook, and they want nothing more than what? And they want you to be angry. All along, all this other bullshit, they want you to be angry, right? And so, do they want you to have a good experience on social media? No, they want you to hear something divisive, something that makes you angry, something that you might, in a small way, think I don't like this or I don't like that. And then you get this whole online persona about it. And if you happen to have mental health issues, or you might be listening to somebody with mental health issues and not know it, you might be listening to an extremist and not know it. They might package and wrap what they've got for you simply, right? There's a lot of thought put into this stuff, right? And you end up doing bad shit. Saw that one guy just burn himself up, right? Just burned himself up outside of the Trump trial. People are like, "Oh, that's just because Trump." It's not. It's poisoning people that otherwise wouldn't be normally poisoned, right? People with their own mental health problems, or people pushing that shit on you. And then you've got the pushers of that dope, right? You got the companies. You got people that want to create their own fiefdom, right? Can't win them all, so you might as well get them angry. And then you pack them all. How many can we pack into this social media fiefdom, right? The Everything app. Here, come do your taxes with me. Do all your banking transactions. Get your movies from the Everything app. Why don't you start voting on the Everything app, right? I'll curate your whole experience. We'll have our own little fiefdom over here. It'll be amazing. Mm-hmm. So it's it's kind of like weird. It's the weaponization of you're being or you and your thoughts and your feelings and your existence are being weaponized on social media. That's what's happening. Unlike any other time period in history, I think. It's really bizarre. And you're losing relationships over it. Your parents might be fucking weirdo MAGA. Like, parents might be like, "What? My dad's all of a sudden a racist. Why is that?" My sister over here wants to. Did you see the one girl that was out in California, and she went to like a city council meeting, and she was saying she was gonna kill everybody in the city council or something? And I was like, where the fuck are these people coming from? And it's like, I got crazies on one side of me, and I got fucking crazies on the other side. I'm being surrounded by crazy. The extremism, like left and right. Right to the left of me, I got them, and the fucking right of me, I got them. I don't think we are living with each other, though. I think that I think that it's like a prime place to, it's like a fertile ground to turn people against each other unlike they ever would. And then we have another problem too. Another major issue here is that the humanities are out of favor. It's like juicy. Like, the humanities are out of favor, so young people are not having a voice from the humanities side of things to explain a lot of what's seen in social media. You get a lot of people going towards tech, right? You see humanities are failing across the country in colleges. Look at this, they're parking this shit. I just want a fucking dip, man. Just give me a dip to buy some zero dates on this party. Yeah, we're losing the humanities. If you go to like Harvard, their humanities program is collapsing. It's imploding right now. How many kids don't read myths and fables? How many kids? None of them do. Ask them. Find out what they're teaching them in school right now. They're not teaching the humanities. It's not happening. Humanities are out. We need a percentage of our population focused on the humanities. A percentage, 20, 30% focused on the humanities. Very important part. It sits very well with technology and science. No shit, really? Yeah, it's important that we save it. I realize that math is the language of the future. I get it. But I don't think we can lose the human experience. It's 3:48 right now. I think they just ramp it up in there and don't say fuck it. I'm still waiting. I'm kind of hoping for a dip at like 408. And then I can buy that shit for the ramp on Tesla. Or if Tesla ramps. I'm going to leave Tesla up down below. We're going to leave Tesla up for this report. I'm going to put it on a 1 minute. Now, we don't get the... I want you to know that there are always two trades with Tesla. Always, every time, no matter what. Even if it's going down. Two trades. There's the initial ER report trade, its own thing. And then there is the guidance report, and that shit will go everywhere. Another famous thing about Tesla is everybody gets bulled up or bared up, and dealers love to like pin it between both expected moves, and then you get the real move just before or just after the first expiry. This is like a big report to take all of your money. Dealers love it. This is where they do when they're gonna clean up the backyard with some hired help, buy a new vehicle, $100,000 truck. They wait for Tesla reporting. How about this? Into this close here. Let me know in the. Let me know this. Let me answer this for me. Tomorrow, does Tesla open green or red? Green or red Tesla tomorrow? That's right. Peasant call punters. Red or green? Red, green, sell the news. Green. Mixed so far. How about neutral? I'll give you that one too. Just neutral, just flat. Flat would be hilarious. Like flat. A lot of reds coming through. Some greens now. Barely green. I haven't seen too many Tesla ERs where they crank after their ER. Like crank. Usually on a stock split. I don't think we're getting a stock split, do you? Red, all the triggers are pointing down. But we are at a low. Red, flat. Reverse split. Yeah, that's what I think. Few days. If the report is good, I bet it's a few days. Brown. Advanced Auto Parts. Let me look at it in the background. Let me check out the background.
And the market imbalance, reportedly around about $400 million on the sell side. Market imbalance, apparently around $400 million on the sell side.
No edge on that sell side, by the way. I also want to, I guess VRT is not today, is it? Let me look at advanced auto parts here. I like the stonk. I like it. Have you been long in this trade? I think it's a great trade. What did we see on autos? Didn't we see retail sales on autos? I like advanced. I like them. I like the stock, and I like it where it's at right now. AAP. I like it. Price target $90. I bet you want 100 though. I like the stock. The daily velocity is a little. I'd really like to buy it at $50. Advanced auto parts. I don't like its velocity right now, I'll be honest. But I like it. I would say, let me rephrase what I said about advanced auto parts. I hope to get a discount buying it because it's beautiful right now.
And so several earnings we want to look out for after hours today. On the closing bell, looking out for numbers from Texas Instruments, TXN, EPS expected at $1.07 on revenues of $3.61 billion. Visa expected to report 5 minutes after the closing bell. EPS expected at $2.44 on revenues of $8.63 billion. Tesla also said to be reporting numbers today at 5 minutes after the closing bell. EPS of Tesla seen at 51 cents on revenues of $22.15 billion.
I wonder if Visa will send us down. Like Visa sends us down, and then we can scoop it up for Tesla. That'd be nice. My thoughts on ELF. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Crank it, baby. I love ELF right now. I like it buying it today. I like it right now. Correction complete. You're above your daily trigger. You're going to go up there and clean up all that dog shit above. I like ELF. ELF Beauty. ELF. Good ticker. Nice ticker to call out. I like it. You guys are calling out good tickers right now. AAP, ELF. Like them both. Have you guys looked at the CaptainJimJames ETF recently? Woof. I got some tickers for you. I'm going to read some stuff off to you guys, okay? I'm going to read some tickers off to you. Duolingo. We already talked about that one, right? Get your pens and papers out. If you've got the triggers and velocity, get your pen and papers out. Get your pen and papers out. Get ready to read these. I'm going to be really fast about this. 5 minutes left. I'm going to rattle off some tickers for you to look at home. Doug Fuller. Write these down. Toast. T-O-S-T. Oscar, one of my favorites. O-S-C-R. O-S-C-R. I-O-N-Q. I-O-N-Q. FIP. F-I-P. P-Core, not quite ready yet, but watch it. PCOR. HashiCorp. Woof. HashiCorp ripping faces off right now. That's HCP. CFLT, Confluent. CFLT, Confluent. Market weak here into the close. Captain Jim James looking for a dip buy after the Visa report to buy some Tesla, hopefully, on a low in the S&P 500. CFLT. Next one, Smart, SMRT, getting ready for a new dip buy. SMRT. Juicy. Almost ready. CHRD. They already blasted off, but they're coming back down. They might get another dip buy. They've been pretty consistent of late since March. We have been in that season, but CHRD. GitLab, GTLB, fighting its way to go higher. GTLB, one to watch very closely. It's about to make a huge upside explosive move. Next one may seem like it's not ready for a buy, but it is. NXT, also known as Next Tracker Inc., coming back to its usual place to buy the fucking dip on. NXT. Braze, BRZE. Been getting hammered recently, fighting its way back to its monthly trigger. If it can get above $44.60, if it can, it might be ready to start pumping again. One of my favorites, IOT, just recovered from a correction on its weekly and daily trigger. If it can stay above $30, it's going to make you lots of money. IOT. FLNC is trying to fight its way back up and above the monthly trigger. If it can get above $20, I'd have high hopes for it. FLNC. Another favorite, Lemonade, LMND right now on a high, but as long as it keeps trading that $15, it keeps squeezing. Oh, look at that. Woo. Spoo's trying right now to squeeze. This one's going to sound crazy too, but it's CRDO, Credo Technology Holding Group. I would like to see them trade $15. If they do, it's a buy. CRDO. Next one, fighting for its life, but looks like it's primed and ready to go right now. This is Rumble Inc. RUM, looking to make a comeback right now. Rumble. Another juicy one. I always like to buy the lows on this one, although I'm a little scared here.
Of $1.20, beating the estimate of $1.07. Revenue 3.66 billion, above the estimate of 3.61 billion. Gives Q2 guidance. Sees Q2 revenue between 3.65 and 3.95 billion. With EPS between 105 and 125.
Tesla with weakness to 143.84.
95 billion. That's compared to the estimate of 3.78 billion. Just look at breakdown of revenue from Texas Instruments. Analog revenue 2.84 billion, beating estimates 2.81 billion. Embedding processing revenue that comes in at $652 million. Doesn't miss the estimate of 700 million.
Looks like Texas Instruments beat EPS guide or EPS and revs. Expected 107. EPS came in at 1.20. Revs expected 3.1 or 61 billion. Revs came in at 3.66 billion. Unity Group, UNIT, reportedly nears a USD $15 billion merger with Windstream. That was earlier, though, according to Bloomberg. Look at that. We got the Texas Instruments information before anybody else out there. Woohoo! Figured that. TXN. With beats. This is TXN down here. Cranking right now, trading 175.40. Notice how we get that news before anybody else. Whoa, Tesla!
And release here from Tesla does report adjusted EPS of 45 cents. Adjusted EPS of 45 cents. Street was looking for 51 cents, and that's a miss on EPS from Tesla.
Tesla for a minute traded 151. Woo!
Report adjusted EBITDA 3.384 billion. She's looking for 3.313 billion.
Can I get a fill?
Does report a gross margin of 17.4%, an operating margin of 5.5% for Q1. Q1 free cash flow negative 2.5 billion.
Tesla trading at a high of 150.92. Woo!
And Tesla revenue that comes in at 21.3 billion. 21.3 billion does miss the estimate 22.15 billion.
Oh, Tesla trading 152 right now.
Models. Again, of course, did they that announcement earlier about their new Model 3?
Tesla Q1 adjusted EPS 45 cents, expected 51 cents. Tesla trading 155 right now.
Trading with gains of over 7% after hours.
155.81 coming into its top target. Tesla trading. All right, fuck this.
Again, does noting that they have updated their future vehicle lineups and just some suggestions. They are hinting at some more affordable models here.
Tesla, baby! Give it to me, Tesla! Tesla at a high trading 157, almost 158, baby! Give it to me all day long.
Just a bit more commentary from Tesla. They do state they have sufficient liquidity to fund their product roadmap and long-term capacity expansion plans and other expenses. They also remain committed to company-wide cost reduction, including reducing COGS per vehicle. To make the FSD more accessible, they have also reduced the price of the subscription.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, just fuck my voice. Doesn't matter. I got a sell order in. I'm getting fills right now. I'm going to go flat here in just a moment. Oh, yeah. Tesla, baby. Tesla.
Meanwhile, Visa ticker V adjusted EPS $2.51. Does beat the estimate at 244. Revenue 8.8 billion, beating the estimate 8.623 billion. And going back to Visa, payments volume at constant currency up 8%, shares are up 7.99%. Cross-border volumes at constant currency beating it up 16%, above the estimate of up 14.8%.
Oh, shit. I want another buy opportunity.
And in total, Visa...
I wasn't expecting us to hit 150 fucking 7.
Beating the estimate of 54.91 billion.
I gotta buy another low. Can't do that. Can't leave that on the table. Can't leave that on the table. I can't leave it on the table. I'm a fucking whore.
Trade. See top and bottom line beats from Visa.
TXN mooning. Visa told is mooning.
And do you know Visa? Just noting they do see Q3.
I don't see any Visa mooning. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on, I get the wrong Visa.
Double digits. And see.
I got the wrong one. Hold on.
In the low double digit range.
Just V. Oh yeah. For some reason, I wrote Visa in there. Visa mooning. Oh.
And you see where for Spirit Aerosystems, SPR, and also Boeing. Do note Spirit and Boeing entered into a memorandum of agreement. Spirit will maintain a production rate that supports Boeing's contractual production demand, and Boeing will pay to Spirit as an advance payment of amounts due to be paid pursuant to the long-term supply agreement. Just a agreement there between Spirit Aerosystems and Boeing.
Fucking A, Tesla. Fuck yeah, buddy. Fucking Tesla, baby. Fucking Tesla. Fucking Tesla. Fucking A right. All that hot sauce on Tesla. Woo! Hot sauce on Tesla. Now all we need is the Elon pump. Please, Elon Musk. If you, Elon, if you can please do me a fucking solid today. Do me a fucking solid. Don't be a fucking troll, man. Just tell everybody why you're number one, man. Just all you got to do. All the work that you did from day one and why you're here today. That's all they want, man. Yeah, I mean, you're waiting basically on Elon Musk. If Elon Musk can do it,
again, just more regarding
you're going to see us tag that daily trigger.
Line up to accelerate the launch of new models ahead of the previously communicated start of production in the second half of 2025.
You will see the daily trigger on Spoos if Elon does a good job. If he can help out the S&P 500, appreciate it. Shit. I don't care if that's all fake. I just care about the conversation. I don't care. I just care about the news. When is it being said? Have we priced it in yet?
Tesla also just noted in the US, it did produce over 1,000 Cybertrucks in a single week in April.
Oh, shit. Doesn't work. Don't be logic in that stuff. Accumulation and distribution. The news that coincides with that accumulation and distribution, it means a lot more. It will serve you well in life. So happy right now. Sorry. Slap that ass, motherfucker, motherfucker, slap that ass. Rip it right to 415 on Spoos, please. Rip it to fucking 4:15 p.m. Gap the bitch up to tomorrow morning. Yeah. Elon Musk is the only wild card left to a nice gap up tomorrow to the Daily Trigger. He's it. He's it. You got to really watch out because he can really fuck this thing up. No, there is. What Elon can do is if Elon focuses on, we said it earlier here, right? I think we said it earlier, which was Elon has to go back to those roots. He really does. He has to go back to why the what they've done since day one for vertical integration and manufacturing, how they can fight the existential threat of other EV companies out there. Don't be bullshitting. Don't be fucking trolling fucking reporters. None of that shit. You're looking for a different type of investor than Tesla gang. You're looking for long-term investors like funds that want to own that stock for a long time and have lower expectations. Their higher expectations to be spread out. There's an opportunity for that today. If he can't be the guy to do that, they're going to replace him. Guaranteed. He's out. I can almost guarantee it. He'll be out. You'll see the price of the stock go to not zero, but you'll see it go to $80. And you'll probably see some material news that he's been put in a position and a different CEO has been brought in to
some of these
look for those goals down the road for Tesla. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you weren't here and we were discussing it earlier, please go back to the broadcast and watch it because it's an important part of the broadcast.
About
what he has to say today is it's a needle. He has to thread a needle today. That's his only thing to do. Tesla right now trading $156.38. If you're a Tesla bull, congratulations. If you're a Tesla bear that didn't know to get the fuck on out and stop drinking the fucking Kool-Aid the last 2 days on fucking Reddit. I guess I got to go on Wall Street Bets then, don't I? Because I told them yesterday. Told them all, don't do it. Dude, don't do it. they were on fire yesterday. Wall Street Bets was out of control. They were out of their minds. So I was like, you guys are out of your fucking minds. Hold on a second here. Gotta go on old Wall Street Bets and fuck with the boys and girls. Oh shit. Wall Street Bets. All right, I'm going to leave the stream up. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna leave Tesla. I'm gonna leave the Tesla chart up for you with everything on it. All right. So I'm gonna switch over here really quick. This looks bad, doesn't it? I'm not doing that. Trigger screen. Hold on. Trigger screen. And I'm gonna put Tesla up for you, so you can watch this in the background. Jesus Christ. Woo, Tesla. Whoa. Woo. I'm going to leave this up for you. This is Tesla. I'm going to leave velocity up for you too. You guys want this on a 30-minute basis maybe? So you can see Velo? Oh, yeah. I'm going to leave this up for you. I will be back. Oh. So refreshing. The 156.81, this is what was priced in. This was what was priced in from dealers. If you want to see your calls print tomorrow, you need to see price get above that. I don't know if you know that or not, but you need price above this right here for dealers to chase. Listen to me closely. If you have calls, you need price to get above where dealers are. And dealers will chase you tomorrow. I don't think you're going to get that, but if you do, if you're above that red bar right there tomorrow, we got some more ramping. We got some more ramping, though. We're not done ramping. If we get up there, you need price above this, or else they're not going to help you out. I will be back. I will be back here at 5 p.m. in the next 40 minutes. We can watch this together and see how crazy it's going to get or not. I got to go. I got some friends that bought Tesla with me, and we got to suck each other off in a circle jerk or something. We got to like call each other up. Just keeps because we get rare wins with Tesla on ER. So this is a very rare opportunity. I'm going to leave the chat up for you. And I'm also going to leave up the news squawk for you in case anything comes across that you need to hear. So you're not going to be alone here. You're going to have the news squawker on, and I will be back.
An early release here from Chubb, ticker CB. They reports an EPS of $5.23. Would be assured of the estimate of $5.31.
Say something on chat really quick.
And
for some reason, I turned the chat box off. Hold on.
11.64 billion. Although I do know the core operating EPS.
I didn't mean to turn the chat box off.
Would be a beat on the expected of 5.31 from Chubb.
Here, I'll say something in the chat box. All right, there we go. We're good. We're back. Okay, so now I'm going to make this really large for you. Make this really big so you can see everybody talking. Check 1, 2. Thank you very much, guys.
Also, just so you're aware, next up at the bottom of the hour, we'll also be on the lookout for the latest private inventory data for the week.
I will also put Tesla's
4 million barrels and distillates they're seen drawing by 900,000 barrels.
Elon Musk is really bad. Bald.
Subscribers of the private inventories will be receiving at the bottom of the hour, but we'll be on the lookout for new releases thereafter. Timing can vary somewhat.
Make some Elon jokes in the chat right now. I will put the earnings call on the show at 5 p.m. Earnings call will be on the show at 5 p.m. Let me see if I can add that in here. Hold on here. Chat. What are chat? Hold on a second here. Hold on. I got to switch over here really quick. Hold on, guys. Main screen. Can I copy this? And then go to the trigger screen full. Can I paste this? Sweet. All right, so right down here, I'm gonna put this up here. And I'm gonna write something else. I'm gonna write Tesla guidance, 5 p.m. with audio at least, right? Done. Done. Put that over there. I wrote Giddens. Is that how you spell guidance? I don't think so. Maybe. Looks like Giddens, not guidance. Hey, Trader Podcast, what's going on, brother? Woohoo, baby. Good to see you, brother. Healthy and well, baby. Love you. Yeah, we think the same thing. This is where the dealers are, man, up here. We agree with you. We're with you. Trader Podcast in Napa, baby, with a great vacation. Stopping back right now. TPC, man, get back here for the 5 p.m. if you want. We can chat. We'll put you on the stream or something. We want to hear about your vacation, man. All right, I'll be back. 5 p.m. We'll have guidance on with audio and maybe some video if they have it. I don't think they're going to have video, but if they do, we'll do the video as well. Take a quick break. I'll be back in 1/2 an hour.
And, I haven't seen the private energy data just as of yet, but a slight move higher in WTI, not much, however. And so look, the private energy data reportedly sees crude stocks draw by about 3.2 million, gasoline draw 600,000, distillates a build at 700,000, while Cushing sees a draw of about 900,000. So just to go over the private energy data once again, reportedly comes in at a crude draw of 3.2 million barrels. Drizzling for a build at 1.8 million, so surprise draw there. Meanwhile, gasoline, that's a draw of 600,000. Street was looking for a draw of about 1.4 million, so a smaller draw than expected. Meanwhile, distillate sees a build of about 700,000. There's a surprise build there in the distillates. We're looking for a draw of about 900k. Meanwhile, Cushing, that's a draw 900,000.
mostra tutti il mio cuore che hai acceso, chiudi dentro me la luce che hai incontrato per strada. Time to say goodbye. Paesi che non ho mai veduto vissuto con te. Adesso sì li vivrò con te. Partirò su navi per mari che io lo sono e non esistono più. Con te io li rivivrò con te.
And Chevron says it experienced a mechanical issue at one of its operating units, resulting in intermittent use of facilities safety flares at the El Segundo, California refinery. And Chevron says it is actively working to remedy the issue as soon as possible. And Chevron says that this temporary equipment malfunction does not impact the refinery's ability to supply petroleum products to its customers in the region.
Quando sono solo, sogno l'orizzonte e mancano le parole. Sì, lo so che non c'è luce in una stanza quando manca il sole. Se non ci sei tu con me, su le finestre.
Yeah, I guess we'll play it, won't we?
Il mio cuore che hai acceso, chiudi dentro me la luce che hai incontrato per strada.
Fucking Catalina wine mixer, baby.
Time to say goodbye.
I'll post it with what you said.
Adesso sì li vivrò con te, partirò su navi per mari che io lo sono e non esistono più.
There you go.
Con te io li rivivrò, con te partirò su navi per mari.
You got it, baby. What did I say about Uber?
Oh,
What did I say about Uber? And Lyft?
io li rivivrò con te.
Take the trade against Uber and Lyft. Is Uber getting hammered right now? I hope Lyft and Uber both getting fucking hammered. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Suck it, Uber. Yeah, baby. Who's going to take a bath on that news today? Ride sharing is going to take a bath. Good night, Uber. Hells yes. Fuck yeah. Oh, yeah, this is what you want to be watching right here. This is where dealers chase anything up here. This is where the baddies hurt. This is where the shorts get real banged up in here. Real banged up in here. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see if we can find some Tesla. Sweep the leg. I gotta watch that movie again tonight. Oh man, that reminds me of what's the other two movies? The one where the dude's from Idaho, the Mormon one, Pedro for president, and the other one, Rex Kwon Do. That was a really good black comedy movie. What the fuck was it called?
A previous 100.7.
There was like a movie about
Instruments executive following its earnings says industrial market was down 25% year on year in Q1.
Now we got Napoleon Dynamite, correct? And then the other one was with Rex Kwon Do. It was a really like off-putting, it was a hard movie to be like, this is fun as hell, but hold on, Rex Kwon Do. was Rex Kwon Do from Napoleon Dynamite? He like played in another Foot Fist Way. That's it. Foot Fist Way. Foot Fist Way. You got it. Foot Fist Way. That's the one. Danny McBride. Exactly. Foot Fist Way. Here, let's see if we can get the. Here we go. All right, I'm going to put this in right now, the webcast. Tell me this isn't this music. I got like a whole music thing. Starts in 35 minutes. So I guess we're a little bit wrong here. Looks like Investor Relate saying it starts in 35 minutes. So we got a little bit more time than I expected.
Says automotive market was down.
So just a heads up, 35 minutes.
In Q1.
So hold on here. Break time. Be right back. 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Congratulations, ACS. Congratulations, brother. You want to see price stay above where it says dealers right here. You want to see price stay above this. This is where your profit is up here. Call option profit. Hold on. Oh, dude, they're gonna put a fucking hurting. They're gonna put a fucking hurting on these shorts, dude. They're gonna put a fucking hurting on anybody with puts. Put a fucking hurting on anybody with that short Tesla. This is all margin call up here. All this margin call. Anything above this red box is margin call. Maintenance, baby. Fucking phone calls going out right now. Phone calls going out right now, by the way. All right, back at 5:30, baby. Give me a half hour. I'm gonna get a drink. I think I need a drink here. It's such a good day. Before Elon comes on and ruins our day. Before Elon comes on, I'm gonna have a drink.
And for South Korea consumer confidence, that's 100.7. That's in line with the previous reading. Furthermore, from Texas Instruments executive, it says company may receive about $300 million as investment tax credit benefits in Q2. And furthermore, Texas Instruments may receive about $1 billion as investment tax credit benefits in 2024.
I've got guidance at 5:30. Just a heads up. I'm looking at the. Yeah, it looks like we got another 18 minutes left. Another 18 minutes left. I had the time wrong, and then I adjusted it on the top of the screen.
Some comments from North Korea leader Kim's sister. Says we will continue to build overwhelming military power to protect sovereignty. That's according to KCNA. Just repeat, that's North Korea leader Kim's sister, Kim Yo-jong, says we will continue to build overwhelming military power to protect sovereignty. And North Korea leader Kim's sister says regional security environment is spiraling into turmoil because of US military maneuvers.
All right, I'm going to I'm going to read some of the questions from the Tesla Q1 2024 earnings Q&A. Just read some stuff to you here. What is the status of 4680? What is the current output? That's from Stefan. He's got 4.9 million Tesla shares. Woo! What is the current status of Optimus? Are they currently performing any factory tasks? When do you expect mass production? This is all questions from major shareholders. There's another good one. Sorry, I'm eating a M&M. I apologize for my horse mouth going in the background. I'm trying to catch up here. An anonymous institutional investor asks, what is Tesla's current assessment? Let me turn my stuff back on here. What is Tesla's current assessment of the pathway towards regulatory approval for unsupervised FSD in the U.S.? And how should we think about the appropriate safety threshold compared to human drivers? That one bothers me because I know Elon doesn't like the press. He doesn't like advertising. but man, it would do wonders. One thing about like the bureaucracy in the United States is that a lot of those people are not as savvy as you might think, and you really want to get into their lexicon, right? What self-driving is, that it's safe, safer, safe-ish, way safer than a driver. I can't say it isn't, even in its current form. Oh, hold on, give me one quick second. I'm going to check with somebody real quick. I might have a guest. Hold on.
And comments from Visa. So Visa says, consumer spending has remained relatively stable. It says international payment volumes remain stable versus Q1. And Visa says continues to see strong international travel volumes.
Say something.
Something.
Yeah, I think we got you. Say it again.
It again.
Yeah, I think we got you on the air. Are you a Tesla bull?
Yes, I am. I'm a Tesla realist, but I am a bull for the products for sure.
Do you own Tesla right now?
I do. I just don't own enough of it, unfortunately, from today.
Where did you buy it? What price?
I believe I bought at 143.
Ooh, nice price.
So
Very nice price.
143 and a couple of pennies.
Hmm.
But unfortunately, I didn't buy calls. I only bought shares. So unfortunately, I don't have. I'm not sharing with all of you degenerates that bought calls for Friday at the money at close.
Supposedly, there are a lot of bulls that sold their Tesla today. Is that real? Did you hear about that?
No, but it's been kind of wild to watch all the like Tesla Ultra bulls talk about how they were divesting from Tesla due to Elon and his comp package and over whether or not it would get his like the biggest investors in Tesla.
Joey Donut.
The biggest investor in Tesla was a guy Kuo or something like that, a Chinese gentleman
Not
on
Stefan.
Twitter. No, because the guy has more dollars invested than anybody, but he has, he's like the third largest individual shareholder, and he's calling for the dismissal of Elon and calling him all kinds of shit on Twitter.
Yeah, we
Like,
were talking about that in
calling him
stream.
the magician. Yeah, he's like talking some serious shit. So the real question is that guy? I guess there is risk, and these ultra mega Tesla bulls that acquired large single or even I think all large single digit percentages of the overall float. Those guys holding the shares and talking shit about Elon, conceivably, if they do pass the measure to reinstate the payment plan, I guess they could divest and really, do an Elon buying Twitter style drop on the stock.
Do you think that if they removed Elon, that the stock would moon?
No, I don't. I think that without Elon, Tesla ends up a minor car manufacturer that ends up being acquired by somebody.
If Elon were to stay on board but not as the day-to-day guy, do you think that would help or no?
I think that would help a lot. I think that would give us that SpaceX style trajectory where Elon stays on, but they hire a professional CEO, and that has worked out well at SpaceX. I really believe that could be a potential
Elon has some opening remarks.
huge opportunity.
No, wait a minute. Hold on.
So to recap, in Q1 we navigated
All right, Joe, we're gonna cut you
unforeseen
off for a minute,
challenges
buddy.
as well as the ramp for the updated Model 3 and
Later.
Taiwan. There was, as people have seen, the EV adoption rate globally is under pressure, and a lot of other auto manufacturers are pulling back on EVs and pursuing plug-in hybrids instead. We believe this is not the right strategy, and electric vehicles will ultimately dominate the market. Despite these challenges, the Tesla team did a great job executing in a tough environment, and energy storage deployments, the Megapack in particular, reached an all-time high in Q1, leading to record profitability for the energy business. And that looks likely to continue to increase in the quarters and years ahead. It will increase. We actually know that it will. Significantly faster than the car business, as we expected. We also continue to expand our AI training capacity in Q1, more than doubling our training compute sequentially.
Read about that?
In terms of the new product roadmap, there's been a lot of talk about our upcoming vehicle line in the past several weeks. We've updated our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of new models ahead of previously mentioned start of production in the second half of 2025. So we expect it to be more like the early 2025, if not late this year. These new vehicles, including more affordable models, will use aspects of the next generation platform, as well as aspects of our current platforms, and will be able to be produced on the same manufacturing lines as our current vehicle lineup. So it's not contingent on any new factory or massive new production line. It'll be made on our current production lines much more efficiently. And we think this should allow us to get to over 3 million vehicles of capacity when realized to the full extent. Regarding FSD version 12, which is the pure AI-based self-driving, people that if you haven't experienced this, I strongly urge you to try it out. It's profound, and the rate of improvement is rapid. So we've now turned that on for all cars with the cameras and inference computer and everything from hardware 3 on in North America. So it's been pushed out to, I think, around 1.8 million vehicles, and we're seeing about half of people use it so far, and that percentage is increasing with each passing week. So we now have over 300 billion miles that have been driven with FSD V12. Since the launch of full self-driving, supervised full self-driving, it's become very clear that the vision-based approach with end-to-end neural networks is the right solution for scalable autonomy. And it's really how humans drive. Our entire road network is designed for biological neural nets and eyes. So naturally, cameras and digital neural nets are the solution to our current road system.
And just for those for Tesla, so Tesla says expects new model production
price to $99 a month, so it's easy to try out. And as we've announced, we'll be showcasing our purpose-built robotaxi or cybercab in August. Regarding AI compute, over the past few months, we've been actively working on expanding Tesla's core AI infrastructure. For a while there, we were training constrained in our progress. We are, at this point, no longer training constrained, and so we're making rapid progress. We've installed and commissioned, meaning they're actually working, 35,000 H100 computers, or GPUs. GPU is the wrong word. They need a new word. I always feel like a wince when I say GPU, because it's not GPU, G stands for graphics, and it doesn't do graphics. But anyway, roughly 35,000 H100s are active, and we expect that to be probably 85,000 or thereabouts by the end of this year. In training, just for training.
Checking NVDA right now to see if it's reacting at all in the after hours to this.
About the number of H100s, but how efficiently they're used. So in conclusion, we're super excited about our autonomy roadmap. I think it should be obvious to anyone who's driving version 12 in a Tesla that is only a matter of time before we exceed the reliability.
NVIDIA fucking pumping on that news.
And we're really headed for an electric vehicle, an autonomous future. And I'll go back to something I said several years ago, that in the future, gasoline cars that are not autonomous will be like riding a horse and using a flip phone. And that will become very obvious in hindsight. We continue to make the necessary investments that will drive growth and profits for Tesla in the future. And I wanted to thank the Tesla team for incredible execution during this period and look forward to everything that we have planned ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Vaibhav has some comments as well.
Thanks. It's important to acknowledge what Elon said. From our auto business perspective, we did see a decline in revenues quarter over quarter, and those were primarily because of seasonality, uncertain macroeconomic environment, and the other reasons which Elon had mentioned earlier. Auto margins declined from 18.9 to 18.5%, excluding the impact of Cybertruck. The impact of pricing actions was largely offset by reductions in per unit costs and the recognition of revenue from auto park feature for certain vehicles in the US that previously did not have that functionality. Additionally, while we did experience higher costs due to the ramp of Model 3 in Fremont and disruptions in Berlin, these costs were largely offset by cost reduction initiatives. In fact, if we exclude Cybertruck and Fremont Model 3 ramp costs, the revenue from auto park, auto margins improved slightly. Currently, normalized Model Y cost per vehicle in Austin and Berlin are already very close to that of Fremont. Our ability to reduce costs without sacrificing on quality was due to the amazing efforts of the team in executing Tesla's relentless pursuit of efficiency across the business. We've also witnessed that as other OEMs are pulling back on their investments in EV, there is increasing appetite for credits, and that means a steady stream of revenue for us. Obviously, seeing others pull back from EV is not the future we want. We would prefer it the whole industry went all in. On the demand front, we have undertaken a variety of initiatives, including lowering the price of both the purchase and subscription options for FSD, launching extremely attractive leasing specials for the Model 3 in the US for $299 a month, and offering attractive financing options in certain markets. We believe that our awareness activities paired with attractive financing will go a long way in expanding our reach and driving demand for our products. Our energy business continues to make meaningful progress with margins reaching a record of 24.6%. We expect the energy storage deployment.
Earlier, we talked about Lyft and Uber getting hammered.
Higher from 2023.
And they did get hammered in after hours. Both Lyft and
contributing
Uber getting slammed.
Profitability. Note that there is a bit of lumpiness.
Profits will be going to Tesla.
Factors that are outside of our control, so deployments may fluctuate quarter over quarter. On the operating expense front, we saw a sequential increase from our AI initiatives, continued investment in future projects,
Lyft down 3%,
and other activities. We had negative free cash flow of $2.5 billion in the first quarter. The primary driver of this was an
Uber down 1.69%. They were down 2 at one point,
as discussed before, and our elevated spend on capex across various initiatives, including AI compute. We expect the inventory build to reverse in the second quarter and free cash flow to return to positive again. As we prepare the company for the next phase of growth, we had to make the hard but necessary decision to reduce our headcount by over 10%. The savings generated are expected to be well in excess of $1 billion on an annual run rate basis. We are also getting hyper-focused on capex efficiency and utilizing our installed capacity in a more efficient manner.
XLK pumping after hours 0.44%.
Our cost reductions will help improve our overall profitability and ultimately enable us to increase the scale of our investments in AI. In conclusion, the future is extremely bright, and the journey to get there, while challenging, will be extremely rewarding. Once again, I would like to thank the whole Tesla team for delivering great results.
Tesla upbeat right now. Tesla up 9.37%.
Okay, let's start with investor Q&A. The first question is, what is the status of 4680? What is the current output? Lars?
Sure. 4680 production increased about 18-20% over from Q4, reaching greater than 1K a week for Cybertruck, which is about 7 gigawatt hours per year, as we posted on X. We expect to stay ahead of the Cybertruck ramp with the cell production throughout Q2 as we ramp the 3rd of 4 lines in phase 1, while maintaining multiple weeks of cell inventory to make sure we're ahead of the ramp. Because we're ramping, COGS continues to drop rapidly week over week, driven by yield improvements throughout the lines and production volume increases. So our goal, and we expect to do this, is to beat supplier costs of nickel-based cells by the end of the year.
Thank you. The second question is on Optimus. So what is the current status of Optimus? Are they currently performing any factory tasks? When do you expect to start mass production?
We are able to do simple factory tasks, or at least I should say factory tasks in the lab. In terms of actually, we do think we will have Optimus in limited production in the factory, in the actual factory itself, doing useful tasks before the end of this year. And then I think we may be able to sell it externally by the end of next year. These are just guesses. As I've said before, I think Optimus will be more valuable than everything else combined. Because if you've got a sentient humanoid robot that is able to navigate reality and do tasks at request, there is no meaningful limit to the size of the economy. So that's what's going to happen. And I think Tesla is best positioned of any humanoid robot maker to be able to reach volume production with efficient inference on the robot itself. This perhaps is a point that is worth emphasizing. Tesla's AI inference efficiency is vastly better than any other company.
Yeah, but the robotics are not as good.
Efficiency of Tesla.
Let's be honest, the robotics are still not as good.
We were constrained by the inference hardware in the car. We didn't have a choice. But that will pay dividends in many ways.
Thank you. The third question is, what is Tesla's current assessment of the pathway towards regulatory approval for unsupervised FSD in the US?
This is the big one for me here.
And how should we think about the appropriate safety threshold compared to human drivers?
One that he can't get over the hump on
There are
himself
handful of
personally.
states that already have adopted autonomous vehicle laws. These states are paving the way for operations, while the data for such operations guides a broader adoption of driverless vehicles. I think Ashok can talk a little bit about our safety methodology, but we expect that these states and the work ongoing, as well as the data that we're providing, will pave the way for a broad-based regulatory approval in the US at least, and then other countries as well.
Yeah. It's actually been pretty helpful that other autonomous car companies have been cutting a path through the regulatory jungle. But
that's fair.
So that's actually quite helpful. And they have obviously been operating in San Francisco for a while. I think they got approval for City of LA.
That's fair. They're not paying for it themselves.
I think if you've got at scale a statistically significant amount of data that shows conclusively that the autonomous car has, let's say, half the accident rate of a human-driven car, I think that's difficult to ignore, because at that point, stopping autonomy means killing people. So I actually do not think that there will be significant regulatory barriers, provided there is conclusive data that the autonomous car is safer than a human-driven car. And in my view, this will be much like elevators. Like, elevators used to be operated by a guy with a relay switch, but sometimes that guy would get tired or drunk or just make a mistake and shear somebody in half between floors. So now we just get in an elevator and press a button. We don't think about it. In fact, it's kind of weird if somebody's standing there with a relay switch.
Come on, squeeze up there and trade 167, baby. Get 167.
Summon a car using your phone. You get in. It takes you to a destination. You get out.
You don't even think about it.
You don't even think about it. Just like an elevator. It takes you to your floor. That's it. Don't think about how the elevator is working or anything like that. Now, something I should...
How about 165? I'll take 165.
We'll be operating the fleet. So you can think of like how Tesla... think of Tesla like, I don't know, some combination of Airbnb and Uber, meaning that, there'll be some number of cars that Tesla owns itself and operates in the fleet. There'll be some number of cars, and then there'll be a bunch of cars where they're owned by the end user, but that end user can add or subtract their car to the fleet whenever they want. And they can decide if they want to only let the car be used by friends and family, or only by 5-star users, or by anyone.
You're talking about like Uber drivers, Lyft drivers being able to go out and buy a fucking car with a monthly payments, and boom, they're in business working.
You could rent out your guest room or not anytime you want. As our fleet grows, we have 7 million cars, 9 million cars, eventually tens of millions of cars worldwide.
Give me 280 today, please.
With a constant feedback loop, every time something goes wrong, that gets added to the training data, and you get this training flywheel happening.
Trading 160, 161 right now. 161, not 161, baby. There it goes.
It's very difficult to compete with Google, because people are constantly doing searches and clicking, and Google's getting that feedback loop. It's the same with Tesla, but at a scale that is maybe difficult to comprehend, but ultimately be tens of millions. I think there's also some potential here for an AWS element down the road, where if we've got very powerful inference, because we've got a hardware 3 in the cars.
Amazon now ripping in the after hours, trading 180.50.
And should be in cars hopefully towards the end of next year. And there's the potential to run when the car is not moving to actually run distributed inference. So kind of like AWS, but distributed inference. Like it takes a lot of computers to train an AI model, but many orders of magnitude less compute to run it. So if you can imagine a future perhaps where there's a fleet of 100 million Teslas, and on average they've got like maybe a kilowatt of inference compute, that's 100 gigawatts of inference compute distributed all around the world. It's pretty hard to put together 100 gigawatts of
stupid
AI compute.
It's fucking stupid. There's not many companies that can do that.
Future where the car is perhaps used, instead of being used 10 hours a week, is used 50 hours a week. That still leaves over 100 hours a week where the car inference computer could be doing something else. And it seems like it would be a waste not to use it.
Ashley, do you want to chime in on peer process and safety?
Yeah, we have like multiple tiers of validating the safety. For like in any given week, we train hundreds of neural networks that can produce different trajectories for how to drive the car. We replay them through the millions of clips that we have already collected from our users and our own QA. Those are like critical events, like someone jumping out in front, or like other critical events that we have gathered a database of.
Man.
And so that we are net improving safety. And on top of
Say it in the chat for me. Where are we going?
And test it Once all of this is validated, we give it to our own QA drivers. We have hundreds of them in different cities.
Tesla call holders are gonna go burr, baby, burr.
They are also driving this and collecting real-world miles, and we have an estimate of what are the critical events. Are they a net improvement compared to the previous week's builds? And once we have confidence that the build is a net improvement, then we start shipping to.
Looks like the initial move on Amazon's being reversed as Elon's saying, fuck Amazon, we're going to do our own AWS. If you're looking for a short, keep your eyes on Amazon.
After all of this is validated, then we go to external customers. And even when we go external, we have like live dashboards of monitoring every critical event that's happening in the fleet, sorted by the criticality of it.
Uber and Lyft fucking shit pants right now.
On the build's quality and the safety improvement along the way. And then any failures, like Elon alluded to, you'd get the data back, add it to the training, and that improves the model in the next cycle. So we have this like constant feedback loop of issues, fixes, evaluations, and then it rinse and repeat. And especially with the new V12 architecture, all of this is automatically improving without requiring much engineering interventions, in the sense that engineers don't have to be creative in like how they code the algorithms. It's mostly learning on its own based on data. So you see that, okay, we failed here, or like this is how a person shows, this is how you drive this intersection or something like that. We get the data back, we add it to the neural network, and it learns from that training data automatically, instead of some engineers saying that, oh, here you must rotate the steering wheel by this much or something like that. There's no hard if-else conditions. It's everything is neural network. It's very soft. It's probabilistic. So it will adapt its probability distribution based on the new data that it's getting.
Yeah, and we do have some insight into how good the things will be in, like, let's say 3 or 4 months, because we have advanced models that are far more capable than what is in the car. But have some issues with them that we need to fix. So there'll be a step change improvement in the capabilities of the car, but it'll have some quirks that are that need to be addressed in order to release it. As Ashok was saying, we have to be very careful in what we release to the fleet or to customers in general. So like if we look at say 12.4 and 12.5, which are really could arguably even be version 13, version 14, because it's pretty close to a total retrain of the neural nets in each case, or substantially different. So we have good insight into where the models, how well the car will perform in say 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, in terms of scaling laws, people in the AI community generally talk about model scaling laws, where they increase the model size a lot, and then they have corresponding gains in performance. But we have also figured out scaling laws and other axes. In addition to the model size scaling, we can also have data scaling. You can increase the amount of data you use to train the neural network, and that also gives similar gains. And you can also scale up by training compute. You can train it for much longer and get on more GPUs or more Dojo nodes, and that also gives better performance. And you can also have architecture scaling, where you come up with better architectures that for the same amount of compute produce better results. So a combination of model size scaling, data scaling, training compute scaling, and the architecture scaling, we can basically if we continue scaling based on this ratio, we can sort of predict future performance. Obviously, it takes time to do the experiments because it takes few weeks to train. It takes few weeks to collect tens of millions of video clips and process all of them. But you can estimate what's going to be the future progress based on the trends that we have seen in the past, and they've generally held true based on the past data.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the next question, which is, can we get an official announcement of the timeline for the $25,000 vehicle?
I think Elon mentioned it in the opening remarks, but as you mentioned, we're updating our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of our low-cost vehicles in a more CapEx efficient way. That's our mission, to get the most affordable cars to customers as fast as possible. These new vehicles we built on our existing lines and open capacity, and that's a major shift, to utilize all our capacity with marginal CapEx before we go spend high CapEx to do anything.
Yeah, we'll talk about this more on August 8th. But really the way to think of Tesla is almost entirely in terms of solving autonomy and being able to turn on that autonomy for a gigantic fleet. And I think it might be the biggest asset value appreciation in history when that day happens, when you can do unsupervised full self-driving.
5 million cars.
Yeah.
Well, a little less.
Well,
Some of those have, yeah.
It'll be 7 million cars, in a year or so.
Yeah.
And then 10 million, and then, eventually we're talking about tens of millions of cars. Not eventually, it's like before the end of this, before the end of the decade, it's several tens of millions of cars, I think.
Thank you. The next question is, what is the progress of Cybertruck ramp?
I can take that one too. Cybertruck hit 1K a week just a couple weeks ago. This happened in the first 4 to 5 months since we SOP'd late last year. Of course, volume production is what matters. That's what drives costs, and so our costs are dropping. But the ramp still faces a lot of challenges with so many new technologies, some supplier limitations, et cetera, and we'll continue to ramp this year, just focusing on cost efficiency and quality.
Okay, thank you. The next question, have any of the legacy automakers contacted Tesla about possibly licensing FSD in the future?
We're in conversations with one major automaker regarding licensing FSD.
Thank you. The next question is about the robotaxi unveil. Elon already talked about that, so we'll have to wait till August. The following question is about the next generation vehicle. We already talked about that. So let's go to the Semi. What is the timeline for?
This reminds me of the old school days of trading Tesla.
I think.
Sure. So we're finalizing the engineering of the Semi to enable a super cost-effective, high-volume production with our learnings from our fleet and our pilot fleet and Pepsi's fleet, which we're expanding this year marginally. In parallel, as we showed in the shareholders deck, we have started construction on the factory in Reno. Our first vehicles are planned for late 2025 with external customers starting in 2026.
Okay, couple more questions. So our favorite, can we make FSD transfer permanent until FSD is fully delivered with level 5 autonomy?
No.
Okay, next question. What is gating the production ramp at Lathrop? Where do you see the megapack run rate at the end of the year? Mike?
Yeah, Lathrop is ramping as planned.
I think we should just go to 280 tomorrow
to increase our exit rate
it
from
done.
20 gigawatt hours per year to
Go up 100% overnight.
40 gigawatt hours per year by the end of the year. That line's commissioned.
Oh, fuck me. I miss these days for Tesla. It's been so fucking long.
Sales cycles for these large projects, we typically have order visibility 12 to 24 months prior.
It's been a long time, baby. To the moon. It's been a while.
The build plan several quarters in advance. So this allows us to ramp the factory to align with the business and order growth. Lastly, we'd like to thank our customers globally for their trust in Tesla as a partner for these incredible projects.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to analyst questions. The first question comes from Tony Sacconaghi from Bernstein. Tony, please go ahead and unmute.
Thank you for taking the question. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on kind of the new vehicles that you talked about today. Are these like tweaks on existing models, given that they're going to be running on the same lines, or are these like new models, and how should we think about them, in the context of like the Model 3 Highland update? What will these models be like relative to that? And given the quick time frame, Model 3 Highland has required a lot of work and a lot of retooling. Maybe you can help put that all in context. Thank you. And I have a follow-up, please.
I think we've said all we will on that front. So what's your follow-up?
It's a more personal one for you, Elon.
Oh, God, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
Maybe you can just talk about where your heart is at in terms of.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Elon.
Do you expect to lessen your involvement with Tesla at any point over the next 3 years?
Pass.
Well,
Pass.
Tesla constitutes the majority of my work time, and I work pretty much every day of the week. It's rare for me to take a Sunday afternoon off. So I'm gonna make sure Tesla is very prosperous, and I think it is prosperous, and it will be very much so in the future.
He needs something in his ear to say, fucking pass on that shit. Just pass.
Adam Jonas from Morgan Stanley. Adam, please go ahead and unmute.
Okay, great. Hey, Elon. So you and your team on volume expect a 2024 growth rate notably lower than that achieved in 2023. But what's your team's degree of confidence on growth above 0%? Or in other words, does that statement leave room for potentially lower sales year on year?
No, I think we'll have higher sales this year than last year.
Okay. My follow-up, Elon, on future product. If you had nailed execution, assuming that you nail execution on your next gen, cheaper vehicles, more aggressive giga castings, I don't want to say one piece, but getting closer to one piece, structural pack, unboxed, 300-mile range, $25,000 price point, putting aside taxi, those features unique to you, how long would it take your best Chinese
$25,000 fucking dollars,
a cheaper and better vehicle that you could offer a couple of years from now? How long would it take your best Chinese competitors to copy that?
It wasn't a bad answer, but I don't want them to fucking feed into it.
What our competitors could do, except we've done relatively better than they have. If you look at the drop in our competitors in China sales versus our drop in sales, our drop was less than theirs. So we're doing well. But I think Kathy Wood said it best. Like, really, we should be thought of as an AI or robotics company. If you value Tesla as just like an auto company, you just have to fundamentally. It's just the wrong framework, and it will come to be. If you ask the wrong question, then the right answer is impossible. So. If somebody doesn't believe Tesla's going to solve autonomy, I think they should not be an investor in the company. Like that is, but we will, and we are. And then you have a car that goes from 10 hours of use a week, like an hour and a half a day, to probably 50, but it costs the same.
I think that's the key thing to remember, right? Especially if you look at FSD supervised. If you didn't believe in autonomy, they should give you a preview that this is coming. It's actually getting better day by day.
Yeah, if you've not tried the FSD 12.3, And like I said, 12.4 is going to be significantly better, and 12.5 even better than that. And we have visibility into those things. Then you really don't understand what's going on. It's not possible.
Yeah, and that's why we can't just look at just as a car company, because a car company would just have a car. But here we have more than a car company because the cars can be autonomous. And like I said, it's happening.
Dude, just say you're going to fucking steal all the money from Uber and Lyft. Just say it.
The AI community is just like increasing, like improving.
I mean, I realize you want to talk about AI and all this other shit, but
An automobile. So
talk about taking two other companies' fucking candy.
So like, tell us about future horse
At
carriages.
least in the immediate future.
Well, actually, it doesn't need a horse. That's the whole point.
He's doing well. I agree. He's doing very well.
That's really the whole point.
And everybody's a very upbeat.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from Alex Potter from Piper Sandler. Alex, please go ahead and unmute.
Great, thanks. So couldn't agree more. The thesis hinges completely on AI, the future of AI, full self-driving, neural net training, all of these things. In that context, Elon, you've spoken about your desire to obtain 25% voting control of the company.
Oh, shit.
I understand completely why that would be. So I'm not necessarily asking about that. I'm asking if you've come up with any mechanism by which you can ensure that you'll obtain that level of voting control, because if not, then the core part of the thesis could potentially be at risk. So any additional commentary you might have on that topic?
Well, I think no matter what, Tesla, even if I got kidnapped by aliens tomorrow, Tesla will solve autonomy, maybe a little slower, but it would solve autonomy for vehicles at least. I don't know if it would win on with respect to Optimus or with respect to future products, but it would. But there's enough momentum for Tesla to solve autonomy, even if I disappeared for vehicles. Now, there's a whole range of things we can do in the future beyond that. I'd be more reticent with respect to Optimus. If we have a super sentient humanoid robot that can follow you indoors and that you can't escape, we're talking Terminator level risk, then I'd be uncomfortable with, if there's not some meaningful level of influence over how that is deployed. If there's, shareholders have an opportunity to ratify or re-ratify the sort of competition. I guess I can't say that. Whatever, but that is a fact. They have an opportunity.
Okay. Very good.
He did. He's good. He's doing good.
We'll see. If the company generates a lot of positive cash flow, we could obviously buy back shares.
All right, that's actually all very helpful context. Thank you. Maybe one final question, then I'll pass it on. OpEx reductions.
I hope it comes out 13F that fucking Elon bought the fucking dip today.
Also in potentially more qualitative discussion of what the implications are for these headcount reductions. What are the types of activities that you're presumably sacrificing as a result of parting ways with these folks? Thanks very much.
So, like we said, we've done these headcount reductions across the board. And, as companies grow over time, there are certain redundancies, there's some duplication of efforts which happens in certain areas. So you need
Wall
to
Street loves this shit.
Look at
Love it.
where all these pockets are, get rid of it. So we're basically going through that exercise wherein we're like, hey, how do we set this company right for the next phase of growth? And the way to think about it is, any tree which grows, it needs pruning. This is the pruning exercise which we went through. And at the end of it, we'll be much stronger and much more resilient to deal with the future, because the future is really bright. Like I said in my opening remarks, we just have to get through this period and get there.
It's brutal working in manufacturing or any large company like this, because this is a fact of life, right? You get downsized.
But
they love this shit. Wall Street loves it.
From
How many?
2019 to now.
10%? Should have been 20.
So if a company,
not that it's good, it's it's brutal if you're the worker, or especially if you've been there forever. But yeah, Amazon's one of the worst companies that does this. I'll tell you guys some stories sometime about what they do.
But it is time to reorganize the company.
They'd make Tesla blush.
And you really need to reorganize it, just like a human. When we start off as one cell and become a zygote and blastocyst, and you start growing arms and legs, and briefly you have a tail. And so.
But you shed the tail.
You shed the tail, hopefully, and then you're a baby, and you.
I love all of you guys out there. Love you, Addy.
You have to be different. The organism, a company is kind of like a creature growing, and if you don't reorganize it for different phases of growth,
absolutely,
it will fail. You can't have the same organizational structure if you're 10 cells versus 100 versus a million versus a billion versus a trillion. Where humans are like around 35 trillion cells. It doesn't feel like it feels like feel like one person, but
it sucks when you're on the ass end of that stick.
You're basically a walking cell colony of roughly 35 trillion, depending on your body mass, and about 3 times that number in bacteria. So, anyway, you've got to reorganize the company for a new phase of growth, or it will fail to achieve that growth.
Thank you. Let's go to Mark Delaney from Goldman Sachs. Mark, please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks very much for taking the question. The company had previously characterized potential FSD licensing discussions as in the early phase, and some OEMs had not really been believing in it. Can you elaborate on how much the licensing business opportunity you mentioned today has progressed? And is there anything Tesla needs to achieve with the technology in terms of product milestones in order to be successful at reaching a licensing agreement, in your view?
Well, I think it just needs to be obvious that our approach is the right approach. And I think it is.
I want to briefly come in here and talk to you guys about the daily trigger.
Drive you around. It is obvious that our solution.
They are going to attempt to sell you on that daily trigger. I assure you. I assure you they're going to try.
Can achieve self-driving. No LiDARs, no radars, no ultrasonics, nothing. Just
no heavy integration work for the vehicle manufacturers.
Yeah, it's so really just be a case of having them use the same cameras and inference computer and licensing our software. And but it's once it becomes obvious that if you don't have this in a car, nobody wants your car.
We're going to discuss the daily trigger before the end of the show, okay? We're going to discuss it before the end of the show.
Just remember, like back when Nokia was king of the hill. Yeah,
cell phone.
Yeah, crushing. And I saw them come out with a smartphone that was basically a brick with limited functionality. And then the iPhone and Android. But people still did not understand that all the phones are going to be that way. There's not going to be any flip phones. There'll be a niche product.
Or home phones.
Yeah, not even exactly. When was the last time you saw a home phone?
Is
it like an anachronism?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
In a hotel. Sometimes in a hotel.
Yeah, the hotels have them. Yeah.
So just a note, as they wrap this up, you're going to see Tesla possibly roll down.
All cars will need to be smart cars.
At some point, okay? So just as they wrap this up.
Once that becomes obvious, I think licensing becomes not optional.
Becomes a method of survival.
Yeah, so it's license it or nobody will buy your car.
I mean, one other thing which I'll add is in the conversations which we've had with some of these OEMs, I just want to also point out that they take a lot of time in their product life cycle.
Yeah.
They're talking about years before they will, put it in their product. We might have a licensing deal earlier than that, but it takes a while. So this is where the big difference between us and them is, right?
Yeah, I mean, really, a deal signed now would result in it being in a car in probably 3 years.
Mm-hmm. That would be early.
Yeah, that's like lightning, basically. So
that's being an eager OEM.
Yeah. So
he might have.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do sign a deal. I think we're good chance we do sign a deal this year. Maybe more than one. But yeah, it would be probably 3 years before it's integrated with a car, even though all you need is cameras and our inference computer. So it's like not a massive design change.
Yeah, and again, just to clarify, it's not the work which we have to do, it's the work which they have to do, which will take the time.
Right, Mark, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you. My follow-up was to better understand Tesla's approach to pricing going forward. Previously, the company had said that the price reductions were driving incremental demand. With how affordable the cars have become, especially for vehicles that have access to IRA credits and some of the leasing offers that Tesla has in place, do you still see meaningful incremental price reductions as making sense from here for the existing products? And can the company meaningfully lower prices from here and also stay free cash flow positive on an annual basis with the current products?
Huge.
Yeah, I think we can be free cash flow positive.
They thought they weren't going to have free cash flow positivity, and they did. Banking right now.
Yeah.
I think Vaibhav said it in his opening remarks. Like our cost down efforts, we basically were offsetting the price cuts.
That's what I was going to say.
Goal. Like we're trying to give it back to the customers.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like for any given company, if you sell a great product at a great price, if you have a great product at a great price, the sales will be excellent. That's true of any arena. So over time, we do need to keep making sure that that it's a great product at a great price, and moreover that price is accessible to people. So it's not, you have to solve both the value for money and the fundamental affordability question. The fundamental affordability question is sometimes overlooked. If somebody's earning several $100,000 a year, they don't think of a car from a fundamental affordability standpoint. But for the vast majority of people are living paycheck to paycheck. So it actually makes a difference if the cost per month for lease or financing is $10 one way or the other. So it is important to keep improving the affordability and to keep, it's just like making the price
more accessible.
Yeah, exactly. Make the price more accessible, the value for money better, and to keep improving that over time.
But also to make kick-ass cars that people want to buy.
Yeah, it's got to be a great product at a great price, and the standards for what constitutes a great product at a great price keep increasing. So there's like you can't just be static. You have to keep making the car better, improving the price of it, improving the cost of production. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and in fact, like I said in my opening remarks also, like the updated Model 3 is a fantastic car. I don't think people fully even understand the amount of engineering effort which has gone, and Lars and team have actually put out videos explaining how much the car is different when it looks and feels different. Not only it looks and feels different, we've added so much value to it, but you can lease it for like as low as $299 a month.
Yeah. Without gas.
Yeah.
All right. The next question comes from George from Canaccord. George, please go and unmute.
Hi. Thank you for taking my question. First, could you please help us understand maybe some of the timing of launching FSD in additional geographies, including maybe clarifying your recent comment about China? Thank you.
You mean like new markets? Yeah, there are a bunch of markets where we don't currently sell cars that we should be selling cars in. We'll see some acceleration of that.
Oh, new markets?
And FSD in new markets?
Yeah. So the thing about the
new markets,
the
Poke Juice Box, take it easy. Hey, Poke Juice Box, just a heads up, brother. Do you have the market brief from last night? It still holds for tonight.
In almost any market.
Market brief from last night still holds tonight.
With the approval of the regulator.
Take it easy, brother.
Releasing it as
still valid
autonomy
today
system,
and into tomorrow.
Where we can get regulatory approval for that, which we think includes China. So yeah, it's just like a human, you can
especially the part about the daily trigger poke juice box. Take it easy, brother.
Obviously, if you live in that country, you'll drive better, and so we'll make the car drive better in these other countries with country-specific training. But it can drive quite well almost everywhere.
Yeah, the basics of driving are basically the same everywhere. Like, car is a car, traffic is a traffic light, road is the road. It's like,
yeah, it understands that it shouldn't hit things no matter where it is.
Exactly. There are some road rules.
Give me a fucking face ripper. Give me 167.
Cross over a solid line to do a lane change. US is a recommendation, I think. China, you get fined heavily if you do that. We have to do some adaptations, but it's mostly smaller adaptations, not like an entire change of stack or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, George, do you have a follow-up?
Yep. So my follow-up has to do with the first quarter deliveries, and I'm curious as to whether or not you feel that supply constraints that you mentioned throughout the release impacted the results, and maybe can you help us quantify that, and is that why you have some confidence in unit growth in 2024?
Yeah, I think we did cover this a little bit in the opening remarks too. Q1 had a lot of different things which were happening. Seasonality was a big one, continued pressure from the macroeconomic environment. We had attacks at our factory. We had Red Sea attacks. We're ramping Model 3. We're ramping Cybertruck. All these things are happening. I mean, it almost feels like a culmination of all those activities in a constrained period. And that gives us that confidence that, hey, we don't expect these things to recur.
Yeah, we think Q2 will be a lot better.
Yeah.
It's just one thing after another. Our attacks are crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, if you've got cars that are sitting on ships, they obviously cannot be delivered to people. And if you've got excess demand for Model 3 or Model Y in one market, but you don't have it there, it's an extremely complex logistics situation. So and I'd say also we did overcomplicate the sales process, which we've just in the past week or so have greatly simplified. So it became far too complex to buy a Tesla, whereas it should just be you can buy the car in under a minute. So we're getting back to the you can buy a Tesla in under a minute interface from what was quite complex.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Colin Rush from Oppenheimer. Colin, go ahead and unmute, please.
Thanks so much, guys. Given the pursuit of Tesla really as the leader in AI for the physical world, and your comments around distributed inference, can you talk about what that approach is unlocking beyond what's happening in the vehicle right now?
So, do you want to say something?
Yeah, you mentioned like the car, even when it's a full robotaxi, it's probably going to be used around 50 hours a week.
That's my guess, like a third of the hours of the week.
Yeah, it could be more or less, but then there's certainly going to be some hours left for charging and cleaning and maintenance in that world. It can do a lot of other workloads. Even right now, we are seeing, for example, these LLM companies have this like batch workloads where they send a bunch of documents, and those are run through pretty large neural networks. Take a lot of compute to chunk through those workloads. And now that we have already paid for this compute in these cars, it might be wise to use them and not let them be idle, be like buying a lot of expensive machinery and letting them be idle. Like we don't want that. We'd want to use the compute as much as possible and close to like basically 100% of the time, make effective use of it.
That's why I think it's analogous to Amazon Web Services, where people didn't expect that AWS would be the most valuable part of Amazon when it started out as a bookstore. So that was on nobody's radar. But they found that they had excess compute because the compute needs would spike to extreme levels for brief periods of the year, and then they had idle compute for the rest of the year. So then what should they do with all that excess compute for the rest of the year? That's kind of
monetize it.
Yeah, monetize it. So
yes, monetize it.
say, okay, if we've got millions and then tens of millions of vehicles out there,
yes,
where the computers are idle most of the time,
yeah,
that we might as well have them do something useful.
Exactly.
And then, I mean, if you get like to the 100 million vehicle level, which I think we will at some point get to, then, and you've got a kilowatt of usable compute, and maybe you're on hardware 6 or 7 by that time, then you really, I think you'd have on the order of 100 gigawatts of usable compute, which might be more than anyone, more than any company, probably more than any company.
Yeah, probably. Because it takes a lot of intelligence to drive the car.
Mine BTC while your Tesla sits in the garage. Right on, right on, right on.
Just solving scientific problems.
Just like a human.
Or answering dumb questions for someone else.
Or have someone rent your car to put them on a network mining for you.
Yeah. And unlike laptops and our cell phones, it is.
Or you get paid for the usage, a percentage.
Across different nodes, as opposed to asking users for permission on their own cell phones would be very tedious.
Well, you just drain the battery on them.
Yeah, exactly. The battery is also limited.
So like technically, I suppose like Apple would have the most amount of distributed compute, but you can't use it because you can't get you can't just run the phone at full power and drain the battery.
Yep.
So whereas for the car, even if you're a kilowatt level inference computer, which is crazy power compared to a phone, if you've got a 50 or 60 kilowatt hour pack, it's still not a big deal to run.
If you're plugged in,
whether you're plugged in or not, it could be plugged in or not plugged in. You could run for 10 hours and use 10 kilowatt hours of your kilowatt of compute
per hour.
Yeah.
Already got a built-in liquid cooled thermal management.
Yeah, it's exactly
expense for data centers. So it's already there in the car.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
it's distributed power generation. It's just distributed access to power and distributed cooling, and it's already paid for.
Yeah, I mean, that distributed power and cooling, people underestimate that costs a lot of money.
Really big deal.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and the capex is shared by the entire world.
Yes.
Sort of everyone owns a small chunk, and they get a small profit out of it, maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys. And just my follow-up is a little bit more mundane. Looking at the 4680 ramp, can you talk about how close you are to target yields and when you might start to accelerate incremental capacity expansions on that technology?
We're making good progress on that, but I don't think it's super important for at least the near term. As Laura said, we think it will be, exceed the competitiveness of suppliers by the end of this year, and then we'll continue to improve it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to note also that like the ramp right now is relevant to the Cybertruck ramp.
Yeah.
And so like we're not going to just randomly build 4680s unless we have a place to put them. And so we're going to, make sure we're prudent about that. But we also have a lot of investments with all our cell suppliers and vendors. They're great partners, and they, done great development work with us. And a lot of the advancements in technology and chemistry we found in 4680, they're also putting into their cells.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of the 4680, in terms of doing internal cells, was a hedge against what would happen with our suppliers. Because for a while there, it was very difficult because every big car maker put in massive battery orders. And so the price per kilowatt hour of lithium-ion batteries went to crazy numbers, to crazy levels.
Bonkers.
Yeah, just bonkers. So, okay, we've got to have some hedge here to deal with, cost per kilowatt hours numbers that would double what we anticipated. If we have an internal cell production, then we have that hedge against demand shocks, with too much demand. That's really the way to think about it. It's not like we want to take on a whole bunch of problems just for the hell of it. We did the cell program in order to address the crazy increase in cost per kilowatt hour from our suppliers due to gigantic orders placed by every car maker on Earth. So.
Okay, thank you. And the last question comes from Ben Kalo from Baird.
All right, so about to wrap this up. Hey, Captain, if you were to give... Let's hear this last question, and we'll save some questions for you.
And you're still muted.
Well, I once again would just like to...
Hold on UVXY for a minute.
That anyone who is, I guess, thinking about the Tesla stock should really drive FSD 12.3. You really... You can't, it's impossible to understand the company if you do not do this.
All right, so
yeah, Elon's totally in fucking pump mode.
Let's try.
Everybody's stoked and happy.
From Wolf Research. Final question.
Oh, hey, thanks so much. Just Elon, during the Investor Day last year, you mentioned that auto COGS per unit for the next-gen vehicle would decline by 50% versus the current 3 and Y. I think that was implying something around $20,000 of COGS. About a third of that was coming from the unboxed manufacturing process. But I'm curious if you see an opportunity that some of the other drivers around powertrain cost reduction or material cost savings, would those be largely transferable to some of the new products that you're now talking about introducing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in short, yes. I mean, the unboxed manufacturing method is certainly great and revolutionary, but with it comes some risk because, it's new production lines, not. But all the subsystems we developed, whether it was powertrains, drive units, battery improvements in manufacturing and automation, thermal systems, seating, the integration of interior components, and reduction of LV controllers, all that's transferable, and that's what we're doing. Trying to get it into our products as fast as possible. And so that engineering work, we're not trying to just throw it away and put it, in a coffin. We're going to take it and utilize it to the best advantage of the cars we make and the future cars we make.
Okay, great. And then just on that topic of 4680 cells, I know you mentioned it. You really thought of it more as like a hedge against rising battery costs from other OEMs, but it seems even today, it seems like you would have a cost advantage against some of those other automakers. And I'm wondering, given the rationalizing of your vehicle manufacturing plans that you're talking about now, if there's an opportunity to maybe convert the 4680 cells and maybe sell those to other automakers and really generate an additional revenue stream. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about that.
Right. What seems to be happening is that unless I'm missing something, the orders for batteries from other automakers have declined dramatically. So we're seeing much more competitive prices for cells from our suppliers, dramatically more competitive than in the past. It is clear that a lot of our suppliers have excess capacity.
Yeah, in addition to what Elon said, this is Carmen, by the way, in addition to what Elon said about 4680s, what 4680 did for us from a supply chain perspective was help us understand the supply chain that's upstream of our cell suppliers. So a lot of the deals that we had struck for 4680, we can also supply those materials to our partners, help reducing the overall cost back to Tesla. So we're basically inserting ourselves in the upstream supply chain by doing that. So that's also been beneficial in reducing the overall pricing in addition to the excess capacity that these suppliers have.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is going to wax and wane, obviously. So, there's going to be a boom and bust in battery cell production, where production exceeds supply, and then supply exceeds production, and back and forth, kind of like, I don't know, DRAM or something. So it's like what is true today will not be true in the future. There's going to be somewhat of a boom and bust cycle here. And then there are additional complications with government incentives, like the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, which I always found like a funny name for a
comical name.
Yeah, is it like the Irish Republican Army, the Internet Research Agency from Russia,
independent retirement account?
Yeah, exactly. Roth IRA. It's like poor Spider-Man situation, which IRA wins. So, but it does complicate the incentive structure, so that there is perhaps there's stronger demand for cells that are produced in the U.S. than outside the U.S. But then, how long does the IRA last? I don't know.
Which is why it's important that we have both in-line cells and vendor cells to hedge against all of this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the time we have today. But at the same time, I would like to make a short announcement. And I wanted to let the investment community know that about a month ago, I met up with Elon and Vaibhav and announced that I'll be moving on from the world of investor relations. I'll be hanging around for another couple of months or so feel free to reach out anytime. But after this 7-year sprint, I'm going to be taking a break and spending some good quality time with my family. And I wanted to say that these 7 years have been the greatest privilege of my professional life. I'll never forget the memories from, I started literally at the beginning of production hell and just watching the company from the inside to see what it's become today. And I'm especially super thankful to the people in this room and dozens of people outside of this room that I've worked for over the years. I think the team strength and teamwork at Tesla is unlike anything else I've seen in my career. Elon, thank you very much for this opportunity.
There's a shit ton of fighting going on in Tesla gang right now.
Regularly and debating it.
A shit ton of fighting going on in Tesla gang.
Because I thought your analysis of Tesla was the best that I'd seen.
Tesla gang at war right now on Twitter.
Helping Tesla get to where it is today over 7 years. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you so much. And
Tesla gang,
thousands of shareholders that
infighting in Tesla gang land.
Factories and loved all these.
Stay off Fintuit if you're in Tesla land right now.
Yeah, looking forward to the call in the next 3 months, but I'll be on the other side listening in. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
A lot of shitty faces today in Tesla land. You got a ton. Anyone that tells you they weren't short, they were. Everybody was short. They got the numbers for it. Tesla gang at odds with each other right now. We called it here. How many days ago? We called it on Friday, I think. And before that, we told you the target was 140. We traded 138 and change for a brief 1-minute bar. But that was your chance. If you bought it, congratulations. I do want to talk to you briefly out there. You know that I'm never going to get invited on one of these Tesla broadcasts with Tesla bros. You know I'm hated and despised by a lot of Tesla gang and Tesla Q. Though some Tesla Q and some Tesla gang does like it here. They do like hanging out with me, mostly because we're traders, right? We're investors and traders, and but I'm a bull. But you guys know even some Tesla bears hang out in the community in the chat. Anyone with money on the line tends to hang out around me or near me, and I tend to hang around them too if they're bulls or even Q. So anyways, I want to talk to you guys about something important here before we wrap up the show, okay? Number one, on Tesla. You want to see it stay above the 156.76. You want to, and the reason you want that is because you're looking for Tesla to open tomorrow and have buyers step in and buy this immediately. Okay? You need that for your calls to print. I'm going to be honest with you. Dealer pricing in the move to the upside here, and you need renewed buying of calls on the opening bell for continued printing. Saying that, I don't want to say this to you because it's not advice, but if you have calls and you wake up tomorrow morning, you could see a decent print if your idea is that we continue higher. If that's your thesis, I would say pocket your money, whoop, and immediately place a new bet. If you've ever traded earnings on these tickers, what you'll see sometimes is if you hold your calls through these events and we're going to continue to go up, let's say you bought a call for $1 and it's worth $2 on the open and there's renewed buying, you will see sometimes, a lot of time, you'll see like that $1 goes to 2 and you're like, woo, I'm going to hold it for more. You'll actually see that call go back down to $1 and then shoot to $3 or $4. So when you see that actually in play, it's fascinating to watch. So if you are looking for higher highs tomorrow or a dip to be bought or something like that, try to think through your trade, right? Spent $1, made $2. I think we're going to go higher. I'm going to take my $2 and look for a lower priced call, collect the dollar, pocket it, and then maybe buy a dollar call or a 30-cent call or something like that, okay? If you're going to hold through tomorrow, watch the options change just to see the mechanics of it, how it plays itself out, unless we gap up or something like that. If we gap up tomorrow, I would take the money right at the opening bell. Just get out. I'm going to explain it to you why right now. We're going to talk about some stuff here, okay? Before I leave tonight, we're going to talk about something important, and we have to talk about it. So give me just one moment here before you leave me for this evening. This is our market brief, I believe, from last night. And I wanted to put this out on Sunday, but I wanted gamma data before we did it. And it's an important concept for you to understand, okay? And here it is right here, okay? I'm gonna make this small here so you can read along with me. I want you to be able to read along with me. It says, is the correction over? Cash markets took a breather today with price finally climbing above the hourly trigger. This does not mean that the correction is over. It only means as long as the hourly trigger holds, expect a retracement to the daily trigger using the hourly trigger as a place to buy the dip, ending in becoming a seller of the daily trigger. If this is the end of the correction, look for price to regain the daily trigger, make a new high, and retest the hourly trigger cross. Only then can we confirm an end. This should be an A here, I apologize. An end to the correction. Below are two examples of the regimes mentioned above. So we want to chat about this right now, okay? And I want you to see that, as we come up here, we can be rejected, get underneath the hourly trigger, correction resumes, catch a new low over there. There are going to be sellers waiting for this trade. I assure you, they want this trade. Now, when this happens, or if this happens, you're looking for if we get a new low or not. Do we get a new low, or is it higher than this previous low over here? That's an important designation. And I'm going to show you examples of this in just a moment, okay? I'm going to show you an example of this in real time. Prior examples of this. If the correction is complete and you see us come up here, right? Come up here, get close, right? We don't get the new low. Maybe it gets picked up on the hourly trigger. We blast above the daily trigger, right? You still need the new high to get long again as a bull. To get long again as a bull, you need some actions to take place. You need the high, then the new high, then you can carry on as a bull. You understand this. You have to understand this concept. And I'm going to explain to you right now in a real example how this matters. And we talked about this earlier this week, I believe. We're going to look at it again. So I want to show you guys something very important here, okay? This is March right here. Hold on here. Maybe I need to go to a 1 hour at least. I'm on the wrong ticker here too. Hold on. It's important that we talk about this, okay? So remember, We are below the daily trigger, okay? We're having a pullback for bears right now, for sellers. Pullback is this right here. Okay? Now I want to show you the importance of paying very close attention to lower lows, higher lows, higher highs, and lower highs, and when they matter. And they matter right now in a big way, okay? They matter right now in a big way. So pretend that we are right here, right now. Pretend where we are right here, right now, okay? This is where we are right now. Pretend none of this has happened over here, okay? None of this shit's happened over here yet, okay? Just remember, nothing over there has happened yet, okay? I'm going to bring it back for you. This is a rule. I want you to understand that, a rule. We get our low. We attack the daily trigger. Yay. Sellers come in. No new low. That means we are going to blast up right now, right? We don't need to beat this yet. We just need to blast up above this previous high. So we got it. Yay, everything is awesome. Woohoo! Now this is where it matters. This is where it matters. Did we get a new high? No. So, ready? Trade the daily trigger. Come back down. No new low. We make the new high above the daily trigger. Above the daily trigger. You are then required to make a new high. If you don't, guess where we're going? Depths of hell. Depths of hell. So on a higher time frame basis, I want you to be paying attention. Do we have a new low? No, we have a higher low. Did we get the high on the daily trigger? Yes. Are we out of in the clear yet? No, we want to see a new high. Did we get it? Nope. Fucking, if we didn't get it, we're going down. And I want to show you what I mean by this, okay? Same thing happened over here, right? And we went really far down, didn't we? Our next attempt to break above, right? This attempt right here. This isn't a major correction. Our next attempt, what happened? We broke above the daily trigger. We came back down to right there. And we caught the new high. Make sense? Higher high, higher low. You know at this point that you're good to go. There's the low, there's the higher high, there's the higher low. You are longing that. Now, there are examples of us breaking through the daily trigger and regaining it, moving up from that point forward. I want to show you an example of that happening, okay? Here's one right here. Here's two. There's one. We got the high. We got the new high, right? Even though we came back down here, we did not get the new low, did we? By a tick. Recover all the way up, and then we're out of here. So I want you to pay very close attention, extremely close attention to one thing in particular here. This is S&P 500, right? This is S&P 500. I don't care about any of this. Don't care about any of that over there. No cares in the world. I only care about one important thing. Do we get above the daily trigger? Right? No new low. Did we make a new high? Okay, you got to make the new high. Fuck all this shit over here. You don't need any of that. You just need that previous high. You get that previous high, and I don't care about any of that. We're going to head higher. If you see any kind of nonsense like this, come up here, you get this, you fail at the new high. If you stay above this one right here, you're still alive as a bull. But you can't fail that. You actually have to get that new high. You have to. No new low, but you did get a new high. You're going to try again to go up. Make sense? Now you try some bullshit like this. We go up there and you catch a new low. You're fucked. Even if you squeeze up here, you're going straight down to the depths of hell. Can't be getting new lows. Can't be getting failures to get new highs. You're like down here. None of that shit. Buyers need to show that they are in control. It is required. If they're not showing that they're marching up or down below, right, that they're pushing, squeezing out sellers, squeezing them out again, what it's showing you is that the way is higher. And you gotta pay attention and respect that. The last thing that I would tell you is do not be caught dead, sucking yourself off as a bull up here. If I catch you sucking yourself off, I think we're going higher, Cap. I assure you, you are a fucking loser trader. You cannot call the bottom without a confirmation. Just like you can't call a correction until we confirm it. We confirmed the correction on this show right here. We have it on tape. The moment that bulls failed to recover and catch that new high, it was on to the downside. It was on. You try that bullshit over here and you're going to get smoked. So I'm going to say this to you, right? Because even back here, you had all day long to make money waiting for that confirmation here. All day long. Yee high, we're going higher, we're going higher, we're going higher, we're going higher, we're going higher. So don't feel like you need to be the fucking guy on FinTwit being like, bottom's in, bro. We're going up. I don't even care if we go up. You're still wrong more than you're right. There are people all over FinTwit with 1 million fucking followers, 250,000 followers, 100,000 followers, 50,000 followers. Why do they get those followers? Because they make bullshit calls that choke at your emotions. And you go, I'm following that guy. You actually don't care if they're right or wrong. You just suck them off all night long. Don't do that. Don't do that shit. You're here to make money. Fuck internet points. Fuck followers on FinTwit. Fuck being the best guy on Wall Street Bets or Stock Twits or whatever. You are here to make money. That's it. You want to internet brag? You don't need to. Pay your fucking wife's electric bill. Buy your wife tires. Buy your wife life insurance. Buy your husband a new suit. Take your, your mistress out on a cruise somewhere. Have 16 husbands if you like men. Buy a Lambo. Do whatever the fuck you want, and it's way fucking better than your internet points. You want to stop working at Wendy's? Stop fucking calling tops and bottoms. I'm serious. You'll have life-changing money if you just let those fuckers stroke off all day long and you sit here and make money with me. That's all that matters. Move out of mom's basement, exactly. Don't get your panties all wound up with this shit right now, please. And it doesn't matter if you called it, because I know you didn't another 9 times. I know you didn't. I know it. I've seen it too much. Too many years. Too much bullshit. Too much garbage. And don't be calling the roll either. You see bears out here. I see bears on FinTwit. They're like, this shit's going to the depths of hell. I'm like, I wouldn't be calling that. I mean, I'd be shorting this shit if I was a bear. But I can assure you, if they squeeze it up here and this pulls back and you catch a new high, I'd be fucking stopped out and waiting for these bulls to turn it around. So that's all I can say to you. All I can say to you is it's the sellers are going to try to sell this down. If they get stopped out up here, any of that kind of nonsense, they're going to be eating their fucking words. So, and the only other thing I could say on this would be this market goes up and to the right. So it ain't easy being a seller. It ain't easy being a bear. And they're going to get it wrong way more than a bull is overall, right? Over time, they're going to get it wrong. So the odds are against them, but we cannot call it at this point. If they make this, if they turn this shit around here, right? You get a new low down here. You start doing this shit down there. What are you going to do? What are you going to tell me then? Because I'll tell you exactly where you're going. I'll just draw it out for you. It's pretty fucking simple. You start that shit, right? You start that shit correction over. I'm fucking long period. You see some nonsense like that right there. They're going to smash your fucking face in down there. Then they're going to smash your fucking face in way the fuck down there. I'm going to take you for a ride. So be very careful of this shit. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm trying to say to you? You need to see the high, a new high, continuation to the upside. None of this nonsense over here. And this shit happens all the time. So I would say to you, stay frosty. Expect the sellers to step in. 509.59 or in and around there. If we gap up tonight, if we do a gap up tonight, I would expect them to be Johnny on the spot tomorrow to sell this shit down on you. I would expect them to be there. If you're a bull, you do not want to give up. That bottom fucking tick right there and this one right here. You need to hold both of these. You got to hold them. Not a tick lower. Not one tick lower than that fucker right there. Not one tick lower. I'm serious. Dead serious. You'll watch it unfold. I assure you of it. And one last thing would be, if we do reverse and go to the downside, if this does reject, and we go down there, guess what is weak? The weekly trigger. It's weak as fuck right now. This shit'll break like it's nobody's business. Break like nobody's business. Whoop, right up there, slam straight through. You'll be trading 45 with your teeth floating in your mouth before you can even see it. So, pay attention. Not only pay attention, but that's why we put risk on here. Whoop. And that's why we get out of risk while the FOMO does their thing above. That's our money. That's our money. We're taking it. I will see all of you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, I hope. I was streaming pretty late today. How many hours is this so far? 9 or 10 fucking hours of streaming? Jesus Christ. I love all of you guys out there. I'll see all of you tomorrow. I love you guys. I thought I was going to cook tonight, but I don't think I'm going to ask to go out to dinner. So just stay frosty out there. You don't need this fucking $5. See this right here? You don't need that goddamn money if you're a bull. You don't need that fucking money. There's so much more to the upside if we go up. You're early. You're so fucking early if we start going up. All right, you guys take it easy. I love all of you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace, baby.